painstakingly built, the gold siphoned off from corrupt nobles, the funds meant to shore up the empire and destabilize it from within, all might be swallowed by this single, infuriating flower. Her father, however, seemed oblivious to the precariousness of their position. Chang'an, we must not give up. The Douluo tulip is vital. Think of the benefits to the empire. He clutched his chest, feigning a weakness that Lin Xiao knew was mostly for show. Imagine the powerful soul masters we could cultivate. We must surpass Spirit Hall. Lin Xiao wanted to scream. To strangle him. To reveal her true identity, her true purpose, and shatter his naive dreams of a revived Tiando Empire. But she couldn't. Not yet. The plan was too delicate, the stakes too high. Father, please, she said, forcing a smile. Let me handle this. She leaned forward, her voice smooth as silk, yet laced with a barely perceptible edge. We shall see if the esteemed Spirit Hall is truly willing to bleed dry for a mere flower. Taking a deep breath, she raised the bidding paddle. The Tiando Empire offers 81 million gold soul coins. The auction hall buzzed. The Qibao glazed sect seemed to hesitate, their resources clearly strained. Ningfengji's brow was furrowed, a silent debate raging within his mind. The Douluo Empire, already stretched thin, remained silent, their emperors face a mask of disappointment. Yuguan chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. 85 million. Lin Xiao countered immediately, 86 million. The bidding continued, a tense dance of escalating fortunes. Each raise was a calculated risk, a gamble on the desperation of the other players. Lin Xiao knew she was playing a dangerous game. She was pushing the Tiando Empire to its financial limit, flirting with disaster. But she also knew she had to appear resolute, to convince Spirit Hall and the Qibao glazed sect that the Tiando Empire was willing to fight to the bitter end. Finally, after a grueling back-and-forth that pushed the price to a staggering 95 million gold soul coins, Ningfengji signaled to his companion, Douluo. Douluo, his face grim, nodded in acknowledgement. The Qibao glazed sect was out. All eyes were now on Spirit Hall. Yuguan, his face flushed with excitement, turned to Bibi Dong, awaiting her command. Bibi Dong, her gaze fixed on the Douluo tulip, remained silent for a long moment, her thoughts obscured. Lin Xiao held her breath, forcing herself to remain calm. This was the crucial moment. If Spirit Hall backed down, she would have won, at least for now. But if they persevered, the consequences for the Tiando Empire, and her own carefully laid plans, would be catastrophic. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Finally, Bibi Dong turned, her expression unreadable. Yuguan, she said, her voice low and smooth, we withdraw our bid. A collective gasp went through the audience. The mighty Spirit Hall, backing down? Unheard of. On the auction stage, Douluo nearly choked on her own saliva. The Tiando Empire wins the Douluo tulip for 95 million gold soul coins, she announced, her voice trembling with disbelief. The hall erupted in applause and murmurs. Emperor Shui, ecstatic, grabbed Lin Xiao's hand, shaking it vigorously. Excellent, Chang'an, excellent. You have secured a future for the empire. I knew I could trust you. But Lin Xiao felt no joy. Only a cold, gnawing fear. She had won the battle, but the war was far from over. She had emptied the Tiando Empire's coffers, attracting the attention of both Spirit Hall and the Qibao glazed sect. She had made powerful enemies and exposed her hand, all for a single, beautiful, and utterly dangerous flower. And now, she had to explain to her dear father why she needed to personally administer the Douluo tulip to herself. And somehow, avoid those concubines he was so eager to recruit. This charade was becoming increasingly unbearable. The urge to stab him, however fleeting, returned with renewed intensity. She'd need to find a very convincing excuse. Perhaps she would tell him it was a necessary ritual, a tradition of the Nine-Colored Swan clan. Yes. That would work. Hopefully. Just as Yuguan was about to call out even higher bid, a chilling voice sliced through the auction house. Hold on, Elder Yu. The voice, dripping with authority and a hint of amusement, came from Bibi Dong herself within the Wuhuan Palace box. The murmurs in the auction house hushed to a terrified silence. No one dared speak out against the Pope. Yuguan, despite his power as a titled Douluo, visibly trembled. He immediately bowed his head. Your Holiness, please instruct. Bibi Dong continued, her voice now laced with a dangerous serenity. Elder Yu, while the Douluo tulip is undoubtedly a treasure, we must consider its value versus its cost. Is it truly worth bankrupting a significant portion of the Wuhuan Palace's coffers? Especially, when there are other, perhaps more expedient, avenues we can explore. Her words hung in the air, heavy with implications. The implication was clear: force. Why spend so much when you could simply take it? In the Tiando Empire box, Emperor Shuai allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to play on his lips. He'd been waiting for this. He knew the Wuhuan Palace's ambition. He knew they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to simply seize what they wanted. Father, are you expecting them to? Shui Qinghe, his voice hushed, asked, his disguised eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Emperor Shuai nodded slowly. The Wuhuan Palace is growing impatient. They've been consolidating their power for far too long. This auction, this Douluo tulip, it's merely a test. A test of strength, and a test of the resolve of others. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Empire box, Emperor Xingluo clenched his fists. He had suspected this outcome, the ruthlessness of the Wuhuan Palace. He glared at the Wuhuan Palace box with undisguised hatred. Back in the main hall, Chang'an, the Bon Douluo, stood ramrod straight. He knew what was coming. He'd seen it before, the Wuhuan Palace's blatant disregard for rules and tradition. But he also knew that the Qibao glazed sect, even with all its wealth, couldn't possibly match the Wuhuan Palace in raw military might. Bibi Dong then addressed the entire auction house, her voice amplified by her soul power. The Wuhuan Palace withdraws from the bidding. We congratulate the Qibao glazed sect on their acquisition. We look forward to seeing how you intend to protect such a valuable treasure. The threat was veiled, but unmistakable. The auction house was plunged into a tense silence. The Qibao glazed sect had won the Douluo tulip, but at what cost? They had just painted a target on their backs. Chang'an, with a grim determination, bowed slightly towards the Wuhuan Palace box. He knew the sect was far from equipped to defend itself against the full might of the Wuhuan Palace. He knew a storm was brewing. Suddenly, Emperor Shuai stood in his box, his seemingly frail frame radiating an unexpected authority. He addressed the entire hall, his voice surprisingly strong. The Tiando Empire offers its full protection to the Qibao glazed sect and the Douluo tulip. An attack upon them is an attack upon the empire itself. His declaration sent a ripple of shock through the auction house. This was an unprecedented act of defiance. The Tiando Empire, seemingly weakened and on the verge of collapse, was directly challenging the Wuhuan Palace. Shui Qinghe stared at his father, astonished. He had expected the emperor to play a defensive game, to try and placate the Wuhuan Palace. This was a bold, almost reckless move. Bibi Dong's silence from the Wuhuan Palace box was deafening. The tension in the air thickened until it felt almost suffocating. The future of the continent had just shifted. The battle lines were drawn. The fight for the Douluo tulip was over, but the war had just begun. The silence in the Spirit Hall box had been stifling. The air crackled with unspoken tension, the Pope's calm exterior masking a simmering fury at their near miss during the auction. Then, Bibi Dong, who had been a statue of indifference, shattered the quiet. Stop! The word, sharp and precise, cut through the air like a shard of glass. Everyone in the box turned to her, Yuguan most bewildered of all. His Majesty the Pope, Bibi Dong continued, her eyes, an unsettlingly calm violet, fixed on the stage. Are we going to give up the fight for this Douluo tulip? Yuguan sputtered, but... Your Majesty seemed resigned to exceeding our budget. Bibi Dong's lips curved into a faint, almost predatory smile. Well, compared to the Douluo tulip, I now have something I want to verify more. Her gaze, laden with a curiosity that bordered on obsession, drifted to the Tiando Empire box across the arena. Below, Daodu, the auctioneer, was preparing to seal the deal. The Qibao glazed sect is offering 140 million gold soul coins. Are there any VIPs bidding? She glanced nervously around, her voice echoing in the massive hall. 140 million gold soul coins once. 140 million gold soul coins twice. In the Qibao glazed sect box, relief washed over Ningfengji. He leaned back against the plush cushions, a soft sigh escaping his lips. Fengji, it seems that this Douluo tulip finally belongs to our 7 treasure glazed sect, Chang'an, Sword Douluo, said with a light smile. Ningfengji returned the smile, a visible weight lifting from his shoulders. Indeed, Chang'an. A victory, however costly. But the victory was short-lived. Just as Douluo raised the small wooden hammer, ready to deliver the final blow, a voice boomed from the Tiando Empire box, freezing the hammer in midair. We, the Tiando Empire, offer 70 million gold soul coins, and also choose to exchange items for items. Emperor Shui's voice, strained but resolute, echoed through the auction house, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. A collective gasp swept through the hall. The Qibao glazed sect erupted. Ningfengji shot to his feet, his usually serene face contorted with fury. The cane he gripped trembled violently in his hand. His Majesty, you, too much. The words were a pained whisper, a betrayal etched on his face. The wood of the cane creaked ominously under his pressure. Seeing Ningfengji's reaction, Bibi Dong's smile widened, a dark satisfaction flitting across her features. Sure enough, as I expected, the Tiando Empire and the Qibao glazed sect have already had differences, she murmured, her words barely audible. Emperor Xingluo leaned towards Davis, his brow furrowed in confusion. Barter for something? What could the Heaven Do Empire possibly offer? Father, Davis replied, his voice laced with skepticism, in Douluo Continent, the only treasures worth truly bartering for are soul bones. And the Chang'an auction house is hardly lacking in those. Back on the stage, Douluo, regaining her composure, addressed Emperor Shui. Your Majesty, our Chang'an auction house supports the exchange of objects, but the value of items can only be defined by our Chang'an auction house. And in order not to waste the time of other distinguished guests, His Majesty can only choose 2 treasures and let our Chang'an auction house determine the price. Please think twice before making any decision. The weight of Douluo's words settled heavily on Emperor Shui. Only 2 chances. The stakes were impossibly high. In the guise of Shuiqinghe, Hulaina watched the emperor, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. That Lin Xiao is too cunning. This 2-chance limit puts immense pressure on the emperor, practically dictating his choices. At the highest level of the Chang'an auction house, Lin Xiao sipped his tea, a picture of serene composure. His eyes, however, gleamed with anticipation as he observed the emperor's predicament. Your Majesty, he murmured under his breath, you have no choice. After a long, agonizing silence, Emperor Shui spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a nation's decision. Our Heaven Do Empire is willing to allocate a city other than Tiando City in exchange for the Douluo tulips, and our Tiando Empire will also give the national treasure the vast sea universe cover. Offer it up. A stunned silence descended upon the auction house. The magnitude of the offer was almost incomprehensible. A city. And a national treasure. Emperor Xingluo stared blankly at Davis. Did I hear that correctly? Shui is offering to cede a city? Davis, equally dumbfounded, could only nod. Yes, father. He actually wants to give away a city. It's utterly humiliating. A ripple of discontent spread through the Heaven Do representatives present. Their emperor was willing to sacrifice a piece of their homeland for a single herb. The shame was palpable. Lin Xiao, however, merely smiled. He placed his teacup gently on the table, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. The dream has finally begun. He knew this was more than just an auction, it was the opening salvo in a war for power, a war he intended to win. The Douluo tulip was just the catalyst. The game was afoot. The dust settled on the extravagant auction, leaving a lingering scent of floral perfume and simmering resentment. Emperor Shuya, clutching the Douluo tulip like a lifeline, beamed with a diluted sense of triumph. Beside him, Shuiqinghe, the facade of benevolent prince ever present, felt a chill despite the warm velvet lining the box. The deal was done, Soto City was gone, and a useless trinket, the vast sea universe cover, exchanged for a potent bloom of potential. Meanwhile, in a more discreet chamber within the auction house, Lin Xiao held the seemingly mundane artifact. The cool, smooth surface of the vast sea universe cover hummed faintly against his palm, an unheard symphony resonating within his soul. He knew what it was, the Tiando Empire did not. They had given up the literal key to godhood for vanity. The land deed secures Chang'an's future, Lin Xiao said, his gaze still fixed on the cover. But this is a legacy. Zhong Nan, still reeling from the revelation, sputtered, Your Highness, what will you do with it? Perhaps find a worthy successor? Imagine the power we could wield, a god's chosen champion serving Chang'an. Lin Xiao chuckled, a low, knowing sound. Power isn't always wielded through brute force, Zhong Nan. Sometimes, it's about potential, about the hope of a brighter future. And besides. He paused, turning the cover over in his hand. The sea god's legacy comes with responsibilities, a burden few can bear. I have a different vision for this. That night, under the cloak of secrecy, Lin Xiao slipped out of Chang'an. He traveled not towards the capital, where the emperor and his ill-advised purchase now resided, but towards the coast. The vast, inky ocean stretched before him, mirroring the endless possibilities swirling within his mind. He arrived at a small fishing village, a place where the salty air stung the lungs and the rhythm of the tide dictated life. The villagers, weathered and strong, lived a simple existence, respectful of the sea and its capricious nature. It was here, among these humble folk, that Lin Xiao saw the potential of the vast sea universe cover truly realized. He didn't proclaim a new sea god, nor did he bestow divine power upon any individual. Instead, he used the cover's essence, its inherent connection to the ocean, to subtly enrich the lives of the villagers. The fishing nets became stronger, the catches more plentiful. The waters around the village, once treacherous, became calmer, safer. He taught them sustainable fishing practices, ensuring the bounty of the sea would never be depleted. He explained, this is not about power for one, but prosperity for all. This cover connects you to the ocean, but it is you who must respect and protect it. Use its gifts wisely, and the sea will always provide. The villagers, unaware of the divine artifact in their midst, simply attributed their good fortune to the blessing of the sea itself. They became stewards of their environment, guardians of the ocean's delicate balance. Meanwhile, back in the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuya eagerly awaited General Xiefeng's advancement to title Douluo. He envisioned a stronger army, a more secure reign. But vanity held no sway over true potential. General Xiefeng, although benefiting from the Chilua tulip's potent energies, remained just shy of the breakthrough. His soul, focused on personal gain, could not fully resonate with the tulip's profound essence. Ningfengji, reeling from the auction's devastating outcome, quietly mourned the lost opportunity to revitalize his sect. He didn't yet know that Bibi Dong, the venomous spider queen, was already weaving a web of deceit, ready to exploit his despair for her own gain. Lin Xiao, however, saw the bigger picture. He knew the machinations of Spirit Hall, the simmering discontent within the kingdoms, and the looming threat from other continents. He had chosen a different path, one of subtle influence and quiet strength. He had sown the seeds of resilience in a humble village, a bastion against the coming storm. He wasn't creating a god, but a community, bound by respect for the ocean and for each other. He knew the Chilua tulip might bring the Tiando Empire temporary power, but it was the vast sea universe cover, used not for selfish ambition but for the betterment of others, that would truly shape the future. Because sometimes, the greatest power isn't in wielding a weapon, but in fostering a garden. And in that coastal village, a new kind of legacy was beginning to bloom. The age of empires and individuals was waning. The age of community and shared prosperity was on the horizon. The air in the Tiando Palace was thick with unspoken tension. News of Soto City's acquisition by the upstart Chang'an had stung the Tiando Empire deeply. But below the surface of anger and resentment, a cold fear was beginning to seep in. Away from the grandeur of the capital, back in the heart of Soto City, the atmosphere in the room was anything but tense. Empty beer bottles littered the round table, reflecting the flickering lamplight in a chaotic dance. The aroma of spilled beer mingled with the richer scent of roasted meats and spiced vegetables, a feast just beginning to wind down. Niu Gao, his face flushed a delightful shade of crimson, swayed slightly as he spoke. Your Highness, don't worry about the Tiando Empire. They're too busy squabbling with that damned Ningrongrong to even notice us properly. He punctuated his statement with a belch that shook the table slightly. Lin Xiao chuckled, swirling the last dregs of beer in his mug. Perhaps, he conceded, but we cannot underestimate them. We must be vigilant. His eyes, usually bright with amusement, held a steely glint. The jovial atmosphere couldn't mask the underlying gravity of their situation. Soto City, a prize snatched from under the Empire's nose, was now a target. He, ever the pragmatist, cleared his throat. Your Highness is right. While the Empire is distracted, we have a window of opportunity. We need to consolidate our defenses, strengthen our economy, and find a way to integrate the people of Soto City into Chang'an. His gaze swept over the others, a silent reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. Dugu Bo, surprisingly sober despite the amount of alcohol he'd consumed, nodded in agreement. The locals will be wary. They've lived under the Tiando Empire's thumb for generations. We need to show them that Chang'an offers them more than just a new banner. Yang Wudi, still buzzing with energy, slammed his fist on the table, making the few remaining plates rattle. We show them prosperity. We show them innovation. We flooded the markets with our products at the auction, didn't we? We bring that same energy to Soto City. Jelly grass for everyone. Lin Xiao smiled, a genuine, heartfelt expression that chased away the shadows in his eyes. Indeed. We offer them a better life, a future they can believe in. He stood, his golden hair catching the light. We will rebuild Soto City, not in the image of the Tiando Empire, but in the image of Chang'an, a beacon of innovation, opportunity, and freedom. He paused, letting his words sink in. But first, he added with a mischievous grin, we need to clear up this mess. He gestured to the chaotic table with a flourish. The others chuckled, the underlying tension easing once more. Even in the face of potential conflict, a sense of camaraderie and purpose solidified them. They were not just building a city, they were building a community, a refuge, a force to be reckoned with. As the night deepened, they began clearing the table, the clatter of plates and the murmur of conversation echoing through the room. The celebration had ended, but the real work was just beginning. Soto City was theirs, and they would defend it, not just with power and strategy, but with the promise of a brighter future for all who sought refuge within its walls. The light of Chang'an, once a distant flicker, was about to shine brighter than ever before. Emperor Shui looked at Xiafeng seriously. Xiafeng, he began, his voice heavy with unspoken burdens, the fate of the Tiando Empire rests on your shoulders now. When Xiafeng heard Emperor Shui's words, his heartbeat suddenly trembled. He was acutely aware of the whispers and accusations swirling around the emperor. Everyone in the mainland knew that Emperor Shui had bartered a city for the Douluo tulip, a fairy grass of legendary potency. He had faced the ire of tens of thousands, their curses a constant din in the political landscape. Xiafeng understood. Emperor Shui dared to be a villain, to sacrifice reputation and land, all for the sake of the Tiando Empire. He, Xiafeng, was a member of the Tiando Empire royal family, his martial spirit the graceful, yet inherently weak, swan. With his prodigious talent and relentless effort, he had fought tooth and nail to reach the Contra realm. He was now an 89-level Contra, agonizingly close to becoming a titled Douluo. But this was his limit. He felt it in his bones. After reaching level 89, the bottleneck at the last level loomed, a seemingly insurmountable abyss. With his innate talent, he realistically didn't see a way to break through to the title in his lifetime. Now, the continent was teetering on the brink. This delicate balance was now in question thanks to the Douluo tulip, causing a rift between the Tiando Empire and the Qibao glazed tile sect. A planned war loomed, its shadow stretching long and ominous across the land. The Tiando Empire needed a champion, a pillar of strength to weather the coming storm. That person was him, Xiafeng. It could only be him. Taking a deep breath, Xiafeng knew he bore not only the expectations of Emperor Shui, but the fragile hopes and lives of countless within the Tiando Empire. Your Majesty, he declared, kneeling on one knee, his voice resolute and ringing through the hall like a clarion bell, my minister, Xiafeng, is forever willing to go through fire and water for the Empire, to charge into battle without hesitation. As long as I, Xiafeng, draw breath, no enemy will set foot within the borders of our Tiando Empire. His eyes were unwavering, fixed on the emperor. The surrounding civil and military officials were deeply moved by Xiafeng's declaration, a wave of patriotic fervor washing over the court. Good! Emperor Shui exclaimed, his voice regaining some of its former vigor. General Xiafeng, your words are enough. The Tiando Empire will never forget its loyal ministers and martyrs. This Douluo tulip is a treasure beyond measure. When you consume it, you will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. Emperor Shui rose from his throne and personally presented the Douluo tulip to Xiafeng. Xiafeng, his breath catching in his throat, accepted it with both hands. It was just a grass, a single flower. But in Xiafeng's hands, it felt impossibly heavy, laden with responsibility. My lord, Xiafeng thanks you, your majesty, he said respectfully, his voice thick with emotion. Then, before Emperor Shui and all the gathered officials, Xiafeng consumed the Douluo tulip. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from Xiafeng's body. His swan martial spirit manifested, its ethereal beauty a stark contrast to the fierce power emanating from him. A contra-level aura, already formidable, surged and intensified, the change visible to the naked eye. Xiefeng felt an unfathomable energy coursing through him, obliterating the barriers that had stubbornly resisted his every attempt to break through. "Break!" Xiefeng roared, his voice echoing through the hall. The soul power within him churned like a turbulent ocean, its raw power so intense that many of the weaker civil and military officials were forced to their knees, overwhelmed by the terrifying momentum. Boom! Something inside him shattered, an invisible shackle that had bound him for years was finally, completely broken. Xiefeng's soul power surged from level 89 to level 90 in one earth-shattering leap. Titled Douluo. Xiefeng has not disappointed your majesty's expectations. I have reached level 90. Xiefeng cried out, his voice filled with a triumphant joy he had long abandoned hope of ever feeling. He had given up on becoming a titled Douluo. Now, with this unexpected breakthrough, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Our Tiando Empire finally has its own titled Douluo. Let them say the Tiando is weak now. Emperor Shuai roared with elation, his energy renewed, his face flushed with excitement. He looked decades younger. Standing beside him, Xueqing observed Emperor Shuai's display with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He stepped forward, addressing the emperor with a carefully constructed tone. "Father, while General Xiefeng has indeed broken through to level 90, he has yet to acquire his 9th soul ring. Until he does, he cannot truly be considered a titled Douluo. We must prioritize obtaining the 9th soul ring for General Xiefeng as soon as possible. Only then will the Tiando Empire possess a truly formidable titled Douluo." Hearing Xueqing's words, Emperor Shuai tempered his enthusiasm, a practical glint entering his eye, while Xiefeng nodded in agreement, looked at Emperor Shuai and slowly said, "Your Majesty, what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said is true. Although I have broken through to level 90, I have not yet obtained the 9th spirit ring, so I cannot be considered a true titled Douluo." Emperor Shuai pondered for a moment, then looked at the civil and military officials and slowly said, "The Empire has raised quite a few 10,000-year soul beasts, but the highest ones are only over 60,000 years old, and none of them can be provided by General Xiefeng. The strength gap between titled Douluo of the same level could be reflected in many places. Among them, the difference in the age of soul rings was the most obvious point. A titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring and a titled Douluo without a 100,000-year soul ring had a huge gap. The age of the 9th soul ring should be as high as possible. At this moment, a strange look flashed in Xueqing's eyes, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he slowly said to Emperor Shuai, "Your Majesty, I believe that the current situation in the mainland is unstable, and we should do our best to enhance the strength of the empire. My son believes that if General Xiefeng can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring as the 9th soul ring, it will not only greatly enhance the strength of the empire, but also further increase the momentum of our Tiando Empire's army. The most important thing is that it can make the ignorant people in the empire understand that His Majesty's move of exchanging the city for the fairy grass is worth it. This is a technique that kills 3 birds with 1 stone." Xueqing has said with serious eyes. Xueqing's words were instantly recognized by all the civil and military officials present. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is right. Now the people of the Empire are talking about His Majesty's secession of the city. If General Xiefeng breaks through to the titled Douluo and obtains a 100,000-year soul ring, he will surely stop those people from talking. A civil servant came forward to give advice. Emperor Shuai nodded, but still looked a little worried as he said, "I understand the truth, but the traces of the 100,000-year soul beast are rare and powerful, so I'm afraid things won't be so easy to handle." Because of the auction just now, the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was now tense. It was impossible to ask Sword Bone Douluo for help. Did they have other titled Douluo in the Tiando Empire? Was it possible that they needed to use heavy troops to besiege a 100,000-year soul beast? "Father, there is no need to be anxious. As far as I know, there is a 100,000-year-old Titan ape in the center of the Stardow Forest. Its strength is approximately between the 95th and 96th level titled Douluo. Although a 100,000-year-old soul beast is powerful, its physical strength is limited. Our Tiando Empire has a 1,000,000-strong army that scares everyone in the world. How can a mere soul beast be our opponent? Besides, General Xiefeng has already broken through to level 90. Unless we are careless and let this Titan ape escape, otherwise." A sharp, almost predatory light flashed in Xueqing's eyes. He paused, the silence hanging heavy in the hall, and added, "Success is assured." Xue Qinghe's words landed like a thunderclap, leaving the assembled ministers and generals reeling. Here stood the crown prince, a figure they had often dismissed as a charming, if somewhat aloof, royal figure. But today, he was different. Gone was the placid smile, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze that seemed to pierce through their very souls. He spoke with a conviction that resonated with power, a clarity of purpose that was both inspiring and terrifying. This was not the man they thought they knew. This was someone far more dangerous. Emperor Shui, amidst the stunned silence, beamed. He observed Xue Qinghe with pride swelling in his chest. Perhaps, he mused, he had underestimated his son. Qinghe, he chuckled, a genuine warmth in his voice, it seems you are no longer the innocent child. How many years have passed, and you have grown up? My father is very complimentary, Xue Qinghe responded, his voice smooth and almost silken. Qinghe is always by my father's side. I have, on occasion, learned a little something from my father's wisdom. Ha ha, you kid, Emperor Shui roared, genuinely amused. The flattery, though transparent, was pleasant. No need to flatter me, I'm not as good as you. But father, Xue Qinghe countered, his smile widening, just a hint too much. The plan rests with you. Whether we successfully capture the Titan ape depends on your wisdom and martial prowess. I know I am far inferior to you in this aspect. Emperor Shui puffed out his chest, stroking his graying beard with paternal pride. That's natural. I have been fighting for many years. What kind of battles have I not fought? It's just a soul beast. How can it compete with my Heaven Do Iron Cavalry? He boomed, his gaze sweeping over the room, demanding respect. General Xiefeng. Chen is here, a gruff voice responded, and a tall, imposing figure stepped forward. Listen to my order and gather a large number of troops. You will lead the team. In 3 days, we will go to the Stardo Forest and capture the Titan giant ape. Emperor Shui's eyes were filled with martial fire. I accept your order. Xiefeng replied, his voice ringing with unwavering loyalty. Behind the scenes, however, a game of far greater complexity was being played. 3 days later, in Wuhuan City, the Pope's palace pulsed with a different kind of power. Bibi Dong, her face an exquisite mask of control, sat upon her throne, the papal scepter clutched in her hand. His Majesty the Pope, Yuguan said, his voice a respectful drone, according to reports from spies, there has been no contact between the Tiando Empire and the Qibao glazed sect since the end of the auction. A ghost of a smile touched Bibi Dong's lips. Very good. The Tiando Empire is truly seeking death. It actually broke up the relationship with the Seven Treasures glazed sect over a piece of fairy grass. Ghost took a step forward, his voice a low murmur. His Majesty, after the Tiando Empire obtains the Qilua tulip, there will definitely be one more title Douluo. Although the problem is not significant, it may still pose a certain threat to our army. Bibi Dong waved a dismissive hand. If you had just broken through to title Douluo, what would you choose to do? A flicker of understanding ignited in Yuguan and Ghost's eyes. His Majesty the Pope, do you want to kill Xiefeng when he obtains his 9th soul ring? Yuguan asked, surprised. Bibi Dong slowly stood, her eyes gleaming with a cold, calculated brilliance. Yes. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Qibao glazed sect is fractured. Without the help of Sword and Bone Douluo, the Tiando Empire can only send heavy troops to help Xiefeng obtain his 9th soul ring. Now is not the best time to start a war directly. The Starluo Empire is watching with eager eyes, not to mention the Chang'an auction house that has just shown its strength. A shadow crossed her face. I have a vague feeling in my heart that the threat of Chang'an auction house is even greater than that of the two empires. So it is a very unwise choice to start a war directly now. We can use Xiefeng's acquisition of his 9th soul ring to kill him and take the opportunity to weaken the Tiando Empire's military strength. This will prepare us for future wars. We must always be prepared for a rainy day. Yuguan and Ghost bowed in unison. The Pope is wise. Suddenly, Yuguan hesitated. His Majesty the Pope, there seems to be a situation in the Killing City recently. City of Killing? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. That's right. For some reason, our people can't contact the King of Slaughter. The Great Enshrinement Hall asked you to investigate. Hearing the name Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong paused, a flicker of rebellion in her eyes. Well, tell the Great Enshrinement that I will investigate this matter. She continued, her voice hardening. You should closely observe the movements of the Tiando Empire. If there is trouble, go to the Douluo forest in advance to ambush them. It's okay for you two to reveal your identities. Remember to let our people hide their identities so that no one can find out what's really going on. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. As Yuguan and Ghost departed, a cold, cruel glint returned to Bibi Dong's eyes. The capital of killing. The Killing City, a prison forged by the Qian family, the very embodiment of light and order, a place where evil was purged. Even though she was now Pope, the long shadow of the Qian family still loomed large. To fulfill her ambitions, she couldn't entirely defy Qian Douluo. It seems I have to go there in person when I have the time, Bibi Dong murmured, her gaze as calm and deadly as a viper's. 3 days later, the Douluo forest held its breath as the Heaven Do iron cavalry crashed through its undergrowth. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows, turning the already menacing forest into a landscape of nightmares. Thump 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 thump. The sound of marching feet resonated through the ancient trees, scattering wildlife in a frenzy. Stop! Xiafeng commanded, reining in his white stallion. He scanned the forest, his eyes sharp and alert. We will set up camp here for the night. Teams 1 to 9 will take turns patrolling the surrounding area, maintaining vigilance at all times. He addressed his troops, his voice firm but not unkind. Yes, General. This time, to ensure Xiafeng's success in hunting the 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Tiando Empire had deployed 5 newly ascended Contra-level commanders, along with their elite Heaven Do Imperial Guards. These battle-hardened veterans were the Empire's most valuable asset, a testament to the gravity with which Emperor Shuiyi viewed Xiafeng's task. In the darkness, unseen eyes watched the camp being erected. Elder Zhu, do you want to attack now? A black-clad figure hissed, his eyes burning with anticipation. Yuguan rested his hand on his chin, considering the situation. Don't worry. The other party is very vigilant. If we attack rashly, they will escape in the chaos. He paused, a predatory smile spreading across his face. Our goal this time is not just Xiafeng, but to annihilate the entire Tiando Empire army. The stage was set. The players were in position. And the curtain was about to rise on a bloody and devastating act. The capture of the Titan Ape was merely a pretext, a pawn in a far more complex and deadly game, a game where loyalties were fleeting, and betrayal was a weapon as sharp as any sword. The full moon hung high, bathing the Douluo forest in a silvery glow. Xiafeng, the newly titled Douluo, felt the thrill of power coursing through him. He had finally broken through, and a 100,000-year soul beast was the perfect coronation for his achievement. General, we have found the 100,000-year-old Titan Ape. It is sleeping now. This is our great opportunity, a commander whispered, bursting into Xiafeng's tent. Take me there quickly. Xiafeng commanded, his eyes gleaming with ambition. They found the giant ape slumbering peacefully beside the lake of life. Its rhythmic snores echoed through the forest like distant thunder. Xiafeng, gazing at the colossal beast, felt a surge of raw power he craved. Sure enough, it is this Titan ape. With such a huge body, it must be a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he murmured, a predatory smile playing on his lips. Instruct each team to form an encirclement according to the original plan and block all the Titan ape's escape routes. Each direction will be guarded by a Contra leader without any mistakes. Unseen in the shadows, Yuguan and Gui Mei, the infamous chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos from the Spirit Hall, observed the unfolding scene. This Tiando Imperial Guard is the ace army of the Tiando Empire's royal family. Our people probably won't get any advantage if we fight head-on, Gui Mei hissed. Lord Ayala, Yuguan commanded, his voice calm. From the darkness, a figure materialized, Lord Ayala, a powerful individual with golden wings. Elder Zhu, my subordinates are here. You let our people, like the Tiando Empire's army, lay ambushes in the southeast, northwest and northwest. Once the Tiando Empire's army takes action against the Titan Ape, you will deal with them as soon as possible. Even if you cannot solve them, you will have to be held back by me, do you understand? Yuguan instructed, his tone severe. Don't worry, Elder Zhu. Except for Xiafeng, the strength of those Contra commanders are inferior to mine. Just wait for my good news, Lord Ayala replied confidently, before taking flight, her golden wings disappearing into the night. Yuguan watched Xiafeng, a flash of disdain crossing his features. Chilua Tulip is not something a waste like you can reach. If you take something that doesn't belong to you, you will only have to pay the price of your life. Unknown to them all, a third party was watching. Chang'an, sent by Lin Xiao, observed the unfolding drama with a neutral gaze. He recalled Lin Xiao's words from a day earlier. According to reports from spies, the Tiando Empire is organizing a small army in the past 2 days. Hunting soul beasts. And it's still a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This might be an opportunity. The Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire should naturally know about it too. This is a good opportunity to severely damage the morale of the Tiando Empire and the morale of the military. But once that level 90 soul master dies during this beast hunting operation, Lin Xiao had trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Chang'an, go to the Douluo forest immediately to ambush. If Wuhuan Palace fails to kill Xiefeng, you will kill him with your own hands. If we can deal with the people from Wuhuan Palace together, then we will deal with it together. If we can't deal with it, we will teach the other party a profound lesson. Chang'an is not something they can easily get their hands on. Chang'an knew his mission. He was not here to support the Tiando Empire, nor to aid the Spirit Hall. He was here for Chang'an, and to ensure its dominance. As the Tiando Empire's soldiers tightened their noose around the sleeping Titan ape, Chang'an prepared. He knew that the night would be filled with betrayal, ambition, and death. The hunt for the ancient soul beast had become a battleground for power, and Chang'an would not be left behind. No matter who emerged victorious, Chang'an would ensure that they knew Chang'an had been watching, and that they would pay the price for their actions. The game had begun. Chang'an's cold eyes swept over everyone, including Yuguan and Gui Mei. He sized them up, gauging their strength, their intentions. He didn't trust anyone implicitly, and the air crackled with unspoken tension. At that moment, a roar that resounded throughout the world shook everyone's minds. The very ground trembled, and the leaves on the ancient trees of Star Forest rustled in frantic fear. There it was. The Titan ape stood tall between heaven and earth like a mountain carved from granite and fury. Sunlight glinted off its thick, matted fur, and the aura erupting from its body was like a vast, turbulent ocean, threatening to drown all who dared stand before it. The Titan giant ape looked down at the Tiando Imperial guards on the ground, its massive eyes blazing with anger and disdain. To it, they were insects, annoying gnats buzzing around its monstrous form. Attention, all teams, all attack the Titan ape. Xiefeng's voice, amplified by his soul power, cut through the cacophony of the ape's roars and the soldiers' panicked cries. Pay attention to the Titan ape's attack, avoid it first, and then attack, consuming the Titan ape's physical strength bit by bit. Xiefeng quickly issued the order, his face grim but resolute. The Tiando Imperial Guard, despite their fear, quickly followed Xiefeng's order and launched a siege towards the Titan giant ape. Countless dazzling soul skills, from fiery explosions to piercing beams of light, attacked the Titan ape. Although these soul skills hit the Titan ape's body and seemed like tickling, it only added fuel to the Titan ape's already irritable mood. Sparks flew from its fur where the attacks landed, but the damage was minimal. Ho 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 ho! The Titan ape beat his chest angrily, the sound echoing through the forest like thunder. His fists burst into bright red light, and a terrifying wave of soul power descended on the Star Forest. Even the veteran soul masters among the Imperial Guard felt a shiver of primal fear run down their spines. The Titan giant ape looked up to the sky and roared, a sound that promised destruction, and his fists were like meteorites, slamming down on the Tiando Empire's army with earth-shattering force. Trees were uprooted, the ground cracked, and soldiers were sent flying, their armor crumpled like tin foil. Xiefeng's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene, his mind racing to calculate the optimal response. He needed to minimize casualties while continuing to harass the beast. The first team quickly evacuated backwards, he roared, his voice barely audible above the din. The second team and the third team moved to the left and right, launching a fierce attack on the Titan ape's ribs, and the treatment and support team took the injured away from the battlefield. Under Xiefeng's bright and orderly command, the losses of the Tiando Empire's army have been reduced to a minimum. Each movement was precise, each attack calculated. However, the Titan ape has thick skin and thick flesh, so it is still very difficult to capture the Titan ape. They were chipping away, but it felt like an impossible task. What a Xiefeng, what a Tiando Empire, such a terrifying tactical cooperation. No wonder His Majesty the Pope has not started a war even if the Tiando Empire does not have a title. Douluo, Guimei muttered, his voice laced with a mixture of grudging respect and simmering resentment. Guimei looked at the cooperation of Tiando's army in Xiefeng's command, with a cold look in his eyes. He recognized the threat posed by such disciplined forces. Even if he and Yuguan go together, they may not be able to defeat the 100,000-year-old Titan ape. However, the Tiando army in front of him can actually deal with this Titan ape just by relying on coordinated tactics. It was a chilling display of what organized teamwork could achieve, and he knew the Spirit Hall wouldn't underestimate them again. Ho ho ho! The Titan ape's eyes flashed with overwhelming anger. In his eyes, the Tiando Empire's army was like a loach. Although it could not cause any harm to him, it was too slippery, impossible to pin down. But this had completely angered the Titan ape. Its patience, already thin, had finally snapped. Next moment, the Titan ape raised his hands high, filling the air with impending doom, and slammed them on the ground with a force that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. An invisible force fell on everyone instantly. Everyone in Tiando's army seemed to be carrying a mountain of 10,000 feet and being suppressed by an invisible force. Their movements became sluggish, their breaths ragged. The air itself felt thick and heavy, making it difficult to even lift a weapon. Cold sweat broke out from Xie Feng's back, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, "No, this is the realm?" He recognized the suffocating pressure, the overwhelming weight of the Titan ape's soul power. It was a localized gravity field, amplified to impossible levels. It was too late. Even an ordinary tidal Douluo would have difficulty breaking away from the Titan ape's natural gravity field. At this moment, the Tiando army was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the Titan ape's eyes. Their meticulously crafted formation, their disciplined teamwork, were all rendered useless. Every time the Titan ape punches, dozens of lives will be taken away. Soldiers were crushed, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. For a time, the lake of life is littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The water turned a horrifying crimson, staining the once pristine landscape. "Damn beast," Xie Feng spat, his voice hoarse with despair. But even as despair threatened to engulf him, a spark of defiance ignited in his eyes. He couldn't let the Titan ape win. He wouldn't let you see the military formation of our Tiando Empire. Even in the face of death, we will not yield. The teams in the southeast, northwest and northwest formed a six-pointed military formation and launched a general attack on the Titan giant ape. Xie Feng sneered and roared towards the sky, pushing his soul power to its absolute limit. The soldiers, despite their pain and fear, responded. They moved, groaning and straining, but they moved. A new formation began to take shape, a desperate gamble to turn the tide of battle. He knew it was a long shot, but it was all they had left. The 6 points of the formation began to glow, a faint resonance building between them, attempting to channel the essence of their combined soul power into a single, focused assault. This was their last stand. 1 second. The humid air hung heavy, thick with the scent of blood and fear. 2 seconds. Silence stretched, broken only by the ragged breathing of the surviving Tiando soldiers scattered amongst the carnage. 30 seconds. The illusion of calm shattered. The Titan giant ape continued its brutal rampage, swatting aside armored soldiers like bothersome insects. Its thick lips curled into a grotesque imitation of a smile, its beady eyes glinting with cruel amusement. A minute passed, and there was no movement in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. No reinforcements. No rescuing horn. Just the relentless, deafening chaos of the Titan ape's onslaught. On the other hand, on the fringes of the battlefield, where the forest met the lake, a new, more sinister drama was unfolding. What about people? Xie Feng roared, his voice hoarse with desperation. He scanned the treeline, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. Maid! He spat, the word laced with bitterness and the dawning realization of betrayal. At this time, Yu Guan and the ghost figure slowly walked from the side, emerging from the shadows like malevolent spirits. Yu Guan, his features serene and unsettling, tilted his head towards Xie Feng. He smiled lightly, a chilling, bloodless expression. General Xie Feng, please save your energy. Even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will come, because... Suddenly, Lord Yara's figure materialized beside Yu Guan. He bowed low, his posture radiating subservience. Lord Yara looked at Yu Guan and the ghostly figure and said respectfully, "Two elders, my subordinates lived up to their trust and led the soldiers to hide in the cave. All the secret Tiando army will be wiped out." Upon hearing Lord Yara's words, Xie Feng froze on the spot. The revelation crashed over him like a tidal wave, leaving him gasping for air. His heart felt like a trapped, fluttering bird. Annihilate them all. Xie Feng's eyes were dull, lifeless pools. A ball of agonizing, burning anger ignited in his chest, threatening to consume him. Wuhandian. Xiefeng lunged, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Bloodshot veins throbbed on his forehead, his knuckles white as he gripped his sword. He roared, the sound raw and primal. Ha, if you want to blame, just blame the stupid king you are loyal to. Chilua Tulip is not something that any cat or dog can get its hands on. The thought of Chilua Tulip being taken by you makes my fist very itchy. Yu Guan's voice dripped with disdain. After saying that, Yu Guan's figure blurred, vanishing in a shimmer of light. The next second, he was in front of Xiefeng. Before Xiefeng could even register the movement, Yu Guan struck, a brutal, bone-jarring punch landing squarely in Xiefeng's abdomen. Xiefeng's eyes widened in shock and excruciating pain. He vomited a torrent of bile, collapsing to his knees, hunched over like a broken puppet. His vision swam, blurring the world into a kaleidoscope of agony. Yu Guan casually placed a foot on Xiefeng's shoulder, grinding him into the dirt. He grinned, a cruel, mocking expression. If Emperor Shui and those civil and military officials knew that the fairy grass they had just cut the city in exchange for was wasted, how would they feel? You think so? General Xiefeng. Xiefeng, battling the waves of nausea and pain, strained to lift his head, his gaze burning with hatred. That's all. Originally, I have no grievances with you. We just have different positions. It's just that you, a loser, actually took Chilua Tulip. This makes me feel very unhappy. Yu Guan chuckled, the sound devoid of mirth. Please be more careful in your next life. He produced a delicate petal-shaped throwing knife, glinting ominously in the fading light. He raised his arm, ready to deliver the killing blow. But just when he was about to silence Xiefeng forever, a more profound and terrifying aura emanated from the lake of life. Rumble, rumble. The very world seemed to shudder and shift. The dark clouds coalesced, swirling and thickening, resembling a legion of 1,000,000 soldiers descending upon the battlefield. The air itself crackled with an unnatural energy, heavy with the scent of ozone and something ancient, primal. What on earth is that sound? The ghostly figure, Gui Mei, his usually impassive face etched with fear, stared towards the lake of life. Next second, the calm, glass-like water surface of the lake erupted upwards with colossal force, rising tens of meters into the air. From the depths emerged a monstrous creature, an impossible being with the head of an ox and the serpentine body of a colossal serpent. It stood between the sky and the earth, its scale dwarfing everything around it. At this moment, the surrounding trees and mountains seemed like mere pebbles, and even the Titan giant ape appeared as a helpless infant before this primordial leviathan. At this time, Xiefeng, kneeling on the ground, seized his opportunity. A flicker of steel entered his eyes. Collecting the residual soul power left in his body, he formed it into a ball of pure energy. In a last-ditch effort, he blasted the attack to Yueguan. Yueguan, momentarily stunned by the appearance of the azure bull python, was caught off guard and stumbled back several steps. No, he wants to escape. Gui Mei shrieked, pointing a skeletal finger at Xiefeng's retreating back. Stop him quickly. Yueguan and Gui Mei hastily recovered, ready to give chase. But then, the Tianqing ox python from the Lake of Life spoke, its voice a resonant, earth-shaking rumble that echoed through the forest. It spoke in perfect, chillingly calm human words. Human Soul Master, is the Stardow Forest a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? The soul power of the azure bull python pulsed outwards, a wave of oppressive energy that momentarily pinned both Yueguan and Gui Mei in place, rendering them unable to move. Xiefeng, now safely beyond their reach, raised the corners of his mouth in a grim smile. A sharp, vindictive light flickered in his eyes as he glanced back at the paralyzed duo. Martial Soul Hall, be prepared to meet His Majesty's wrath. Yueguan and Gui Mei, seething with rage and frustration, watched Xiefeng's back as he fled. But at this moment, a blood-red sword energy, like a crimson lightning bolt, streaked across the night sky. Xiefeng, consumed with joy in the prospect of revenge, abruptly stopped, his triumphant expression frozen on his face. Next second, Xiefeng's head rolled from his neck, landing with a sickening thud in the mud. Zhong Nan's figure flashed past Xiefeng's lifeless form, moving with inhuman speed straight towards Yueguan and the enraged azure bull python. His purpose was yet unknown, but one thing was certain, the battle for the Stardow Forest had only just begun. The arrival of this new player had drastically shifted the balance of power, adding yet another layer of complexity to the already volatile situation. The world was a canvas of deepest night, illuminated only by the stark, crimson glow emanating from the tips of the soul-breaking blades in Zhong Nan's grip. His eyes, pools of unfathomable calm, betrayed nothing of the cataclysm about to unfold. He was a lone beacon of terrifying power against the oppressive darkness. Then, they appeared. 9 soul rings, spectral hoops of power, materialized beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and finally, a pulsating, ominous red. The crimson ring thrummed with an energy that seemed to warp the very air, a testament to 100,000 years of a soul beast's life force contained within. It's him. Yuguan's voice, sharp with terror, pierced the sudden silence. Seeing Chang'an triggered a cascade of fear, a memory of the insurmountable pressure he had exuded before the Chang'an auction house. The image was branded into his mind, a prelude to doom. Even the azure bull python, a creature of immense power and ancient wisdom, recoiled. A flicker of primal fear flashed in its reptilian eyes. This human being, he actually possesses 100,000-year soul ring? The statement was a catalyst. A surge of violent soul power erupted from the azure bull python, whipping the still waters of the lake of life into a frenzy. The dark, rain-laden sky seemed to press down, intensifying the storm raging around them. Spectral blue dragon claws, raw soul energy solidified, materialized around the python. 100, 1,000, swirling like a furious, azure tempest, aimed directly at Yuguan and Guimei. Old ghost, get out of the way! Yuguan yelled, his fear momentarily overridden by the instinct for survival. There was no time to ponder Chang'an's sudden appearance. They could only focus on evading the wrath of the Stardow Forest's emperor. The azure bull python's strength was legendary, far surpassing even the titan ape. It was a creature equivalent to a 96th level peak titled Douluo, a force that dwarfed their combined power. Guimei, as an agility-based 95th level titled Douluo, relied on his speed and finesse, barely managing to thread the needle between the relentless onslaught of dragon claws. But Yuguan, caught off guard, wasn't so lucky. A claw grazed his arm, leaving a searing wound and a trail of blood in the rain. Yuguan glared at the furious azure bull python, his face contorted with rage and confusion. Damn it! What's wrong with this soul beast? Has it gone crazy? They hadn't even targeted the titan ape yet. What they didn't know, what the azure bull python couldn't understand, was that the mere sight of Yuguan and Guimei triggered a primal rage within the titan ape. They were living reminders of a dark chapter. That day, years ago, a rainy night etched in the titan ape's memory. Bibi Dong, accompanied by Yuguan and Guimei, had committed an unspeakable act, the slaughter of Xiao Wu's mother. The azure bull python, absent during that fateful event, was unaware of the deep-seated hatred. But the titan ape remembered. He remembered their faces, their auras, the chilling presence of Bibi Dong. Damn it, these two beasts are too strong. We need to find a chance to escape, Guimei hissed, his eyes flitting between the raging python and the wounded Yuguan. His gaze landed on Chang'an, standing silently near the corpse of Xiefeng. An idea, venomous and opportunistic, bloomed in his mind. Their mission was complete. Xiefeng was dead, the Tiando Empire's army annihilated. It mattered little that they hadn't landed the killing blow. Chang'an's arrival was a godsend, a distraction, a shield. A strange glint sparked in Guimei's eyes. Turning to Chang'an he declared, Mr. Chang'an, you've arrived just in time. We've already engaged the azure bull python. Go, finish it off. And then take down that lumbering titan ape. Fury ignited in the azure bull python's eyes, sensing the manipulation. Hundreds more dragon claws coalesced around it, now aimed directly at Chang'an. Chang'an remained unmoved, his expression unchanging. His steps, however, quickened. He moved with an unnerving grace, a phantom dodging the relentless storm of blue energy. Third soul skill. Soul-severing destruction. His voice, devoid of emotion, sliced through the downpour. Slowly, deliberately, he raised the soul-breaking blades. Soul power, raw and untamed, poured from him, saturating the air with a chilling energy. The very fabric of reality seemed to tremble. The raindrops, suspended for a fraction of a second, were then cleaved apart by an invisible force, atomized before they could touch him. Then, with a sound like the tearing of reality, the azure bull python's attack disintegrated. The furious storm of dragon claws simply vanished, swallowed by the immense power emanating from Chang'an. The silence that followed was deafening. The rain continued to fall, heavy and relentless. Yuguan and Guimei stood frozen, their faces etched with horror. So fast. How could they, 95th level titled Douluo, have missed his movements? Then, with a speed that defied comprehension, Chang'an appeared beside Gui Mei. His eyes, cold and lifeless, locked onto the assassin. Gui Mei felt as though he had plunged into the depths of an icy abyss. His body stiffened, his heart hammered against his ribs, and his breath hitched in his throat. Mr. Chang'an, listen. Before Gui Mei could utter another word, the soul-breaking blades danced, a whirlwind of crimson death descending upon him. Gui Mei's pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Desperate, he poured his soul power into a defensive barrier. But the moment the blade struck, it felt like being crushed by a falling mountain. The force was irresistible, driving him to his knees. His internal organs screamed in protest. Terror, raw and primal, flooded his senses. What's going on? This guy is supposed to be an agility-based soul master. Why is his power so domineering? The sheer, unbridled force reminded him of a nightmare from the past, the terrifying might of Tang Hao. The man who had shattered the heavens, who had crippled former Pope Qian Xunji and humiliated them both, decades ago. Tang Hao had left an indelible scar, a shadow clinging to his soul. But Chang'an was worse. Not only did he possess Tang Hao's terrifying power, but he possessed an unparalleled speed. He was a force of nature, a walking apocalypse. Old ghost. Damn it. Sixth soul skill, golden ray flowing clouds. Yuguan roared, his hands ascending above his head. A grotesque, velvet-toothed chrysanthemum, his martial soul, bloomed in the already oppressive darkness. Countless petal-shaped blades, shimmering with deadly light, rained down upon them. Let go of the old ghost. Yuguan channeled his soul power, urging the deadly flowers to converge on Chang'an. The air hummed with the promise of 1,000 cuts. Chang'an's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed on Gui Mei. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, an immense, crimson blade phantom, dozens of meters tall, materialized between heaven and earth. Its power resonated with a terrifying intensity, shattering Yuguan's chrysanthemum attack and shaking the very foundations of the forest. An unstoppable force, sweeping away everything in its path. Yuguan and Gui Mei, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Chang'an, froze. Old ghost, let's fight. Seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. Seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. The 295th level titled Douluo unleashed their martial soul avatars, transforming into grotesque extensions of their will. The sheer power of their transformation blasted away surrounding trees, causing the earth to tremble. Soul beasts for miles around fled in terror. A flicker of scarlet, predatory intent flashed in Chang'an's eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, forming a cruel, almost amused smile. The hunt has begun. The air crackled with raw power. Yuguan, face contorted in concentration, hung suspended in the sky, his ninth soul skill unleashed. The ninth soul skill, the chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, the flowers fall and the heart is broken, he roared. Above him, a gargantuan, velvet chrysanthemum bloomed, its petals shimmering with an unearthly light. These weren't mere petals, they were razor-sharp flying knives, an endless storm of deadly beauty ready to shred anything in their path. Simultaneously, a guttural, rasping voice echoed through the forest, a sound that chilled the very bone. The ninth soul skill, Hell Monster. It was Ghost Douluo, his face gaunt and spectral in the dim light. A black, amorphous shadow writhed behind him, radiating an oppressive cold. The air thickened with a sickeningly sweet, yet decaying aroma of ghost energy. The shadow coalesced, forming a colossal skeletal hand that blotted out the sun, its bony fingers dripping with an ethereal black ichor. Hidden within the depths of the Stardoe forest, the azure bull python watched the battle unfold with intelligent, calculating eyes. It had witnessed Chang'an's swift execution of Xiafeng and, driven by a primal instinct, had lumped him with the spirit hall aggressors. No human soul master is good. When you finish fighting, I will kill the three of you, he hissed, intending to let the humans weaken each other before claiming his prize. Erming, don't be impatient, Erming. But the titan giant ape, Erming, wasn't listening. The sight of Ghost Douluo's spectral form had triggered a torrent of suppressed rage and guilt. The specter of Xiao Wu's mother, sacrificed for the benefit of soul masters like these, flashed before his eyes. Ho 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 ho! Erming roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the forest. His grief and fury poured forth, manifested in a fist the size of a boulder, radiating a blinding golden light. He launched himself at the combatants, a mountain of muscle and rage aimed squarely at Chang'an and the Ghost Chrysanthemum duo. Chang'an frowned, his plans disrupted. Gui and Zhu, veteran titled Douluo, were formidable opponents. He'd been steadily grinding them down, but Erming's sudden intervention had thrown everything into chaos. "Beast, you are looking for death," he snarled, his voice laced with ice. The colossal, blood-red broken blade shimmering behind him slammed down towards the enraged ape. Yuguan's eyes lit up, spotting an opportunity. "Old ghost, you take the opportunity to attack Chang'an. Leave the titan ape to me," he shouted. Ghost Douluo nodded grimly. In that instant, Yuguan's chrysanthemum petals and Chang'an's terrifying blade energy converged on Erming, while the skeletal ghost hand snaked towards Chang'an with impossible speed. The icy grip of the ghost hand enveloped the Chang'an's protector. A malicious grin spread across Ghost Douluo's face. "Chang'an, so what if you have 100,000-year soul ring? Chang'an will be crushed by our spirit hall sooner or later." But before he could savor his victory, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the forest. "Erming!" The azure bull python's cry was a heartbreaking bellow of despair. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Erming, battered by Chang'an's blade energy and riddled with Yuguan's petal knives, was sent hurtling through the trees like a broken toy. Dozens of ancient trees were splintered and uprooted as he crashed to the ground, his massive body landing in a growing pool of blood. The mighty titan giant ape, guardian of the Stardoe forest, lay dying. The azure bull python roared angrily. "Humanity!" Blue flames licked at its scales, illuminating the dark forest with an eerie glow. "I will definitely make you pay with blood." Thunder rumbled in the sky, mirroring the beast's rage. "No, old ghost, retreat quickly." Yuguan's voice was laced with panic. He saw the crimson fury burning in the python's eyes, the unbridled power ready to be unleashed. The ghost, his face pale, nodded, his hand trembling as he tried to recall his ninth soul skill. But it was too late. A streak of pure, silver light, a sword energy born of an impossible will, sliced through the air. It severed the ghost's hand, the severed limb tumbling to the rain-soaked earth. The sword energy continued its relentless path, aimed directly at the ghost's chest. "Old ghost, be careful!" Yuguan bellowed, his voice a desperate plea against the inevitable. The ghost's eyes widened, registering the approaching death. He felt the chilling touch of oblivion, the utter finality of the sword's promise. "No, I can't die here yet. Activate the right leg soul bone soul skill." A blinding light erupted from his right leg. In a desperate gamble, a fraction of a second before the sword's strike, the ghost teleported his leg, shifting his body half a meter to the left and upwards. The sword energy tore through empty air where his chest had been, then slammed into his right leg. An explosion of blood painted the world crimson. The severed leg, still radiating ghostly light, arced through the air and thumped to the ground. "Ah!" The ghost's scream ripped through the storm. Yuguan, teeth gritted, moved with surprising speed. He hoisted the crippled ghost onto his back, his face a mask of fierce determination. "We're getting out of here. Wanna go?" A chilling voice echoed through the forest. Chang'an, having dispatched the titan ape, was now focused on his primary target. Killing intent burned in his eyes. "None of you can leave." The azure bull python, seeing the escape attempt, roared its defiance. Slow field. The world warped and twisted. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, leaves trembled in slow motion, and even Chang'an felt the crushing weight of the slowing field pressing down on him. Yuguan, carrying the ghost, felt his muscles screaming in protest. He looked at the ghost, his old friend, a flicker of tenderness softening his harsh features. Then, his gaze hardened. Blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth. He was burning his life force, sacrificing his lifespan for a chance at survival. "Lao Ju, stop quickly. Burning your essence and blood will quickly consume your lifespan." The ghost's voice was laced with fear, not for himself, but for Yuguan. "Old ghost, don't talk," Yuguan grunted. "I have no choice. We must all get out alive." The indestructible true body of Vidra, solution. A blinding golden light erupted from Yuguan's body. His soul power surged, his attributes amplified beyond comprehension. Even the azure bull python's domain buckled under the strain, unable to hold him back. The azure bull python roared in frustration, but it was too slow. These tidal Douluo, even injured, were beyond its reach. Chang'an, witnessing Yuguan's desperate act, frowned. He prepared to pursue. But the azure bull python had other plans. Enraged by the attack on its home, by the pain inflicted on the titan ape, it focused its fury on Chang'an. Save their lives first, you must stay. The azure bull python charged, its massive head a battering ram of pure muscle and primal fury. Get out of here. Chang'an snarled, realizing that if he let the beast delay him, the others would escape. The massive head slammed into Chang'an. He braced himself, crossing his arms in defense. Boom! The force of the impact sent Chang'an flying backward, skidding through the mud for dozens of meters before he regained his footing. He ignored the throbbing pain in his arms, his focus solely on the fleeing figures of Yuguan and the ghost. He turned, his eyes narrowed, ready to pursue. But they were gone. Vanished into the rain-soaked forest. A chilling rage, a murderous intent so potent it seemed to solidify the air, consumed Chang'an. His eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light. You want to die? His voice was a low, guttural growl. The seventh soul skill, soul-severing true body. The eighth soul skill, the sky and the earth are empty, the soul returns to the soul is destroyed. The grand hall of Wuhan City's Pope's palace felt suffocating. Pope Bibi Dong's gaze, sharp as shards of ice, bored into Yuguan and Guimei. The very air crackled with unspoken accusations. Guimei, the ghost Douluo, was a horrifying sight. His normally seamless cloak now draped unevenly, failing to conceal the mechanical monstrosity that was his right leg. A crude, dull gray prosthesis fashioned from condensed soul power replaced the limb he'd lost. The once vibrant energy that pulsed from him was noticeably diminished, his spirit rank plummeting from 95 to a meager 91. Yuguan, the chrysanthemum Douluo, fared only slightly better. No visible wounds marked his flamboyant attire, but the underlying surge of power that defined him was muted, like a vibrant flower fading in the harsh sun. Whispers of his once unmatched influence were now mere echoes, reduced to the level of a freshly minted tidal Douluo. I, the Pope, demand a reasonable explanation, Bibi Dong stated, her voice a glacial pronouncement. It was not a request, but a judgment waiting to be delivered. Yuguan's stomach churned. He clenched his fists, the opulent rings digging into his skin. The disastrous events in the Star-Do forest flashed before his eyes, a painful reminder of their humiliating failure. He began to recount the events, choosing his words carefully, omitting certain details, embellishing others. He described their mission to hunt the Titan ape, the initial success of their ambush, and the unexpected interference. With each word, he stole glances at Bibi Dong's face, searching for any hint of understanding, or, more likely, the cold calculation of her displeasure. Wuhan Palace thrived on power and influence. Yuguan and Guimei's position as the Pope's personal elders, their elevated status, stemmed solely from their formidable strength. Now, crippled and weakened, their fate hung precariously in the balance. And that is how, Yuguan concluded, his voice barely a whisper, we were ambushed and gravely injured. We regret our failure to secure the Titan ape's spirit ring. Bibi Dong remained silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke, her voice laced with a dangerous calm. What a Chang'an auction house, what a Chang'an. I underestimated their reach. Daring to interfere with our dealings with the Tiando Empire. A flicker of annoyance crossed her features. However, she continued, a cruel smile playing on her lips, Xiefeng's death is a small victory. The outrage will only intensify the pressure on Emperor Shuai. I wonder how much longer he can withstand it. Her attention then swept back to Yuguan and Guimei, her gaze intensifying. Your injuries have severely diminished your capabilities. I cannot entrust you with any important tasks for the time being. A wave of dread washed over Yuguan. He had anticipated this, but hearing it confirmed was a crushing blow. However, Bibi Dong added, a hint of something akin to amusement in her voice, there is a small matter that requires your attention. She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. The Force Clan. Go and subjugate them. If they refuse to join our spirit hall, then their existence is unnecessary. Yuguan felt a sliver of hope flicker in his chest. A task. A chance to redeem themselves. He and Guimei exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them. Yes, Your Majesty, Yuguan said, bowing deeply. We will not fail you. Indeed, Guimei rasped, his voice still strained. We will complete this task and prove our loyalty. Very well, Bibi Dong said, waving her hand dismissively. You may leave. As they retreated, Yue Guan could feel her gaze boring into their backs. He knew they were being assessed, judged. 2 failures, Bibi Dong murmured once they were gone. They struggled to defeat a Contra at level 90, but they are still, barely useful. Wuhuan Palace had made multiple attempts to recruit the Force clan, but their leader, Titan, was in formidable Soul Douluo at level 86. In his prime, Yue Guan and Guimei would have been assigned more important tasks. Now, weakened as they were deemed suitable for this task. The silence in the hall was broken by the soft footsteps of an approaching figure. Hulaina, the Spirit Hall Saintess, entered, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Teacher, she said, curtsying gracefully. You summon me? Bibi Dong's face softened at the sight of her disciple. A genuine smile replaced the mask of coldness. Nana, she said, her voice losing its icy edge, I must leave the palace soon on important business. During my absence, I entrust you with overseeing the day-to-day affairs. Hulaina's brow furrowed with concern. Teacher, where are you going? Is it dangerous? Bibi Dong chuckled. Dangerous for ordinary mortals, perhaps, but not for me. You will train there one day, Nana. Hulaina visibly relaxed. Of course, with your strength, teacher, you will be fine. A flicker of apprehension crossed her face. It's just that, teacher, Bibi Dong placed a comforting hand on Hulaina's shoulder. You are the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Nana, my chosen successor. You must learn to lead. While I can still guide you, you must absorb all that you can. Become a worthy leader. Hulaina straightened her shoulders, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, teacher. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Bibi Dong gazed at Hulaina, a rare tenderness in her eyes, a maternal warmth she had never shown her own daughter, Qianren. Excellent. But do not neglect your training. The Continental Senior Spirit Master Elite Academy competition looms closer. Don't worry, teacher, Hulaina replied confidently. I just reached level 49. The Soul King realm is within my grasp. I will reach it before the competition begins. Very good. It is late. Rest well. You too, teacher, Hulaina said, before departing. As the saintess disappeared, Bibi Dong's expression hardened once more. Her gaze drifted towards the horizon, drawn towards the ominous silhouette of the killing city. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Empire's palace, chaos reigned. Qinzhe, deputy commander of the Tiando Imperial Guard, reports to His Majesty. A group of soldiers, battered and bruised, knelt before Emperor Shuai, their appearance a stark contrast to their former glory. Emperor Shuai was consumed by a white-hot rage. His voice boomed through the throne room. Tell me. What happened in the Stardo Forest? Where is General Xiefeng? Why has he not returned? The assembled officials cowered under his fury. One of the soldiers, trembling, finally raised his head. Your Majesty, he stammered, we accompanied General Xiefeng to hunt the Titan ape. The initial stages, the encirclement, all went according to plan. But, he continued, his voice cracking, just as we engaged the Titan ape, multiple groups of spirit masters appeared and launched a surprise attack. We were focused on the beast. Our comrades were killed before they could even react. Only 7 of us remain. The silence in the palace was heavy, punctuated only by Emperor Shuai's ragged breathing and the hushed whispers of fearful officials. Shui Qinghe, ever the picture of filial concern, dabbed at his father's brow with a silken cloth. His smile, still lingering at the corner of his mouth, was a predator's satisfaction barely masked by a facade of worry. Qinzhe, the deputy commander, awaited further instruction, his face grim. He had delivered the devastating news, and the weight of it pressed down on him. Xiefeng dead. The Qilua tulip, lost. Hope, extinguished. Continue, Emperor Shui rasped, his voice strained. Qinzhe hesitated, then spoke, his words like hammer blows. And near General Xiefeng's remains, we found a shattered piece of armor. It bore the insignia of the Wuhuan Palace's direct assault team. A gasp went through the assembled officials. Open war with the Spirit Hall was a terrifying prospect. What? Emperor Shui was instantly filled with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed on the throne. His Majesty. All civil and military officials were panicked after seeing it. Xue Qinghe quickly helped Emperor Shui up, his tone extremely worried. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Emperor Shui waved his hand stiffly, continued to look at the deputy commander Chenzai, and said in a serious tone, "You continue to speak." Chenzai nodded and said in a serious tone, "Just when we want to make a final desperate fight with General Xiefeng." Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo from Wuhuan Palace appeared. Their strength was too terrifying. In just the blink of an eye, General Xiefeng was captured by them. Later, a soul beast more terrifying than the Titan ape appeared in the lake in the center of the Stardow forest. The terrifying coercion emitted by the soul beast directly knocked us away, and we fell into a coma because of it. Later, when we woke up again, there were only the bodies of our comrades around. Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and General Xiefeng were all gone. There is only a huge horn left on the ground, and this horn is the one on the head of the bull-headed snake-body soul beast, so we speculate that a big battle happened here after we fainted. Finally, not far from the battlefield, we found General Xiefeng's armor and the remaining limbs eaten by the soul beast. The silence that followed was broken only by the Emperor's ragged breaths. Emperor Shui's eyes were dull. Xiefeng is dead, his hopes for the newly rising Tiando Empire were completely shattered at this moment. Now the relationship between Tiando Empire and Qibao Glazed Sect is at loggerheads because of Qilua Tulip. It's really, the bamboo basket was empty. Qinghe, prepare your carriage and horses tomorrow. I want to go to the Qibao Glazed Sect in person. Emperor Shui seemed 10 years older at this moment, like a candle standing in the wind, erratic. Meanwhile, miles away in Soto City, a different kind of tension filled the air within the Chang'an auction house. Lin Xiao, its mastermind, paced his office, a vortex of strategies churning in his mind. Boom! Zhong Nan pushed the door open and entered, his body covered in blood. Seeing Zhong Nan, Lin Xiao was about to say something, but Zhong Nan walked straight to Lin Xiao. Zhong Nan lowered his head slightly and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, I failed in this mission, please punish me." Zhong Nan sounded extremely self-reproaching. Hearing Zhong Nan's words, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with confusion, and then asked, "Is Xiefeng not dead?" Zhong Nan shook his head and then said, "Dead, but let the Yueguan ghost escape. When my subordinates were about to capture the two of them, a bull-headed and snake-bodied soul beast attacked me. That the soul beast is quite powerful, but I couldn't capture it in a short time, which ultimately led to Yuguan and Guimei escaping. Please give me a punishment, Your Highness." After hearing Zhong Nan's words, Lin Xiao stood up, helped Zhong Nan up, and said with a smile, "Didn't you complete your mission? The mission given to you by this palace is to kill Xiefeng. If the people from Wuhuan Palace can kill him, they will kill him. If he can't kill him, he will be taught a lesson. The fact that you were able to beat the Yueguan ghosts and ghosts away is enough to teach them a lesson." While speaking, Lin Xiao patted Zhong Nan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Others don't understand your talent, but I know it very well. You have been in the Killing City for nearly 100 years. You must know that soul power cultivation is not possible in the Killing City. This shows that you were already a level 96 titled Douluo 100 years ago. In these 100 years, you have never used soul skills in the Killing City. All your current opponents are facing Zhong Nan from 100 years ago. An opponent with a blank period of nearly 100 years. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhong Nan couldn't help but recall scenes from his youth. He, Zhong Nan, was once hailed as the #1 genius in mainland China. At the age of less than 40, he has broken through to the realm of title Douluo and is truly attracting everyone's attention. Lin Xiao saw Zhong Nan's potential from the start. You just haven't adapted to fighting in the outside world. Take it easy. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhong Nan's heart instantly felt warm. This seems to be like the feeling of a 1,000-mile horse and bull. In the beginning, he was sent overseas to search for a new continent because he was not trusted by the Emperor of the Empire. In the end, he was in danger and accidentally came to Douluo Continent. Perhaps, this is the arrangement from God. The Lin Xiao in front of him was the master worthy of his allegiance with his life. "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhong Nan's tone was extremely respectful. It's just the two of us here, there's no need for too much etiquette. However, we really have to find time to deal with the two beasts in the Stardow forest. A cold look flashed across Lin Xiao's long, narrow and deep eyes. Now Chang'an needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. 200,000-year soul rings and soul bones can definitely greatly improve Chang'an's strength. By the way, Your Highness, this is the soul bone that fell from Ghost Douluo's body. While talking, Zhou Man took out the ghost's right leg bone and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the soul bone and looked stunned. Good guy, you just had your legs removed by someone else, and you still look so guilty and aggrieved. He wondered what Tang San would be willing to trade for such a find. And more importantly, how could he leverage the chaos that was now engulfing the Heaven Do Empire to his advantage? The game had begun, and Lin Xiao intended to win. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, a slow smile spreading across his face. So, the legendary master craftsman finally graces us with his presence. Lu Gao, the name was synonymous with unparalleled skill in forging, especially spirit tools and hidden weapons. Securing his allegiance was crucial for Chang'an's future, especially if the gamble of annexing the Tiando Empire was to have any chance of succeeding. A strong military needed more than just powerful soul masters, it needed cutting-edge weaponry. Prepare some tea, Bai He. The finest we have. And make sure everything is perfect. Lu Gao's reputation demands respect. Lin Xiao stood up, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles on his robes. Lead the way. Let's not keep him waiting. As they walked through the bustling corridors of the Chang'an Palace, Bai He, a lithe figure with a keen observer's eyes, briefed Lin Xiao. From what I gather, Your Highness, Lu Gao is particular. Stubborn. He values his craft above all else. Rumor has it he turned down offers from both empires, citing a lack of suitable materials and artistic freedom. Lin Xiao chuckled. Artistic freedom? Interesting. It seems old Lu has a healthy ego. Well, every great artist is a little mad. We'll have to appeal to that madness, then. The VIP room was opulent, but not ostentatious, designed to be comfortable and conducive to conversation. Lu Gao was already there, a gruff-looking man with calloused hands and eyes that seemed to pierce steel. He was examining a rare mineral sample that had been strategically placed on display, a frown etched on his face. Master Lu Gao, it is an honor. Lin Xiao entered, his voice carrying an effortless warmth. Lu Gao grunted, barely glancing up. So, you're the one who summoned me. Chang'an City, huh? Another ambitious lord with grand ideas. Ideas, yes. Grand? Perhaps. But my ambition is fueled by a desire for progress, for innovation, for a better future for all, Lin Xiao replied, his gaze unwavering. And I believe you, Master Lu Gao, hold the key to unlocking much of that potential. Lu Gao finally looked up, his eyes narrowing. Flattery will get you nowhere. I've heard promises before. Talk is cheap. Show me you understand the value of true craftsmanship. Lin Xiao smiled, a genuine smile that held no hint of arrogance. I understand that a master craftsman like yourself needs more than just words. You need resources. You need freedom. You need a challenge. He gestured towards a covered platform in the corner of the room. I've prepared something for you. Bai He discreetly pulled the cover, revealing an array of rare and exotic metals, star iron from the depths of a meteor crater, mithril threads lighter than air, and a pulsating vein of dragon crystal, radiating raw magical energy. Lu Gao's eyes widened, his frown replaced by a flicker of awe. And that, Lin Xiao continued, is just the beginning. I offer you the resources to surpass anything you've ever created. I offer you the freedom to experiment, to push the boundaries of what's possible. And I offer you a challenge, Master Lu Gao. Help me build a city where innovation reigns supreme, where your genius can shape the destiny of a nation. Lu Gao stared at the materials, his fingers twitching. He ran a hand over the dragon crystal, a low hum escaping his lips. A city where innovation reigns, artistic freedom, resources. He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Then, he looked up at Lin Xiao, a spark of something akin to excitement in his eyes. What kind of weapons do you envision? What kind of armor? What kind of wonders? Lin Xiao's smile widened. Think beyond weapons and armor, Master Lu Gao. Think of tools that can reshape the land, defenses that can withstand armies, machines that can revolutionize agriculture. Think of flying vehicles, communication devices, marvels that will astonish the world. He paused, letting the possibilities sink in. I want you to build the future, Master Lu Gao. And in return, I offer you the chance to leave your mark on history. Lu Gao stood there, captivated. The ambition, the vision, the sheer audacity of Lin Xiao's plan was intoxicating. He had been searching for a purpose, a challenge worthy of his skill, and it seemed he had finally found it. "All right," he said, his voice rough but filled with a newfound energy. "Let's see what we can build together." Lin Xiao extended his hand. "Welcome to Chang'an, Master Lu Gao. You won't regret it." The handshake that followed was firm, an unspoken agreement forged in ambition and a shared passion for creation. As Lu Gao began to examine the metals with renewed fervor, Lin Xiao turned to Bai He. "Inform Zhongnan that Master Lu Gao has joined us. Tell him to allocate the necessary resources immediately. This is our moment. Let's make sure we're ready to seize it." The gamble had just become a little less risky, a little more real. The path to becoming emperor, or facing utter ruin, had just been laid a little clearer. The future of Chang'an, and perhaps the entire continent, was being forged in that very room. The heavy oak door swung closed, leaving Lu Gao alone in the opulent VIP room, the scent of expensive incense hanging in the air. His mind raced, replaying the last few minutes like a frantic hummingbird. The exchange with Lin Xiao, or rather, His Highness, had been a whirlwind, a potent cocktail of awe, excitement, and a dawning realization of the monumental forces at play. He sank back onto the plush sofa, the weight of the 100 solutions to soul guidance devices in his hands a tangible reminder of the reality of it all. He, Lu Gao, the master craftsman, the leader of the 3 great master craftsmen, had just pledged his allegiance to royalty. And not just any royalty, but someone operating in the shadows, someone with ambitions that dwarf the petty squabbles of empires. "Your Highness." The words tasted foreign, yet somehow, right. He felt a surge of pride mingled with a tremor of fear. He had dedicated his life to the pursuit of knowledge, to the relentless improvement of his craft. He had seen the stagnation of the world, the slow erosion of progress, and he had hungered for something more, something revolutionary. And now, standing before him, or rather, now gone through that door, was the catalyst. Lin Xiao, this Your Highness, held the key to unlocking untold potential, not just in soul guidance devices, but perhaps in the very fabric of the world. He opened the 100 solutions again, the diagrams and schematics blurring slightly as his pulse quickened. The possibilities danced before his eyes, weapons of unparalleled power, tools to ease the lives of ordinary people, a future sculpted by innovation. He remembered his initial hesitation, his ingrained loyalty to the Star Luo Empire, his position within the Blacksmiths Association. But those shackles felt flimsy now, insignificant compared to the monumental opportunity before him. He had been a cog in a machine, content to refine what already existed. Now, he had a chance to build a new machine, a machine that could change everything. He stood up, the book clutched to his chest. He had work to do, a lifetime of work, perhaps. He needed to inform the Blacksmiths Association of his departure. He needed to prepare for his move to Soto City, to the heart of this clandestine operation. Most importantly, he needed to lose himself in the 100 solutions, to decipher its secrets and unlock its potential. He took a deep breath, the air filled with a newfound sense of purpose. The fear was still there, a constant hum beneath the surface, but it was overshadowed by the burning desire to create, to innovate, to contribute to something greater than himself. He paced the room, already sketching preliminary designs in his mind, his movements almost frantic. He needed tools, resources, a dedicated space. He would need to request Bai He to arrange for his relocation. Then, he stopped, remembering Lin Xiao's last words. He looked around the empty room, ensuring no one was listening. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, testing the weight of the words on his tongue. "Your Highness." The sound echoed in the silent room, a promise whispered in the dark. He felt a strange sense of exhilaration, a feeling of being on the precipice of something unimaginable. He closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. The future was uncertain, fraught with peril perhaps, but it was also brimming with potential, with the promise of a world transformed. And he, Lu Gao, was now a part of it. When the door finally opened again, it wasn't Bai He or one of the Chang'an auction house staff. It was a young woman, her face etched with worry. She rushed to him, grabbing his hands. "Master Lu Gao. Are you all right? We heard shouting." The guards were about to break down the door. Lu Gao chuckled, a strange, almost manic sound. He squeezed her hands, his eyes shining with an almost unsettling fervor. "Never better, child. Never better." He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Tell me, what do you think of the future? A future of innovation, of progress, of a world transformed?" The young woman looked at him, bewildered. Master, are you feeling well? Lu Gao simply smiled, a knowing, secretive smile. Soon, child. Soon, you will understand. Soon, everyone will understand. He lowered his voice again, leaning in conspiratorially. And when that day comes, you will remember who showed you the way. You will remember. Your Highness. He patted her hand, then turned back to the 100 solutions, his mind already racing. The world was about to change, and Lu Gao, the humble blacksmith, was going to be one of the ones wielding the hammer. Lin Xiao grinned. His suspicions were correct. This time, the role-playing mall was all about summoning. He devoured the information on the Soul Beast summoning card. An idea sparked in his mind. 100,000-year Soul Beast, with customizable attributes. Ideal for creating an elite force of Soul Beasts. Powerful shock value to the rest of the continent, and a strong deterrent effect too. He purchased it immediately. While powerful Soul Beasts were rare, the fact that it could be summoned on order made the card incredibly valuable. He could foresee using this card to solidify his control over the surrounding territories and intimidate potential invaders. His gaze moved to the final item on the list. Combat Puppet Creation Blueprint, 500 role points. A detailed blueprint for crafting powerful combat puppets, using readily available metals and soul power technology. The puppets can be programmed with basic combat functions and respond to simple commands. Lin Xiao considered this option carefully. He saw the potential for creating a robotic army. While the strength of each puppet wouldn't be extraordinary, the sheer number could make up for it. They would be tireless soldiers, requiring neither food nor rest. A perfect defensive force for Chang'an. He added the blueprint to his shopping cart. This time around he had bought all the items from the store. Now it was time to use them wisely. Suddenly a knock echoed from the door, and it opened to reveal Zhongnan, and Lu Gao, Yang Wudi, Dagobo, and Yo Gao following on behind. We're all present, Your Highness, Zhongnan announced. Lin Xiao nodded, dismissing the illusory panel of the Play Store. He gestured towards the rectangular table. Be seated. As everyone settled into their seats, the hum of anticipation filled the room. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, leaning forward. I've called this meeting to discuss our next phase of development, with the completion of Jixia Academy. Recruiting talented individuals is an important task. It's time to truly establish Chang'an as a force to be reckoned with, a beacon of innovation and strength. He paused, letting his words sink in. Lin Xiao continued, the priority now is to draw the attention of the most promising young soul masters across the continent. We need to send out invitations to the most promising young soul masters to attend. We should also host a tournament here to give the young soul masters an opportunity to showcase their talents too. Additionally, Lin Xiao added, glancing at Lu Gao, I want to accelerate the research and development of soul tools. Lu Gao, I need you to focus on improving the communication devices and creating more efficient transportation methods. The wider the net we can cast, the more talent we can bring in. Lu Gao nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Your Highness, I have already made significant progress with my team on improving the communication soul guides. With more resources, we can achieve even greater breakthroughs. Lin Xiao turned to Yang Wudi and Yo Gao, I need you both to take charge of the security within Chang'an and the surrounding borders. We need to make Chang'an a place of learning and opportunity. A place that is worth fighting for. People across the land want opportunity and safety. We must bring this to them. Yang Wudi and Yo Gao both nodded their solemn agreement. They understood the importance of a strong defense. Their clans had always been protectors, and they were ready to fulfill their duty to Chang'an. Finally, Lin Xiao looked at Dagobo, I need you to help us build up our medical facilities to bring in more people. The treatment for common diseases and injuries on the field of battle. We must ensure that we are able to treat as many people as possible. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, surveying the faces of his most trusted allies. The future of Chang'an depends on our collective efforts. We must work together, each using our unique skills and abilities, to transform Chang'an into the greatest city on the continent. He stood up and said, let us begin. The meeting continued for hours, the air thick with ideas and strategies. As the sun began to set, Lin Xiao knew that the transformation of Chang'an was well underway. The pieces were in place, and the foundation had been laid. All that remained was to build upon it. It was time for Chang'an to rise. The room buzzed with surprise. 100,000-year soul ring. The eyes of Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi lit up with a fervor that rivaled the midday sun. They knew the value of such a treasure, especially at their current bottleneck. Your Highness, is this true? Yang Wudi, ever the direct one, blurted out. His javelin-like gaze pierced Lin Xiao, searching for any hint of deceit. Lin Xiao smiled, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course. I never make empty promises. I've already prepared the 100,000-year soul ring. It awaits the one who proves worthy. He subtly glanced at the soul beast summoning card still lingering in his thoughts, a silent confirmation. The air crackled with renewed energy. The three clan leaders, once content in their roles, now possessed a burning ambition. The competition was on. Niu Gao, the strongest of the three, flexed his mountainous frame, a newfound determination hardening his features. Bai He, agile and cunning, his eyes glimmered with calculated strategy. Yang Wudi, with his unwavering spirit, clenched his fists, the veins in his arms pulsating with raw power. Zhong Nan, standing silently by Lin Xiao's side, observed the scene with a stoic expression. He knew the importance of fostering strength within Chang'an. This competitive spirit, fueled by the promise of immense power, would undoubtedly accelerate their growth. He subtly shifted his grip on his sword, a silent vow to remain the strongest, a benchmark for all others to strive for. Now then, Lin Xiao continued, his voice cutting through the rising excitement. With Shoyue joining us, our strategic capabilities have significantly increased. Shoyue, perhaps you could explain your specialization to everyone? He subtly emphasized specialization, knowing that Bailey Shoyue's sniper rifle would be a revelation to them. Bailey Shoyue, ever composed, stepped forward, his white hair gleaming under the lamplight. He held his sniper rifle with an almost reverential grace. I specialize in long-range precision targeting. I am capable of eliminating targets from extreme distances, offering both offensive and defensive support. He paused, letting his words sink in. Think of me as the eyes and the silent hand of Chang'an, striking from the shadows where others cannot reach. Douluo Bo, a master of his own brand of deadly subtlety, narrowed his eyes, intrigued. The concept of striking from such a distance was foreign to him, but he recognized the potential. He could already envision scenarios where Bailey Shoyue's expertise would be invaluable. Lin Xiao watched them all, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Chang'an was growing, evolving into a force to be reckoned with. The addition of Bailey Shoyue, with his unparalleled long-range capabilities, combined with the burning ambition of the three clan leaders vying for the 100,000-year soul ring, was a potent cocktail. He turned his gaze towards the window, his thoughts drifting towards the time-travel portal. The fight against mortal forces was only the beginning. He knew, deep down, that the real challenge lay in the god realm. He had witnessed firsthand the arrogance and indifference of the gods. And he would be ready. He had Bailey Shoyue, the silent protector. He had Zhong Nan, the unwavering shield. He had Douluo Bo, the master of poisons. He had the three clan leaders, hungry for power. And he had the time-travel portal, a key to unlocking the ultimate battlefield. The city of slaughter would be the testing ground. The gods would be next. The fear they inspired stemmed from a lack of firepower. Lin Xiao intended to rectify that imbalance with extreme prejudice. He would bring the fight to them, and they would learn what it truly meant to fear. Chang'an was on the rise, and the heavens themselves would tremble before its might. The air crackled with anticipation. What? 100,000-year soul ring. Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He exclaimed in unison, their voices a blend of disbelief and raw ambition. 100,000-year soul ring. Before joining Chang'an, the mere thought was a distant, impossible dream. Now, here it was, shimmering with potent energy, a tangible symbol of the opportunities that bloomed under Lin Xiao's leadership. Their past lives, filled with stagnation and unfulfilled potential, felt like distant memories. Joining Chang'an had been a gamble, a leap of faith into the unknown. But with each passing day, they were proven right. What were once extravagant hopes, fantasies dismissed as unrealistic, now felt within reach. Well, this 100,000-year soul ring completely matches your attributes, Lin Xiao said, his voice calm amidst their excitement. Of course, there is only one such 100,000-year soul ring at present. Whoever among the three of you is the first to break through to title Douluo, then this 100,000-year soul ring belongs to them. The amicable atmosphere immediately shifted, a competitive fire igniting in their eyes. You two old fools, don't even try to argue with me. Judging from my strength, this 100,000-year soul ring will definitely belong to me, Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi declared, thumping his chest with a boastful grin. Niu Gao scoffed, his powerful presence filling the room. Haha, old goat, I, Niu Gao, consider myself inferior to you in terms of sheer brute strength, but don't forget, His Highness is the one who judges who breaks through first. You and Lao Bainiao are both level 82 Contras, but I am level 84. Yang Wudi's face darkened. He knew Niu Gao spoke the truth. The higher one climbed in soul master cultivation, the steeper the path became. 2 levels of soul power represented a significant hurdle, years of relentless training. Lin Xiao, observing their playful bickering, chuckled. Okay, you can only earn this reward by working hard on your own. Let's move on to more pressing matters. Next is our first collective meeting in Chang'an City. Everyone must not be careless. Yes, Your Highness, they replied in unison, a wave of respect washing over them. Lin Xiao stepped towards a large screen, his fingers gliding across the surface. An image resembling a meticulously organized planning form appeared. What is this? A note? This is the first time I've seen this form of note, Lu Gao, the master craftsman, remarked, his eyes widening with curiosity. Lin Xiao addressed them with a serious expression. Everyone, now that our Chang'an city has been established, we have truly entered the mainland stage. This also means that we will be thrust into the quagmire like other forces. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Chang'an city is still in the early stages of construction, and there are many aspects that have not yet been perfected. Currently, with the efforts of the Imperial clan, the main part of our Chang'an city has been completed, which is why you can sit here comfortably today. Nowadays, the mainland is in turmoil, undercurrents are surging, and there is a possibility of war breaking out at any time. And these issues primarily stem from the 3 major forces headed by the Tiando Empire, the Starluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall. Tiando is currently the weakest, Xinglua is second, and the Spirit Hall is the strongest. Although the strength of these 3 major forces is uneven, any one of them can easily defeat our current Chang'an city. Since our Chang'an city has chosen to enter this situation, there is no chance to retreat. If we want to carve out a world that belongs to our Chang'an city in this troubled time, the first thing we need to do is to enhance the strength of our Chang'an city. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each of them. You can tell me what you think about this. Without hesitation, Niu Gao rose, bowing to Lin Xiao. Your Highness. My subordinates believe that what Chang'an city needs most right now is to establish its own defense system. Sachuo City, the predecessor of Chang'an City, was originally just a trading city. It had many deficiencies in defense construction. Once a force launches a large-scale assault on our Chang'an City, with our Chang'an City's current defenses, it will be no different than streaking. It would make no difference. So I suggest that His Highness allow his subordinates to lead the Yu clan to improve the city walls, moats, and other defense systems as soon as possible. His words resonated with the others. They all considered Chang'an City their home, and its safety was paramount. Their families and descendants would live here, and security was essential. Chief Niu's suggestion is excellent. Shou Yu, write it down first, and we'll make unified arrangements at the end of the meeting, Lin Xiao said, nodding in approval. Yes, Your Highness, Shou Yu replied, diligently noting Niu Gao's suggestion. Douluo Bo unexpectedly stood, addressing Lin Xiao with respect. Your Highness. The defense construction of Chang'an City is certainly important, but there is a more important task at the moment, which is also the foundation for a strong country. He paused for dramatic effect. Troops. His words echoed through the room, a weighty truth ringing in their ears. Douluo Bo continued, those Tiando soldiers who were originally stationed in Soto City have all been removed after we transformed Soto City into Chang'an City. This also means that we in Chang'an City do not have our own standing army. High-end combat power is important, but low-end combat power is of course indispensable. Now our high-end combat power is already among the best on the mainland, including His Highness, myself, Elder Zhongnan, and the little friend who keeps his promises, a total of 4 titled Douluo. In terms of the number of titled Douluo alone, even the 2 empires of Tiando and Xinglua are inferior to us. But the gap between us and them lies in the millions of troops that the 2 empires possess. At present, the mainland's military strength is almost saturated. It is basically impossible for us in Chang'an City to form a 1,000,000-strong army. We can only fight with surprise troops. Exquisite soldiers? Senior Dugu, ordinary extraordinary soldiers need to be carefully trained for several years, such as the Tiando Imperial Guards. Every soldier has experienced hundreds of battles and is one in a million. Our Chang'an city has only been established for half a month. Where can we gather the Qi soldiers? Yang Wudi asked, confused. Haha, old goat, the strange soldiers I mentioned are not the strange soldiers you are referring to. His Highness also mentioned to me once that he wanted me to cultivate an army of poison attribute soul masters. We poison attribute soul masters are definitely not as good as you fighting soul masters in single combat, but in large-scale team battles, if you can't even see us, you will die. I can kill tens of thousands of people with poison in an instant. If I can cultivate an army of poison attribute soul masters, the military advantage of the three major forces, the Tiando Empire, the Douluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall, will no longer be an advantage. There is only one result for their soldiers fighting us, and that is to turn into pus and dissipate between heaven and earth. As he spoke, a dark look flashed across Dugubo's face. His words sent a shiver down their spines. Fortunately, they thought, Douluo is one of us. Were he an enemy, we would likely come home to find our city reduced to nothing more than a toxic wasteland. Your Highness, I also have some suggestions here. Lu Gao, who had remained silent until now, finally stood up, his eyes gleaming with inventive brilliance. The meeting was gaining momentum, fueled by the ambition that permeated Chang'an. Each member was bringing their unique skills and perspectives to the table, forging a path towards a future where Chang'an City would not just survive, but thrive. The air in the Grand Hall of Chang'an City crackled with anticipation. Lin Xiao, a youthful figure radiating an aura of quiet authority, looked at Lu Gao, the esteemed soul guide inventor, who had just risen to his feet. Senior Lu Gao, if you have any opinions, you can feel free to raise them. Lu Gao, his face etched with intelligence and tireless pursuit of innovation, nodded respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness, but Your Highness, I need to use a projector to show it to everyone here. Of course, you can, Lin Xiao replied, yielding his place at the head of the table and settling onto a chair beside it. He knew Lu Gao's mind was a treasure trove, and he was eager to see what he had to offer. Lu Gao cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the assembled clan leaders and advisors. Everyone, after hearing what Mr. Dugu said about the city's defenses and future strategies, I have some good ideas to present. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I believe everyone here knows that my job is to research soul guidance devices. Currently, my research is progressing very smoothly. I have successfully built a revolver soul guidance device. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with genuine joy. So fast? He'd given Lu Gao the foundational concepts, but the speed of development was remarkable. A moment later, the distinct shadow of a revolver soul guide flickered to life on the projector screen. The intricate details of the weapon shone, highlighting its compactness and potential. Everyone, please see, everyone must know something about this revolver soul guide. It is powerful and portable. The most important thing is that it can be used by low-level soul masters or auxiliary soul masters, Lu Gao explained, his voice resonating with quiet pride. Miao Gao, the powerful leader of the Titan Giant Ape clan, known for their blacksmithing prowess, abruptly declared, I understand. With the revolver soul guidance device, we in Chang'an can definitely cultivate an army equipped with the revolver soul guidance device. With the range and advantages of the revolver soul guidance device, it will definitely be a killer weapon on the battlefield. But Lu Gao unexpectedly shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. Chief Miao is only half right. He paused for dramatic effect. According to my research, this revolver soul guide belongs to the weakest category of weapons in the soul guide weapon category. There are AK, M4, RPG, and other terrifying existences above it. A collective gasp rippled through the room. The functions of these existences are far greater than the revolver soul guide, such as the RPG rocket launcher. After my rough calculation, the RPG can be mass-produced, and its power can at least threaten the Soul Saint. The silence in the hall was now thick enough to cut with a knife. Threaten a Soul Saint? If our Chang'an city had a team of soul masters all holding RPGs, its combat power would be unimaginable, Lu Gao finished, his voice laced with the thrill of potential. Everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Threaten a Soul Saint? It sounded outrageous. Soul Saints were legends, able to effortlessly navigate and decimate armies of normal soldiers. So, regarding the above research results, I have some suggestions, Lu Gao said, turning to Lin Xiao with utmost respect. First of all, we should build a blacksmith of our own as soon as possible. If we need to mass-produce soul guides in the future, this is indispensable. As for the blacksmith manpower, Your Highness, don't worry. With my name, Lu Gao, we can easily summon the blacksmith of the world. Secondly, the production of soul guides is very expensive. At present, in the early stages of the establishment of our Chang'an city, whether it is building a defense system or cultivating special legions, it is quite expensive. So, this revolver soul guide with the smallest effect can be mass-produced and then sold to other forces at a very high price. Faced with this new type of soul guide, I believe that no force can refuse it. And you don't have to worry about the revolver soul guides flowing into other forces to fatten the enemy, because the revolver soul guides are not worth mentioning among other weapons and soul guides. A war-level soul guide can destroy a city in an instant. We can't lose big by being small. At present, funds are what we in Chang'an City need most. Lu Gao's words resonated deeply, highlighting the need for both power and economic stability. Destroy a city. The concept was unsettling, a glimpse into a future where the scale of devastation was almost incomprehensible. Lin Xiao, however, knew the potential, understanding the implications of Lu Gao's breakthroughs. Very good. Senior Lu Gao's suggestions are very useful for the current Chang'an city. He rose, his voice now filled with conviction. Not only that, today's meeting is of great significance to our Chang'an city. Based on your suggestions and our own planning route, we can determine the future development direction of Chang'an city, Lin Xiao declared, his eyes scanning the faces of his council. First of all, Chief Neo, your clan members must work harder and build the blacksmith factory as quickly as possible without delaying the mass production of soul guidance devices by Senior Lu Gao. And in the future, all blacksmiths involved in the production of soul guides must be recorded. Anyone who leaks secrets will be killed without mercy. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Secrecy and efficiency were paramount. After building the blacksmith factory, Chief Neo led the Yu clan to build the city's defense in Chang'an City. At the same time, I hope that Senior Lu Gao will also first research and make defensive soul guidance devices. The combination of the two can improve the security of our Chang'an city to the highest level. Without worries, it will be more convenient for the future development of our Chang'an city. Neo Gao and Lu Gao nodded in unison, accepting their assignments with solemn determination. Lin Xiao turned to Douluo Bo, the reclusive poison master. Today, the construction of Jixia College has been completed. I have appointed you as the vice president of Jixia College and you will start to manage everything in the college. 3 days later, this palace will announce to the world the birth of Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy only uses the training camp model. The special training lasts for 3 months. Geniuses from all over the mainland are welcome to participate. On the surface, it seems that we, Chang'an, are cultivating geniuses for other forces for free. In fact, this is not the case. As long as the publicity is in place, many talented soul masters will definitely come here. By then, as long as we recruit 1 or 2 genius soul masters, we will all make money. And you can also take this opportunity to recruit the poison attribute soul masters you need. This will not only solve the problem of Chang'an's genius descendants, but also help you form a poison attribute legion. Douluo Bo's eyes gleamed with cunning. Wonderful, he thought, another strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. His Highness's ingenuity has actually reached this level of meticulousness. Clan Chief Yang, Lin Xiao said, turning to Yang Wudi, the leader of the Clear Sky Hammers breakaway clan. Your Highness, what are your orders? Yang Wudi asked, his voice weighty with respect. Regarding the cultivation of genius descendants, the medicinal herbs you study, grass jelly, are indispensable. For those students who perform well, top medicinal herbs can be rewarded. Give them some sweeteners first so that they can rely on Shang'an Academy, which will also make it easier for us to win over them in the future. Remember, only students from our Jixia Academy, such as Li Mo, deserve to be rewarded with fairy grass, do you understand? Lin Xiao looked at Yang Wudi and Douluo Bo, emphasizing the importance of rewarding loyalty. Your Highness is wise, Douluo Bo and Yang Wudi responded in unison. Chief Baiha, your Min clan's intelligence network needs to continue to expand until it spreads to the entire continent, so that every move of every force is in our hands. This palace knows that this task is difficult, so I will ask Zhongnan to assist you in your work. Lin Xiao looked at Baihe, the leader of the Swift Falcon clan, emphasizing the need for a comprehensive intelligence network. Don't worry, Your Highness. When it comes to gathering information, our Min clan has never been afraid of anyone. With the help of Mr. Chang'an, we are even more powerful, Bai replied confidently. Very good. Lin Xiao surveyed the room, his gaze resting on each individual. The progress of Chang'an City cannot be separated from each of us here. Chang'an City will definitely become stronger with your efforts. He paused, letting the weight of his words fill the hall. Today's meeting ended successfully. The council members rose, a renewed sense of purpose coursing through their veins. Chang'an City was not just a city, it was a dream, a vision of power and prosperity being built brick by painstaking brick, and they were all architects of its destiny. The future was uncertain, filled with challenges and dangers, but they stood united, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The seeds of a new era were being sown, and Chang'an was ready to bloom. The portal shimmered, spitting Lin Xiao and Li Xiao into the familiar, yet alien, air of the city of killing. The crimson sky pressed down, stained with the stench of blood and despair, or at least, it used to be. Lin Xiao immediately noticed the difference. The oppressive aura of murderous intent was gone, replaced by something empty. He sucked in a breath, a frown etching itself onto his face. He had expected to be stepping into a den of vipers, but this felt more like a mausoleum. This isn't right, he muttered, his hand instinctively moving towards his spatial ring. The energy signature is stagnant. Something is fundamentally wrong here. Li Xiao, ever the stoic, scanned the surroundings, his keen eyes missing nothing. Your Highness, he said, his voice low and laced with concern. The inhabitants, they are moving, but there is no life in them. Their eyes, they are empty. As if on cue, a shambling figure lurched into view, its skin stretched taut over bone, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles. It was clearly dead, yet it moved, propelled by some unseen force. More figures followed, a macabre procession of the damned, their vacant eyes fixated on Lin Xiao and Li Xiao. What in the world? Lin Xiao trailed off, his mind reeling. This wasn't the city of killing he knew, the place simmering with barely controlled rage and ambition. This was something far more sinister, something bordering on necromancy. Just then, a wave of oppressive energy washed over them, a force so powerful it threatened to crush their very souls. Lin Xiao felt his knees buckle, his heart pounding in his chest. He recognized that power, not just raw soul force, but something divine. Above them, Bibi Dong stood bathed in the blood-red light, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and disbelief. She was surrounded by the shambling corpses, fending them off with the casual flicks of her death spider emperor, her 9 soul rings blazing like spectral flames. But despite her power, she looked shaken, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Before either Lin Xiao or Bibi Dong could react, the air filled with a deafening screech, a sound that clawed at the mind and sent shivers down the spine. A colossal shadow fell upon the city, eclipsing the already dim light. Lin Xiao craned his neck, his breath catching in his throat. Hovering in the sky, silhouetted against the crimson moon, was a monstrous, 9-headed bat, its eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. The pressure it exuded was suffocating, a stark reminder of their insignificance. A tidal Douluo level spirit beast? Lin Xiao exclaimed, his voice tight with apprehension. But, how? This city was supposed to be controlled by mortals, driven by the thrill of the kill, not this. He understood now. The absence of murderous intent, the emptiness of the inhabitants, the sheer overwhelming power of the 9-headed bat, this was no longer a place of mortal depravity. The city of killing had been twisted, perverted into something far more dangerous, a breeding ground for something truly evil. And the divine power Bibi Dong radiated, the darkness the 9-headed bat emanated, it was all connected. He didn't know how, but he knew that whatever was happening here was far more significant than he could have ever anticipated. Suddenly, the 9-headed bat let out another screech, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. The mummified inhabitants, as if answering a silent command, surged forward, their movements growing faster, more frantic. They were no longer just shambling corpses, they were a tide of undeath, a nightmare made real. Lin Xiao knew they were outmatched, hopelessly outnumbered. He turned to Li Xiao, his eyes filled with grim determination. We need to get out of here, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Now. He activated the space-time portal, the familiar blue light illuminating the terrified faces of Bibi Dong and the grotesque figures clawing towards them. But would it be enough? Would they escape before the city of killing, now a city of the dead, consume them all? And more importantly, what terrible force had transformed this place into a living hell? The answers, he suspected, lay buried deep within the darkness that had descended upon the city of killing. And he had a feeling that Shura, the god of slaughter, was not happy. Bibi Dong masked her surprise with a polite smile. No matter, Lord of Darkness. It appears the City of Darkness is in good hands. Perhaps this arrangement will be even more beneficial for both our organizations. I trust the residents will provide ample challenge and punishment for those we send. Lin Xiao returned the smile, a glint of amusement in his dark purple eyes. Indeed. They will find the darkness accommodating. He paused, then added, perhaps, Pope Bibi Dong, you would consider staying a while longer? I could offer you a tour of my domain. Show you the changes I've made. Bibi Dong considered the offer, her mind racing. Staying longer meant potential danger, venturing into the unknown under the command of a powerful, unpredictable individual. But it also meant opportunity. Understanding this Lord of Darkness, his motivations, and the secrets of this transformed killing city could provide invaluable strategic advantage for the Spirit Hall. I am fascinated by these changes, she said smoothly. A brief tour would be most enlightening. Lin Xiao inclined his head, a silent signal to the 10-headed blazing sun snake and the dark 9-headed bat king. The bat king, its right wing now completely healed, let out a series of clicks and whistles, the ultrasonic waves a language only its master understood. This way, Pope Bibi Dong, Lin Xiao gestured toward a darkened alleyway, the air thick with an unsettling miasma. The 10-headed blazing sun snake slithered silently behind them, a living shadow. As they walked deeper into the City of Darkness, Bibi Dong observed her surroundings with sharp eyes. The streets, once filled with the grim desperation of soul masters seeking strength, were now dominated by a chilling order. Mummies shambled along the walls, their eyes vacant and filled with an unnatural darkness. Twisted figures, vaguely resembling humans but warped by the pervasive dark energy, scurried in the shadows. This was not simply a city of killers, it was a city consumed by a malevolent force. What exactly are these? Bibi Dong hesitated, searching for the right word. Residents? Lin Xiao chuckled. They are those who have embraced the darkness, Pope Bibi Dong. Those who have surrendered to it. Some are former soul masters, twisted and reborn by the energy of this place. Others are creations. Things born of shadow and despair. He stopped before a towering structure, a fortress of black obsidian that seemed to absorb all light. A single, blood-red eye pulsed at the top, casting a malevolent gaze upon the city. This is the heart of the City of Darkness, Lin Xiao announced, his voice echoing with the power of the place. Here, the darkness flows freely. Here, the lost are remade. Bibi Dong felt a prickle of unease. The air around the fortress was thick with a palpable energy, a dark force that threatened to overwhelm her. She realized, with a growing sense of dread, that the Lord of Darkness was not simply a powerful individual, he was a conduit, a vessel for something ancient and terrifying. Impressive, she managed, forcing a smile. You have certainly transformed this place. But I fear I must cut my visit short. I have pressing matters to attend to in the Spirit Hall. Lin Xiao's smile widened, revealing a hint of something predatory. Of course, Pope Bibi Dong. I would not want to keep you from your duties. But know this, the darkness is always watching. And one day, perhaps, you will find yourself drawn back to its embrace. As Bibi Dong turned to leave, she caught the gaze of the pulsing red eye on the fortress. It felt like a promise, a threat, and a seduction all rolled into one. She quickened her pace, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the City of Darkness. Back in the relative safety of the city limits, Bibi Dong paused, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. The encounter had shaken her more than she cared to admit. The Lord of Darkness was a force to be reckoned with, a wild card that could drastically alter the balance of power in the world. As she prepared to leave, she glanced back at the looming silhouette of the City of Darkness. The darkness was indeed watching, waiting. And Bibi Dong knew, with chilling certainty, that this was not the last time she would cross paths with the Lord of Darkness. The seeds of a dangerous alliance, or a deadly rivalry, had been sown in the heart of the killing city, and the future of the Douluo Continent hung in the balance. The ultrasonic waves of the dark 9-headed Bat King had only been the first tremor. A much larger earthquake was coming. The air crackled with anticipation. Bibi Dong stood on the desolate, windswept plains outside the dark city, her purple robes billowing around her. She hadn't verbally responded to Lin Xiao's parting words, but her mental gears were whirring at a feverish pace. The power she had just witnessed was far beyond what she had anticipated. Back in her mind, the scene replayed of the black and nine-headed Bat King actually has a combat power comparable to the 95th level title Douluo. She glanced back at the oppressive silhouette of the city, a monument to death and shadows, before focusing her attention ahead and accelerating her pace. Back in the heart of the city, Lin Xiao watched her go, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He turned his attention to the hulking figures of the nine-headed Bat King and the 10-headed fierce Sun Snake, their blackened hides glistening with an unnatural sheen. What a surprise, he mused aloud, a hint of genuine wonder in his voice. The black and nine-headed Bat King actually has a combat power comparable to the 95th level title Douluo. He stroked his chin, considering the implications. The Dark City was proving to be far more potent than he had initially imagined. Bibi Dong's parting words echoed in the air, a veiled threat disguised as a farewell. Lin Xiao knew that this encounter had shifted the balance of power, at least in her mind. He had shown her a taste of the Dark City's strength, enough to make her reconsider any immediate aggression. However, the Dark City cannot be born yet, he muttered, his expression turning serious. Because once it is born, the Dark City will definitely be targeted by other forces, and its relationship with Chang'an City cannot be exposed. The alliance, as unlikely as it was, between his two domains was a fragile thing. Its success depended on secrecy, on playing the various factions against each other. Bailey Shoyue emerged from the shadows, his perpetually stern face etched with concern. Your Highness, that person is the Pope of Wuhuan Palace and our biggest enemy in Chang'an. Why not capture her here? His hand rested on the hilt of his blade, a silent promise of deadly force. Lin Xiao merely shook his head, a shadow of warning crossing his features. Even though she is a woman, she is a title Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring and twin martial souls. The four of us go together, even if she loses to us, it will be difficult for us to keep her. He paused, lowering his voice. Besides, there is a god standing behind her. The word god hung in the air, heavy with significance. Rakshasa, a deity of darkness, a puppet master pulling strings from the celestial realm. Bailey Shoyue's eyes widened, a flicker of doubt momentarily disrupting his composure. God? He recovered quickly, a spark of defiance igniting in his gaze. I don't know how many gods in this continent can withstand my shots. Lin Xiao sighed, the weight of his responsibility settling upon him. Maybe, now you and I are not at the peak of our strength, and we are not the opponents of those gods. Although those gods cannot descend to the human world at will, they can do some small tricks secretly. He thought of Tang San, a name that echoed with both admiration and trepidation. Tang San had been blessed, guided by the hands of deities. Lin Xiao was forging his own path, carving his destiny from the shadows. He looked at the dark creatures milling through the city, their vacant eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Since the dark energy in my body is so powerful, I must make good use of it. He knew how to harness the Dark City even more. He approached the 9-headed Bat King and the 10-headed fierce Sun Snake, holding out a hand. A swirling vortex of pure darkness emanated from his palm, a substance far richer and more potent than anything they had ever encountered. Greed shone in their eyes, the primal hunger for power. While the king is away, you two will be responsible for guarding the Dark City. If any foreign enemies invade, you will be killed without mercy. His voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The beasts bowed their massive heads in silent agreement. Absorb it, he commanded, dividing the darkness and channeling it into their bodies. The air thrummed with raw power as the two beasts writhed in ecstasy, their forms shifting and growing, their auras flaring brighter than ever before. Keep the promise, just leave this place to them. Let's go back. Lin Xiao turned, walking towards the shimmering portal that led back to Chang'an. He had sown the seeds of fear and respect, and now he needed to nurture them. The delicate dance of power had begun, and he intended to lead. Bailey Shoyue followed him, his footsteps echoing in the silent city. A few days later, in the bustling heart of Chang'an City, Jixia Academy prepared to open its doors. Genius soul masters from across the land flocked to the academy, drawn by the promise of knowledge and power. But a new undercurrent, a name uttered in whispers, was also present, Li Xian, the titled Douluo who had risen from obscurity to become a legend. As Lin Xiao mingled with the eager students, a familiar figure approached him. One of the top students looked at him and asked, "Is it?" The air crackled with anticipation. Dugubo's words, dripping with promise and challenge, had ignited a fire in the hearts of the assembled geniuses. Jixia Academy, more than just a school, was a gauntlet thrown down before the pride of a continent. Douluo Yan, nestled comfortably against her grandfather, watched the unfolding scene with sparkling eyes. She knew how much this academy meant to him, to Chang'an, and to the future. It was a chance to mold the next generation, to forge them into true powerhouses, unburdened by the petty squabbles and outdated traditions of their families and kingdoms. Oscar, lost in the throng, swallowed nervously. He felt a pang of inadequacy amidst the gleaming confidence of the others. The rejection from Ning Rongrong still stung, fueling a desperate need to prove himself, not just to her, but to himself. The thought of the heavenly ranking, the promise of power, was a beacon in his sea of despair. A heavenly ranking, huh? Davis, the crown prince of the Douluo Empire, murmured to Zhu Zhuyun, his usually cold eyes glinting with ambition. A way to separate the wheat from the chaff. I intend to be at the top. Zhu Zhuyun, ever the loyal shadow, offered a curt nod, her own competitive spirit simmering beneath her composed facade. Feng Xiaotian, undeterred by Hou Wu's frosty reception, bounced on his toes. The heavenly ranking, sounds like fun. I'll show them all what true speed is. He flashed a cocky grin, his gaze darting around, measuring his potential rivals. Hou Wuxuan, more grounded than his sister, scanned the crowd with a calculating eye. He saw the raw talent, the burning ambition, and understood the gravity of the challenge ahead. This wasn't just about personal glory, it was about proving his worth, about showing his academy that they hadn't wasted their time on him. Douluo continued, his voice resonating with authority. The training will be rigorous, the competition fierce. But the rewards will be beyond your wildest dreams. You will learn from the best, train with the best, and become the best. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the young soul masters. Now, follow me. Your journey begins. As Douluo turned and strode towards the imposing gates of Jixia Academy, a wave of energy surged through the assembled students. They followed him, a tide of ambition and anticipation washing over the ancient stones of the academy. Oscar, taking a deep breath, pushed his way forward, determined to keep up. He stumbled slightly, his shoulder bumping against someone. He looked up to see Shui Binger, her cool blue eyes meeting his. Be careful, she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. This isn't going to be easy. Oscar nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He knew she was right. Jixia Academy was a battlefield, and only the strongest would survive. But for the first time in days, he felt a spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he could become someone worthy. As they crossed the threshold into Jixia Academy, the air seemed to thicken, charged with untold potential. The gates closed behind them, sealing them off from the outside world, plunging them into a crucible of competition where legends would be forged, and dreams would be shattered. The race for the heavenly ranking had begun. The announcement echoed in the newly constructed training grounds of Jixia Academy. 3 days. 3 days to explore Chang'an, to soak in the legendary city before the grueling training began. 3 days to potentially break the no-fighting rule and suffer the consequences. Xiaochen, a lanky young man from a small village in the Douluo Empire, pushed his way through the throng of talented soul masters. He wasn't flashy, not yet at least. But the fire of ambition burned bright in his eyes. Chang'an was whispered about in his village, a city of unparalleled opportunity, built on innovation and strength. He wanted to prove himself worthy of its promise. He found his assigned lodging, a simple but clean room in the academy's dormitory. He dropped his meager belongings and immediately headed out, drawn by the allure of Chang'an. The city was a spectacle. Sparkling towers scraped the sky, their surfaces shimmering with embedded soul stones. Wide, paved roads, teeming with people from all walks of life, snaked through districts dedicated to commerce, craft, and innovation. The air hummed with the energy of progress, a stark contrast to the sleepy rhythm of his village. He spent the first day lost in simple marvel. He watched soul masters demonstrate their unique abilities in designated practice zones, artisans crafting intricate soul tools, and merchants hawking goods from across the continent. The sheer variety was intoxicating. On the second day, he visited the famed library of Jixia Academy, a repository of knowledge unlike anything he had ever imagined. He pored over ancient texts, learning about the history of the city, its founding, and the struggles it had overcome. He discovered the rumored connection between Chang'an and an ancient, almost mythical civilization. The more he learned, the more he wanted to contribute. But the shadows of the announcement lingered. The ban on fighting. He saw the tension simmering beneath the surface, the barely contained arrogance of some of the other trainees, the subtle challenges issued and unspoken. The whispers about the missing factions, the Wuhuan Palace, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Haotian sect, added to the unease. Their absence spoke volumes, hinting at power struggles and old grudges. On the third and final day of freedom, Xiaochen stumbled upon a hidden training arena tucked away behind the library. A small crowd had gathered, their murmurs hushed with anticipation. In the center stood two soul masters, glaring at each other. One, a hulking figure radiating raw power, was clearly from a noble family. The other, a slender woman with piercing blue eyes, possessed an aura of quiet confidence. The air crackled with suppressed energy. "You dare challenge me?" the hulking man sneered. "You'll regret it." The woman simply raised an eyebrow. "I'm here to test my strength, not to bow to your lineage." Xiaochen knew he should leave. Fighting was forbidden. But he couldn't tear himself away. He was witnessing a clash of wills, a microcosm of the power dynamics simmering within the academy. The fight erupted. The hulking man unleashed a barrage of brute force, his soul power manifesting as a raging storm. The woman moved with grace and precision, deflecting his attacks, her own soul power appearing as shimmering ice crystals. The battle was short, brutal, and surprisingly one-sided. The woman's icy precision overwhelmed the man's raw power. He lay defeated, his arrogance shattered. The crowd dispersed, murmuring in awe and apprehension. Xiaochen lingered, watching the woman as she walked away. He knew that he was witnessing the future, the rise of a new generation of soul masters. Back at the dean's office, Lin Xiao listened to Baihe relate Titan's surprising arrival. He carefully considered the implications. The Strength Clan, driven to Chang'an by the Wuhuan Palace's unrelenting pressure? It was a significant development, a potential shift in the balance of power. But he knew Titan's pride, his history with Tang Hao. He wouldn't accept help easily. The Douluo's chilling offer was a test. A test of loyalty, of desperation, and of Titan's willingness to swallow his pride for the survival of his clan. Lin Xiao was gauging whether Titan's need outweighed his ego. As Titan groveled, acknowledging Lin Xiao as his superior, Lin Xiao's face remained impassive. "So, the Wuhuan Palace sends Guan and Gui Mei, two of their most ruthless elders, to pressure you," he said slowly, his voice dangerously soft. "And you expect me to believe they will simply stand by while you pledge allegiance to Chang'an?" He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Your clan is in danger, Titan. And by coming here, you've brought that danger to my city. Tell me, why should I risk the safety of Chang'an for a clan that's already on the verge of collapse?" He leaned back, his gaze unwavering. The tea sat between them, a silent symbol of the price of survival in a world of power and ambition. The training was about to begin, not just for the students, but for everyone in Chang'an. The game had just begun. The chill in the room lingered long after Titan stormed out, a testament to the stifled rage that just barely hadn't erupted. Douluo, ever the pragmatist, stood ready to eliminate the ant, as Lin Xiao so dismissively called the Titan chief. Baihe, on the other hand, simply shook his head, his bird clan pride offended by Titan's perceived servility. Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. The crushed teacup lay in jagged fragments on the floor, a stark contrast to the calm smile playing on his lips. "No need, Douluo," he reiterated, his voice laced with an undercurrent that hinted at hidden depths. He might prove useful, alive. He turned towards Baihe, the smile widening, though it failed to reach his eyes. "Baihe, you know the resourcefulness of the Yu clan. Have them keep an eye on Titan. Discreetly. I want to know every move he makes, every word he utters." Baihe nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He might not approve of Titan's past allegiances, but he trusted Lin Xiao's judgment. If the young master saw potential use in the gruff blacksmith, then Baihe would ensure he was properly monitored. "And Douluo," Lin Xiao continued, turning his attention back to the poisoned Douluo, "send word to Lu Gao. Tell him I have a special project in mind. Something that will truly test his skills, something that will make the Forge clan's blacksmithing look like child's play." Douluo grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Whatever Lin Xiao was planning, it was sure to be interesting. Later that day, a dejected and furious Titan found himself outside the city gates of Chang'an. Battered pride and simmering rage warred within him. He was a Contra, a master blacksmith, yet he had been dismissed like a common beggar. The humiliation burned, a bitter pill lodged in his throat. He had come seeking refuge, seeking a place for his clan to thrive. He had even been willing to swallow his pride and effectively beg Lin Xiao to take them in. But to be insulted, to have his loyalty to Tang Hao mocked, to be deemed unworthy, it was too much to bear. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape, a figure emerged from the nearby forest. He was cloaked and hooded, his features obscured by the gathering darkness. "Titan," the figure rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Titan, startled, turned to face the newcomer. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The figure chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound. "Let's just say I know of your predicament. Your rejection." Titan's hand instinctively moved to the handle of his hammer, his instincts screaming danger. "What do you want?" "Lin Xiao, he underestimated you," the figure continued, ignoring Titan's suspicion. "He saw only a loyal dog, a slave to a fallen sect. But I see potential. I see strength. I see a weapon." The figure stepped closer, the moonlight glinting off something metallic in his hand. "Tell me, Titan, are you content to lick the wounds of your pride, or are you ready to take what is rightfully yours? Are you ready to show Lin Xiao, and the world, the true power of the Titan clan?" Titan hesitated, his anger warring with a deep-seated unease. This stranger offered him a chance for revenge, a chance to prove his worth. But the price was undoubtedly high. "Who are you?" Titan demanded again, his voice tight with suspicion. The figure paused, then slowly, dramatically, pulled back his hood. In the dim light, Titan could make out a face he never expected to see. A face he recognized from wanted posters scattered across the continent. A face that belonged to a man who had vanished years ago, a man thought to be dead. "My name," the figure hissed, his eyes gleaming with an unholy light, "is Tang Chen." Titan's breath hitched in his throat. This was impossible. Tang Chen was a legend, a myth. Yet, here he stood, offering Titan a deal with the devil. And as Titan looked into those burning eyes, he knew, with a chilling certainty, that accepting this offer would change everything. He knew he was stepping onto a path of no return. But the humiliation, the simmering rage, the desire to prove Lin Xiao wrong, it was all too much to resist. "What do you want me to do?" Titan asked, his voice barely a whisper. The die was cast. The game had begun. And Lin Xiao, with his dismissive arrogance, had just handed Tang Chen the perfect pawn. Bibi Dong's perfect face tightened, a barely perceptible tremor running through her. "Tang Hao, after all these years, he dares to show his face again?" She spoke the name with a venomous hiss, the mere sound of it polluting the air in the Pope's palace. Hulaina, Yan, and Xiaoyu exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard whispers of the past, of the Pope's deep-seated animosity towards the Clear Sky School and its most prodigious son. But to witness the raw emotion radiating from their usually composed teacher was unsettling. "Teacher," Hulaina ventured cautiously, "could it be someone else with the Clear Sky Hammer?" Bibi Dong scoffed, a chilling sound that echoed through the high-ceilinged room. "Don't be naive, Nana. There is only one Clear Sky Douluo that poses a threat to the Spirit Hall, the one who dared to defy me." Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air, laden with pain and resentment. She turned back to the kneeling soldier. "Describe this titled Douluo. Hair color, build, any distinguishing features." The soldier, sweating profusely under the Pope's intense gaze, stammered, "He was heavily cloaked, Your Majesty. But, he was tall, powerfully built. His hair appeared to be long and disheveled, dark in color. And the clear sky hammer he wielded, it emanated an aura of unparalleled dominance." Bibi Dong's jaw clenched. The description, though vague, resonated with the image seared into her memory. "It is him," she breathed, more to herself than anyone else. "He protects the Force clan, a pathetic group of blacksmiths who deserve to be swept aside like dust." She paced slowly, her long robes swirling around her. The news was more than just an inconvenience, it was a direct challenge, a festering wound reopened. Tang Hao, the man who had stolen her heart and then crushed it, was now standing in the way of her ambitious plans. "This changes everything," she murmured. "I underestimated the depth of his attachment to those commoners." Turning abruptly to Hulaina, Yan, and Xiaoyu, her eyes blazed with a renewed fire. "The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Academy competition is no longer our sole focus. The Force clan. Tang Hao, they become a priority." But teacher, Yin protested, the competition is crucial. It's a chance to showcase the strength of the spirit hall, to solidify our dominance. Bibi Dong silenced him with a sharp glance. Don't be short-sighted, Yin. The Force clan, under Tang Hao's protection, is a thorn in our side. It is a symbol of resistance, a rallying point for those who oppose us. We must crush them, not just physically, but symbolically. And we must do it quickly, before their defiance spreads. She fixed her gaze on Ulaina. Nana, you, Yin, and Xiao will continue your training. But you will also be tasked with gathering information. Learn everything you can about Tang Hao's current strength, his weaknesses, his motivations. Find out why he resurfaced now, after so long in hiding. Yes, teacher, Ulaina replied, her voice firm despite the unease churning within her. She sensed the gravity of the situation, the personal vendetta fueling Bibi Dong's orders. Bibi Dong turned back to the soldier. Deliver this message to Zhu and Gui. They are to retreat from the Force clan. Their lives are more valuable than a petty victory. Tell them I will personally deal with Tang Hao. The soldier bowed low and scrambled to his feet, eager to escape the palpable tension in the room. As he hurried out, Bibi Dong stared into the empty space where he had knelt, her mind already racing with plans. Tang Hao had made a grave mistake by showing himself, by interfering with her grand design. He had awakened the darkness within her, the fury that had simmered for so long. She looked at Ulaina, a flicker of something akin to regret crossing her face. Nana, she said softly, the world is a cruel place. You must be strong, ruthless even, to survive. Never let your emotions cloud your judgment. Learn from my mistakes. Ulaina nodded, trying to decipher the hidden meaning in her teacher's words. She knew Bibi Dong was a complex woman, a powerful leader driven by ambition and haunted by a tormented past. As Bibi Dong gazed out the window, her expression hardening once more, a chilling determination settled upon her. The stage was set for a confrontation, a clash between past and present, between a pope seeking ultimate power and a Douluo fighting to protect his loved ones. The spirit hall was on a warpath, and the echoes of the clear sky hammer would soon reverberate across the continent. The air crackled with tension. Bibi Dong's crimson lips curled into a predatory smile. Hurry up and gather people, there won't be any mistakes. Tang Hao, I will definitely catch you this time. The words echoed in the silent chamber, heavy with venom. Meanwhile, amidst the rugged terrain of the Force clan's territory, a storm was brewing. Tang Hao, the defiant skyhammer Douluo, floated in the air, his presence a stark defiance against the pale figures of Yuguan and Gui Mei, the infamous chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos of the Spirit Hall. 9 soul rings, blazing with power, encircled each of them, painting a dramatic scene against the stormy sky. Ha! I didn't expect that after so many years, you two have become more and more useless, Tang Hao scoffed, his voice a low rumble. His eyes, though slightly turbid, held a glint of disdain. He remembered a time when he, barely reaching the 90th level, could pummel Yuguan and Gui Mei into submission. Now, crippled and weakened, they were mere shadows of their former selves. Tang Hao, you! Yuguan sputtered, his face flushed with anger. In that case, Tang Hao roared, his eyes blazing with a righteous fury, then you two should be buried with Ayin. His voice boomed across the battlefield, fueled by the agonizing memory of his wife, Ayin, forced to sacrifice her soul to escape the clutches of Qianxunji and the very men standing before him. This was his chance, his long-awaited vengeance. He hefted the clear sky hammer, a symbol of rebellion and grief, a weapon forged in the fires of loss. A crimson light pulsed in his eyes as his muscles coiled and bulged. Ling Tian strikes. The hammer, a black comet of raw power, hurtled through the air, cleaving the wind with a deafening roar. The sheer force created a shockwave that buffeted everything in its path. Yuguan's face hardened. Old ghost, fight him. Let's go together. The 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. The 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. Simultaneously, Yuguan and Gui Mei unleashed their martial soul avatars. Gigantic, ethereal representations of their respective souls materialized, attempting to withstand the incoming onslaught. The clear sky hammer slammed into the avatar of Yuguan, the force immense. Both Yuguan and Gui Mei were sent reeling, crashing through trees and leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Is this all you two can do? Tang Hao's tone dripped with scorn. Then, the air grew heavy, thick with the stench of blood. Killing God realm. Tang Hao roared. A wave of murderous intent emanated from him, a suffocating aura that plunged Yu Guan and Gui Mei into the chilling depths of despair. Locked within the suppressive realm, their movements were heavy, their fear tangible. Tang Hao vanished, a blur of motion, reappearing instantly before the crippled Gui Mei. The clear sky hammer rose, a symbol of impending doom. Die! Had Gui Mei possessed his former agility, he might have evaded the blow. But stripped of his soul bone and hampered by a missing leg, he was a sitting duck. Just as the clear sky hammer descended, a figure interposed itself between the hammer and Gui Mei. Yu Guan, his lips etched with a sad, almost serene smile, looked at Gui Mei. Gui Mei's eyes widened in horror, a strangled cry escaping his lips. No! The Haotian hammer slammed into Yu Guan's back. The impact was cataclysmic, shattering the earth and sending Yu Guan flying. The force of the blow also propelled Gui Mei away, saving him, but leaving him to witness the horrific sacrifice. Lao Ju! Gui Mei scrambled to his feet, rushing towards the fallen Yu Guan. Tang Hao, looming above them, sneered. Ha, still time to worry about others? You should worry about yourself first. A colossal clear sky hammer materialized behind Tang Hao, blotting out the sun. Its shadow stretched for hundreds of meters, a testament to his overwhelming power. The air crackled with soul power, a violent torrent unleashed upon the battlefield. On the ground, Titan, the leader of the Force clan, watched the spectacle with unbridled fanaticism. Yes, yes. This is the master. The real master, he roared. Master, you are indeed the most powerful being in the world. I never thought my Titan would see his master so powerful again. Even if I die, it's worth it. Gui Mei, blood trickling from his lips, slowly raised his head, his eyes locking onto Tang Hao. There was no fear, only a burning rage, a desperate resolve. Lao Ju, don't be afraid. Even if I risk my life, I won't let Tang Hao hurt you again. A dark miasma began to envelop Gui Mei, his soul power surging uncontrollably. His long black hair whipped around his face, the strange lines on his skin pulsed with an eerie light, and the ninth soul ring shimmered beneath his feet, a final, desperate act of defiance. The ninth soul skill, Gui Mei gasped. Earth Hell Evil Evil Dash. A monstrous spectral hand erupted from the earth, clawing towards Tang Hao in the sky. Humph, a dying struggle, Tang Hao scoffed. This battle should be over. He raised the clear sky hammer above his head, a gesture of grim finality, and then brought it crashing down. The instant the clear sky hammer collided with the spectral hand, the world erupted in chaos. The sky turned gray, the wind shrieked, the ground trembled and split open, and the surrounding trees were obliterated by the sheer force of the impact. The spectral hand shattered like a fragile, glass figurine. Gui Mei coughed up a mouthful of blood and was hurled towards Yu Guan like a broken doll. Old ghost. Yu Guan, his body ravaged by the earlier blow, looked at the dying Gui Mei, tears streaking his face. Tang Hao, unmoved by the display of suffering, calmly raised the clear sky hammer once more. Ain, did you see it? I want to avenge you. Before Titan could finish his gloating, a streak of crimson light flashed across the battlefield. Tang Hao lurched, a geyser of blood erupting from his chest. He was thrown back, a look of utter shock on his face. With a supreme effort, he stabilized his body. He saw a gaping wound, a testament to the power that had nearly killed him. Who dares to ruin my good deeds? He roared, spinning around. Titan and Yu Guan also turned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Standing between heaven and earth was a figure cloaked in quiet power. 9 soul rings, a vibrant kaleidoscope of yellow, purple, black, and crimson, encircled his being, the last one a sign of 100,000-year beast. It's actually 100,000-year soul ring? Titan exclaimed in horror. Are you Tang Hao? Zhong Nan's voice was calm, almost devoid of emotion. He raised his hand, the soul-breaking blade glinting in the shattered light, the blade aimed at Tang Hao. You are? Tang Hao's eyes widened, his face paling. Zhong Nan from Chang'an City? I have no grievances with Chang'an City, so why did you stop me? He remembered the auction, the terrifying ease with which Zhong Nan had dispatched a Contra. He, Tang Hao, could kill a Contra instantly as well, but the energy radiating from Zhong Nan's blade was far more terrifying. You have a lot of questions, Zhong Nan said, his eyes like obsidian. But maybe death would be a good answer. Zhong Nan slowly raised his twin blades, the promise of oblivion hanging heavy in the air. The clash of titans resonated through the clearing, a symphony of destruction played out in hammer blows and blade strikes. Above, Zhongnan and Tang Hao danced a deadly ballet, their movements a blur of raw power and honed skill. Below, a different kind of conflict brewed. Zhongnan's calculated move to let Titan escape had borne fruit. Tang Hao, consumed by the promise of vengeance against Yuguan and the ghost, had become momentarily vulnerable. And in that sliver of distraction, the clash had revealed the true depth of Zhongnan's strength. Each impact of the soul-breaking blades against the clear sky hammer sent tremors through the air, a testament to Tang Hao's might, but the slight tremor in his arms betrayed a truth: he was being pushed, forced to exert every ounce of his being just to hold his ground. On the ground, Yuguan, burdened by the unconscious ghost, found himself cornered by Titan. The disdain etched on Titan's face was a bitter pill, but Yuguan's primary focus was the fragile life secured to his back. "Threaten me?" Titan's laughter boomed, echoing through the forest. "Do you think it's useful? Based on your current state, I'm afraid you can't even defeat the Soul Saint, right?" The 8 soul rings blazing beneath Titan's feet were a stark testament to his strength, the powerful gorilla spirit looming like a shadow of impending doom. Yuguan's resolve hardened. The taunts he could endure, but the mention of the ghost's helplessness, the implied scorn for his companion's vulnerability, ignited a furious flame within him. A white scarf, usually reserved for more delicate purposes, was drawn from his soul guide, binding the ghost securely to his back. "The third soul skill, breath barrier," Yuguan murmured, a faint shimmer enveloping his body. "The fourth soul skill is self-admiration." A single petal-thin throwing knife materialized between his fingers, radiating a subtle, deadly energy. He focused, channeling every ounce of his remaining spirit power. "Fight me head-on, I'm looking for death." Titan roared, his fist a wrecking ball of muscle and bone. The impact was deafening. Yuguan, shielded by his fourth soul skill, was thrown back, his body screaming in protest. But he remained standing, the shield flickering but unbroken. "You are really weak now," Titan sneered, savoring his dominance. "What's more, there's a cripple who's already unconscious behind him." That was the line. The world narrowed for Yuguan. The pain, the exhaustion, the fear, all coalesced into a single, blinding rage. Scarlet murder bloomed in his eyes, replacing the usual aristocratic indifference. He launched himself into the air, a petal of death clutched in his hand. "You are not allowed to insult the old ghost," he screamed, his voice raw with fury. He plunged downward, aiming for Titan's face, a desperate gamble fueled by the unwavering devotion that had, until now, remained hidden beneath a veneer of flamboyant detachment. The petal-thin blade, imbued with the spirit power of a titled Douluo, cut through the air like a scalpel, a silent promise of retribution for the callous words that had finally broken through Yuguan's carefully constructed facade. The battle had entered a new phase, one born not of strategy or duty, but of the fiercely guarded bond between two souls. The air crackled with a volatile energy, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds, a furious refusal to let a comrade fall. The fate of more than just 2 individuals hung in the balance, suspended in the air above the clash of hammers and blades, the enraged roar of a gorilla, and the silent, desperate cry of a chrysanthemum. The battle for Chang'an was far from over. The air crackled with energy, the very air shimmering around Yuguan as his soul power surged. Titan, a mountain of muscle and fury, reeled back from the force of Yuguan's initial attack. Dozens of shallow, petal-shaped cuts crisscrossed his thick hide, a testament to the speed and precision of Yuguan's petal-flying knives. But they were superficial, mere scratches on a titan. Titan roared, his giant hands pounding his chest. "Enough!" He unleashed his true form, the phantom of a monstrous gorilla surging behind him, its presence crushing the earth beneath its invisible feet. He channeled his 8th soul skill, destroy the heaven and the earth, into a blow that promised oblivion. His fist, the size of a boulder, hurtled towards Yuguan. Yuguan's face was etched with pain, his breathing ragged. He knew this was it. He was exhausted, wounded, and operating far beyond his limits. But he was not defeated. Not yet. He gently unbound the white scarf that always adorned his neck, a final, poignant gesture. He looked towards the ghost, his lifelong partner, who was standing paralyzed, a look of horror on his face. A faint smile touched Yuguan's lips. "Old ghost," he said, his voice strained but clear, "if you have a chance. In the next life, I, Yuguan, will still be willing to partner with you. But in the next life, we want to be free. No longer under any restrictions." His hand trembled as he prepared his final act. The ghost finally found his voice, a strangled scream tearing from his throat, "Yuguan. No. Yuguan merely smiled again, a sad, knowing smile. He activated his third soul skill, Breath Barrier. A shimmering dome of iridescent petals enveloped the ghost, pushing him away from the impending destruction. Titan's fist was almost upon him. Yuguan raised his hands, palms open, towards the approaching fist. Red light exploded from his eyes, fueled by the burning of his very life force. He was a shooting star, streaking across the dark sky, beautiful and fleeting. He was choosing his fate, refusing to be restrained by the shackles of obligation. You are not allowed to insult the old ghost. Yuguan roared, his voice cracking with the effort. The words were infused with a lifetime of camaraderie, loyalty, and veiled resentment. Titan might have been a physically imposing brute, but the old ghost was Yuguan's comrade. The burning essence of Yuguan's being coalesced around him, forming a vortex of terrifying power. It was a suicidal attack, a desperate gamble against impossible odds. He was going to overload himself, channeling every ounce of his remaining energy into a single, devastating blow. Titan's fist connected. The sound was deafening, the ground trembling violently. The sheer force of the impact ripped through Yuguan's body, bones shattering, organs collapsing. But even as his body was being obliterated, the wave of energy he released slammed into Titan's fist, then his arm, then his chest. Titan screamed, his own soul power struggling to contain the chaotic energy ripping through him. His true form flickered, momentarily destabilized. He stumbled backward, coughing blood. He had survived, but he was severely wounded, weakened. The sky was silent. The dust slowly settled, revealing a crater where Yuguan had stood. There was nothing left. He had given everything, all for a chance, all for his partner, and all to preserve his dignity in the face of certain death. The petal-flying knives lay scattered on the ground, glinting faintly in the fading light. The ghost, protected by the breath barrier, collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He knew. He had felt it. The searing agony, the release of incredible power, the final, devastating end. He had lost his partner, his friend, his brother in arms. But amidst the grief, a spark of something else ignited in the ghost's heart. Respect. And perhaps, a long overdue understanding of the profound bond they had shared. Yuguan had chosen his end, not to win, but to protect something far more precious, the dignity of an old ghost. And in doing so, he had given them both a taste of the freedom they had always craved, even in death. The Titan may have lived, but Yuguan's sacrifice would haunt him forever. The gorilla's fist fell on Yuguan's hands. In an instant, the earth shatters. Dusty. The dust in the sky covered everything in sight. Titan stared at the direction in the dust. Gradually, the dust dispersed, and Titan walked towards the collapsed place ahead. Ding 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 ding. Titan walked to the entrance of the cave. After seeing what was going on inside, his eyes flashed brightly and his face showed a hint of joy. But at this moment, a sound of flesh breaking sounded. Titan's eyes suddenly widened and he lowered his head stiffly, staring at his chest. I see. A dark ghost hand passed through his chest, and that ghost hand was still holding a bright red heart. With his last breath, Titan wanted to turn his head, but suddenly he heard a gloomy sound coming from behind him. You can die. The ghost's eyes were extremely cold, and he suddenly pulled his ghost hand back, his fingers suddenly bent, and the Titan's heart shattered at this moment. Titan's body stiffened and fell down. His eyes were still open, filled with a strong look of unwillingness and resentment. After Titan died, the ghost hurriedly jumped down into the pit. When the ghost saw Yuguan, a trace of mist gradually appeared in its cold eyes. Now, Yuguan lay calmly in the pit, the remaining warmth on his body gradually turning cold. The previously elegant and beautiful blonde hair turned gray at this moment. The corners of Yuguan's mouth raised slightly. Still maintaining that last smile from the heart. The ghost raised his hand tremblingly and put his fingers in front of Yuguan's nose. However, Yuguan had completely lost his breath. At this moment, the ghost's throat was extremely choked. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The emotions in his heart were like a dam bursting and could no longer be stopped. Lao Ju, I heard everything you said. The ghost choked and grabbed Yuguan's hand. But I don't want to live in the next life. I only want this life. The ghost hugged Yuguan tightly, and the tears in his eyes could no longer stop. But at this moment, a strange velvet babble chrysanthemum floats in front of the ghost's eyes. I see. This golden velvet leaf daisy exudes a faint light, and its petals also have slight cracks. When the ghost saw this strange velvet-toothed chrysanthemum, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It's him. It must be right. He protected me. Lao Ju must be saved. The ghost spoke quickly, his mind spinning. Save? How to save? Wuhuan Palace, His Majesty the Pope, Bibi Dong? No, Lao Ju is gone. When I return to the palace, I will definitely be deprived of my elder rights by that woman Bibi Dong. Where else can I save Lao Ju? While Gui Mei was thinking, he suddenly saw Zhongnan fighting with Tang Hao. The moment he saw Zhongnan, his ghostly eyes suddenly lit up. Correct. That's right. Chang'an City will definitely be able to save Lao Ju. The ghost carried Yuguan on his back and quickly fled the battlefield. Tang Hao frowned when he saw the fleeing ghost in the sky. Titan is such a loser, he can't even defeat two cripples. That's all, Yuguan is dead, but it can be regarded as collecting a debt first. It would be easy for me to kill the crippled ghost. Tang Hao snorted coldly, raised his head to look at Zhongnan in front of him, and said slowly, Zhongnan, I know that guy Titan has some issues with your Chang'an City. I, Tang Hao, have never thought of becoming an enemy of Chang'an City. I have only one purpose, and that is to destroy the Wuhuan Palace. Now that Titan is dead, and was killed by people from Wuhuan Palace, I think there is no need for us to fight. In Tang Hao's view, the reason why Zhongnan took action against him was entirely because of the feud between Titan and Chang'an City. Moreover, Tang Hao had already secured a chance for Titan. It was Titan who was incompetent and was killed by two cripples. This was beyond Tang Hao's expectation. Now the Titan is dead. There was no need for him and Zhongnan to continue fighting. But at this moment, the soul power fluctuations in Zhongnan's body rose instead of falling, and the shadows of two soul-breaking blades appeared behind him, and the world was eclipsed at this moment. Tang Hao, is there a possibility that our goal from the beginning was you? What? Tang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a terrifying pressure building, a pressure he hadn't felt since confronting Chihiro's ghost all those years ago. He could hear the wind whipping around Zhongnan, carrying with it the scent of ozone and the rust of impending blood. This wasn't just some territorial scuffle, this was a hunt. He had underestimated Chang'an City, and it might cost him his life. He roared, summoning his clear sky hammer, the air crackling with his explosive power. He could feel the ground tremble beneath his feet, a desperate attempt to brace against the storm that was about to break. He was ready to fight, to crush, to survive. But deep down, a cold dread began to creep in. He knew, with grim certainty, this wouldn't be easy. This was a fight for his very existence. He channeled every ounce of his soul power, every shred of his formidable will, bracing himself. The moment hung suspended, a silent, terrifying prelude to the symphony of destruction that was about to erupt. Then, Zhongnan moved. The world exploded. The wind howled through the ravaged landscape, whipping dust devils across the battlefield. Tang Hao, chest heaving, stared at Zhongnan with eyes that burned with defiance and a desperate hope. He knew his body was failing, the forced ring explosion tearing him apart from the inside. But he had to buy time, any time, for his son. Zhongnan merely chuckled, a chilling sound that echoed the death in the air. Perish together? You, with your broken rings and poison soul power? You overestimate yourself, Tang Hao. He raised a hand, signaling towards the distant horizon. And let's not forget our gracious observer. Bibi Dong wouldn't dare interfere directly, not while she thinks she can simply pick up the pieces after we're done tearing each other apart. But she's a vulture, circling, waiting. Tang Hao's grip tightened on the clear sky hammer, the knuckles on his hand white. He knew Zhongnan was right. Bibi Dong was a predator, and he and Zhongnan were her prey. So, what do you propose, then? Tang Hao rasped, each word a monumental effort. A truce? A gentleman's agreement to leave and lick our wounds? He spat on the ground, a defiant gesture. I'd sooner die than make a deal with the likes of you. Zhongnan's smile widened, revealing a hint of something truly unsettling beneath the surface. Oh, I wouldn't dream of a truce, Tang Hao. I'm merely pointing out the realities of the situation. You're dying. I'm merely inconvenienced. And the Pope is waiting patiently for the spoils. He paused, letting the words sink in. But there is a fourth player in this little game, wouldn't you say? Tang Hao frowned, confusion briefly overriding the pain. What are you talking about? Chang'an extended a hand, palm up, towards the sky. Think about it, Tang Hao. Who orchestrated this entire charade? Who knew about your hatred for the Spirit Hall and the Ghost Douluo? Who provided me with the soul-destroying blade, knowing its effect on your particular brand of martial soul? A cold dread began to creep into Tang Hao's heart. He remembered the Chang'an auction house, the veiled figure, the subtle manipulation. It all clicked into place, a horrifying realization. Lin Xiao, he breathed, the name a curse on his lips. Chang'an dipped his head in acknowledgement. Indeed. His Highness Lin Xiao is the true mastermind behind this spectacle. He saw your weaknesses, your rage, and exploited them perfectly. He knew I couldn't defeat you outright, not without a considerable struggle. But with a little assistance, the scales were tipped. Tang Hao felt a surge of pure, unadulterated rage. He had been played, used as a pawn in a game he hadn't even known he was participating in. But even as the fury boiled within him, a flicker of understanding ignited. Lin Xiao, this unknown entity, was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Why? Tang Hao growled, the question laced with a venomous hatred. Why would he want me dead? Chang'an shrugged. That, Tang Hao, is a question you'll have to ask him yourself, in the afterlife. He has his own agenda. But rest assured, your death serves his purpose. He raised the soul-destroying blades, their edges gleaming in the dim light. And now, the curtain falls. Any last words, Tang Hao? Tang Hao looked at the shattered remnants of his life, the ruined landscape reflecting the ruin within him. He thought of Tang San, his son, and the impossible burden he would now inherit. But even in the face of death, there was no surrender in his eyes. Tell Lin Xiao, he managed to say, his voice cracking, tell him, he's made an enemy he will never escape. With a roar, Tang Hao channeled the last vestiges of his soul power into the clear sky hammer, preparing for one final, desperate strike. He might be dying, but he would take Chang'an with him if he could. He would leave a scar on Lin Xiao's carefully laid plans, a reminder that even in death, Tang Hao was a force to be reckoned with. But as he lunged forward, a wave of unbearable pain ripped through his body, and the world faded to black. The clear sky hammer clattered to the ground, and Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, fell, defeated not by strength, but by cunning. Chang'an stood over the fallen giant, his expression unreadable. He nodded slowly, then turned towards the distant figures of Bibi Dong and her entourage. The stage is clear, Your Majesty, he said, his voice carrying on the wind. The spoils are yours. But even as he spoke, a seed of doubt began to grow in his mind. He had one, yes, but at what cost? He had been a tool in someone else's grand design, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he, too, was nothing more than a pawn in Lin Xiao's game. And he wondered, with a growing sense of unease, what Lin Xiao's next move would be. The game, he suspected, had only just begun. The soul power fluctuations in Chang'an's body were like a vast ocean at this moment, unfathomable, and completely different from the momentum he had shown before. Tang Hao felt a chilling dread crawl up his spine. You hide your strength? Tang Hao exclaimed, his voice trembling, his usually booming voice cracking with disbelief. No. This is impossible. How can a 96th level soul master burst out with such fluctuations in soul power? Tang Hao was thoroughly shaken. While the raw power emanating from Chang'an wasn't on par with his 9-ring explosion combined with the Great Sumuro hammer, there was a critical difference. His techniques were self-destructive, a desperate gamble where he traded life force for power. Chang'an, on the other hand, was drawing solely from his own reserves. Chang'an's eyes bloomed with a crimson light. He moved with a slow, deliberate pace towards Tang Hao, his gaze icy and devoid of pity. I am Chang'an. His voice was a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the very air. I entered the tidal Douluo realm at the age of 28. When I first entered the tidal Douluo realm, I defeated 3 95-level tidal Douluo. I reached the 96th level at the age of 40. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Tang Hao visibly recoiled. Later, I accidentally entered the Killing City and stayed there for nearly 100 years without taking action. A few months ago, His Highness liberated me from the Killing City and I was able to regain my life. A dangerous smile played on Chang'an's lips. The previous Ghost Douluo was too weak. You, Tang Hao, are a very good whetstone for me. The crimson light intensified, swirling around him like a malevolent aura. Are you ready to face death? Upon hearing Zhong Nan's chilling pronouncements, Tang Hao's burly frame trembled violently. The fear in his eyes was palpable. How could this be? Reaching title Douluo at 28, level 96 at 40? Even he, hailed as the once-in-a-generation prodigy, had only achieved title Douluo status at 44. And then came the more horrifying revelation, a century spent within the desolate walls of the killing city. As a killing god himself, Tang Hao understood the soul-withering nature of that place. No soul power, no cultivation, just a brutal, bloody struggle for survival. To have spent a century there, untouched, only to emerge with such terrifying power meant he was facing a relic of a bygone era. If he had continued to cultivate outside the killing city, wouldn't he be at least at level 99 now? Tang Hao had no doubts about Zhong Nan's words. At their level, lies were unnecessary, their power spoke for itself. Desperation clawed at Tang Hao. He knew he was outmatched, outclassed, facing a monster with a century of pent-up power ready to be unleashed. He had to act. The seventh soul skill, soul-severing true body. Tang Hao roared, his body expanding, his muscles bulging. The eighth soul skill, the sky and the earth are empty, the soul returns to the soul is destroyed. He knew this attack was risky, draining, but he needed a surge of power, a chance to break free. Whirring, a bloody wind whipped through the arena. Zhong Nan stood amidst the crimson gale, the soul-breaking blades in his arms vibrating, hungry for blood. This was different from the encounter with the Azure Bull Python. That had been a rusty swing, a tentative test of his strength. This was the rebirth of a killer, a return to the predator he was always meant to be. The century of stagnation had only honed his edge. Tang Hao, sensing the true depth of the power about to be unleashed, didn't hesitate. He turned and fled. His pride, his reputation meant nothing. He had to survive. He could not afford to die now. The earlier bravado, the attempts to intimidate, were all just that, attempts. He had severely underestimated his opponent. Zhong Nan watched Tang Hao's retreat, a cruel smile twisting his lips. You want to escape, can you escape? He took another slow, deliberate step, the red light around him coalescing into two razor-sharp beams aimed directly at Tang Hao's fleeing back. Soul annihilation, kill. The words ripped through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of tearing flesh and a choked cry of pain. Zhong Nan's voice echoed between heaven and earth, a thunderous pronouncement of impending doom. A sword light, hundreds of meters long, painted the sky crimson, a terrifying spectacle that seemed to stretch back into the mists of time. The blood-red sword energy, a maelstrom of destruction, radiated outwards, its sole target, Tang Hao. Tang Hao, sensing the lethal presence, whirled around. His muscles strained, his spirit surged, as he hoisted the clear sky hammer, its dark metal gleaming in the ominous light. He braced himself, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength to meet the oncoming onslaught. Boom! The collision was cataclysmic. The sword, infused with an unstoppable force, crashed into the hammer with earth-shattering power. Tang Hao, his defenses shattered, was flung backward like a rag doll. He slammed into a nearby hill, the impact sending a tremor through the earth. A mouthful of blood splattered onto the ground, crimson against the green. Every organ in his body screamed in protest, as if torn and broken. Tang Hao struggled to his feet, his body a symphony of agony. His vision swam, his mind clouded. He was a warrior broken, teetering on the brink of oblivion. It's over, Tang Hao, Zhong Nan's voice boomed, laced with cold triumph. He raised his hand, the soul-severing blade pulsing with malevolent energy, ready to deliver the final, decisive blow. But at that crucial moment, a cold, commanding voice sliced through the air. Do it. Take down Tang Hao. You two can each choose one of the 6 soul bones on his body. Suddenly, the battlefield was invaded by 3 more figures, Pope Bibi Dong, her presence radiating an aura of formidable power, Ghost Leopard Douluo, a shadowy figure reeking of stealth and death, and Nihuang Douluo, her face a mask of cruel ambition. Bibi Dong positioned herself between Zhong Nan and his fallen prey, a deliberate obstruction. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Nihuang Douluo, like vultures descending on a carcass, rushed towards the weakened Tang Hao. Zhong Nan, his eyes narrowed with displeasure, regarded Bibi Dong with a chilling calm. Pope, are you trying to steal the prey? Bibi Dong, a flicker of amusement playing on her lips, responded with a measured smile. Prey? A fitting description. But prey is something that can be fought for, wouldn't you agree? A dangerous glint ignited in Zhong Nan's eyes. Indeed. but there is a price to pay for challenging me. In an instant, the soul-severing blade, a conduit of pure destructive energy, hurtled towards Bibi Dong. Behind her, the Death Spider Emperor, her martial soul, manifested, its 8 sickle-like legs snapping together defensively. As the blade struck, Bibi Dong felt a force that sent her staggering back several meters. Impressive power, she admitted, her voice betraying a hint of surprise. No wonder even Tang Hao couldn't withstand you. Regaining her composure, she issued a telepathic command to her subordinates. You too, capture Tang Hao. I will hold Zhongnan back. Yes, Your Majesty, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Nihong Douluo responded, their eyes gleaming with avarice. They intensified their assault on Tang Hao, who was struggling to maintain consciousness. Tang Hao, seeing the two figures closing in, spat on the ground, a gesture of defiance. It seems the fallen tiger becomes prey for the dogs. Even gravely wounded, you will not defeat me, declared Ghost Leopard Douluo, his voice a venomous hiss. Nor I, seconded Nihong Douluo, brandishing her weapon with murderous intent. However, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Nihong Douluo were low-ranking titled Douluo, their strength pale in comparison to the legendary Yueguan Ghost. Then, 2 black soul rings at Tang Hao's feet shattered. The ground trembled under the surge of his power as his soul power radiated outwards. Haotian Hammer. Chaos Cloak. Tang Hao roared, the clear sky hammer a blur of motion in his battered hands. He unleashed a furious barrage against his attackers, the force of each blow threatening to shatter bone and crush spirit. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Nihong Douluo, overwhelmed by Tang Hao's ferocity, were driven back relentlessly. Within 30 blows, they were battered and bruised, their attacks feeble and ineffective. Sensing an opportunity, Tang Hao narrowed his eyes. He deflected their next assault and hurled a massive boulder at the 2 Douluo. They hastily activated their soul skills, diverting the projectile with a shower of sparks and shattered stone. But when they looked back, Tang Hao had vanished. 2 failures, Bibi Dong hissed, fury burning behind her beautiful facade. In the dense forest, Tang Hao, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, stumbled onward, his injured body screaming with every step. The shattered soul rings were a last resort, a desperate gambit that had cost him dearly. Another ring broken would mean certain death. He paused, leaning weakly against a towering tree, desperately trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, a cold, metallic object pressed against the back of his head. He saw, with a startling clarity, the glint of a sniper rifle barrel. Lin Xiao, his face a mask of cold determination, held the weapon steady. A predatory gleam shone in his eyes. I accept your life. The sharp scent of pine needles and the metallic tang of blood still clung to the air, a grim testament to the death that had unfolded just days ago. Tang Hao, the prodigy, the Haotian sex hope, was gone, silenced by Lin Xiao's precise shot. The cascade of events triggered by his demise and Zhongnan's survival had sent ripples of fear and uncertainty across Douluo Continent. Within the opulent yet strategically fortified walls of Chang'an Auction House, Yang Wudi, Miao Gao, and Bai stood at the entrance, their faces etched with a cautious curiosity. The sight before them was jarring. The ghost Douluo, a figure of terror and ruthless power, knelt in the dirt, his once pristine robes replaced by rags, his proud posture replaced by desperate pleading. Beside him lay Yuguan, the chrysanthemum Douluo, his skin pale and lifeless. Please help me with the 3 of you and let me meet Mr. Li, Guimei rasped, his voice devoid of its usual arrogance. I can't lose Laoju. Yang Wudi exchanged a questioning glance with Miao Gao and Bai He. The situation was fraught with danger. While they were now protected by the formidable Zhongnan and Chang'an City, the ghost Douluo represented a significant threat. Yet, there was a raw desperation in his voice, a vulnerability that even his disheveled appearance couldn't mask. What makes you think our young master can help? Yang Wudi asked, his voice sharp, testing the waters. Yuguan is clearly dead. Guimei's grip tightened on the cracked velvet babble chrysanthemum. This is his martial soul. It didn't shatter. It endured. I believe. I know there's a way to save him. Zhongnan, he is rumored to perform miracles. He can cultivate the land, create weapons, and raise armies. Surely, he can also restore life. Bai He, ever the observant one, noted the pleading in Guimei's eyes. He also saw the potential for advantage. A desperate titled Douluo, owing them a debt, could be a powerful asset, especially with the Spirit Hall now their sworn enemy. Even if Mr. Li were willing to help, What makes you think he would aid two former members of Spirit Hall, an organization that stands against everything Chang'an represents? Bai challenged. Guimei lowered his head. I understand. We were blinded by Bibi Dong's ambition. We served her loyally, believing we were serving the greater good. But the truth is clearer now. Her path leads only to destruction. I am willing to offer anything, everything, in exchange for Lao Chu's life. My knowledge of the Spirit Hall, secrets known only to us. I will lay them all bare. The offer was tempting. The information held by two former elders of Spirit Hall could be invaluable in the coming conflict. But Yang Wudi remained hesitant. Trusting a former enemy, especially one as ruthless as Guimei, was a risky gamble. He turned to Niu Gao. What do you think? Niu Gao, usually blunt and impulsive, surprised him with his measured response. The situation is dire. We are facing a powerful enemy. We can't afford to dismiss any potential advantage. We should bring him before Mr. Li. Let him decide. Yang Wudi nodded slowly. He respected Niu Gao's judgment, and he knew his heart was in the right place. Ultimately, the decision rested with Chang'an. Very well, Yang Wudi said, his voice firm. We will take you to Mr. Li. But understand this. One wrong move, one hint of treachery, and you will face the full might of Chang'an City. Do you understand? Guimei looked up, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. I understand. My life, and the hope of Lao Chu's life, rests in your hands. I will not betray that trust. The unlikely procession made its way through the bustling streets of Chang'an. The ragged ghost Douluo, the lifeless Yuguan, and the wary leaders of the former Force clan. Their destination, the heart of Chang'an, where Chang'an, the enigmatic architect of this rising power, would decide their fate and perhaps, defy death itself. The fate of Yuguan, and the potential alliance with a fallen power within Spirit Hall, now rested on the shoulders of a man who had already rewritten the rules of Douluo Continent. The game had changed, and the stakes were higher than ever. The continent held its breath, waiting to see what miracles Chang'an would weave next. The air in the office thickened, heavy with unspoken promises and the weight of the past. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai, veterans of countless battles, stood awkwardly, witnesses to a drama unfolding far beyond their expectations. They had brought a pariah, a ghost from their shared past, into the presence of the enigmatic Mr. Li. Lin Xiao, however, seemed unfazed. He had assessed Guimei with a cool, analytical gaze, his focus now entirely on the withered Chirontongtian chrysanthemum. As he infused it with his strange energy, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from the flower, pulsing weakly. Theoretically viable, Lin Xiao had declared, his voice carrying the weight of possibility. And then, the offer, I do have a way here. Guimei's reaction had been immediate, a desperate plunge into servitude, a complete surrender to Lin Xiao's power. His oath, a binding vow using his very spirit as collateral, resonated with the desperation of a man clinging to a thread of hope. Very good, Lin Xiao had said, chillingly calm. This is what I've been waiting for. But then, a shift. The ruthless businessman's mask slipped, revealing the man beneath. But don't worry, I will not use you as a tool like that woman Bibi Dong. As long as they are from Chang'an City, they are our relatives. The words hung in the air, a revolutionary concept for someone like Guimei. In the sterile halls of the Spirit Hall, he had been a weapon, honed and wielded by ambition. He'd been a cog in a machine fueled by conquest. Loyalty was demanded, but rarely given in return. He looked at the faces around him. Bai He, the agile scout, offered a wry smile. Bailey Shoyue, the silent marksman, nodded almost imperceptibly. Even Yang Wudi, still carrying the scars of their past encounters, offered a hesitant, almost apologetic, grimace. These weren't faces of disdain or suspicion, but of acceptance. Perhaps even kinship. The ghost's heart, long dormant beneath layers of cold duty, flickered back to life. He remembered the warmth of camaraderie, the shared laughter around a campfire, the unspoken bond of warriors fighting alongside each other. He had traded it all away for the gilded cage of power. In the past, in the Wuhuan Palace, he was like a ruthless tool machine, without his own life and thoughts, and could only act according to Bibi Dong's instructions every day. This is also what Yuguan regrets most in his life. In order to covet power, status and wealth, he sold his freedom. He swallowed hard, the memory tasting like ash in his mouth. He had been a fool, a puppet. Now, looking at Lin Xiao, he saw not a master, but a potential savior, both of Yu Guan and of himself. A new chapter was indeed beginning. One where loyalty wasn't extracted, but earned. One where friendship wasn't a liability, but a strength. He was still a ghost, haunted by his past, but perhaps, in Chang'an City, he could find a new purpose, a new life, and finally, redemption. His eyes, once glazed with the coldness of death, now held a faint, flickering spark of hope. He might be a ghost, but perhaps, for the first time, he was truly alive. The name, written in elegant calligraphy that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, was Tang San. A ripple of murmurs ran through the crowd of students. Whispers of Tang San? Is that the Haotian clan's prodigy, and he's already on the Tianbang? How is that possible? Filled the air. Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, watched the reactions with a sardonic glint in his eyes. That's right. Tang San is currently ranked first on the Tianbang. His performance in the initial assessment was remarkable. He displayed a control over his spirit power and twin spirits that is rarely seen, even among titled Douluo. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. But don't be discouraged. The Tianbang is not a fixed ranking. It's a measure of your current progress and contribution to the city. Opportunities will arise. Quests, challenges, and unique tasks sanctioned by His Highness himself can earn you points and propel you up the ranks. Douluo gestured to the empty red list. Conversely, failure to meet expectations, disruptive behavior, or a lack of progress will land you on the red list. And those on the red list for too long, well, they find themselves on the next boat heading back to where they came from. A nervous silence settled over the students. The reality of Jixia College, with its rigorous demands and unforgiving competition, began to dawn on them. They were no longer the pampered geniuses of their clans or academies. Here, they were just names on a list, vying for the attention and approval of Lin Xiao, the master of Chang'an City. Your first task, Douluo announced, breaking the silence, will be to familiarize yourselves with the research projects currently underway in Chang'an City. You will be assigned to assist in these projects, under the guidance of various researchers and artisans. Your performance will be directly linked to your ranking. Be diligent, be observant, and above all, be innovative. The future of Chang'an City, and perhaps the future of the entire continent, depends on the discoveries made within these walls. He dismissed them with a curt nod. The students, a mixture of apprehension and excitement swirling within them, dispersed to begin their assignments. Meanwhile, back in Lin Xiao's office, Yang Wudi, still buzzing with the excitement of his impending soul bone, was preparing the Qirong Tong Tianju for Yu Guan. Lin Xiao watched them with a quiet satisfaction. He wasn't just building a city, he was building a community, a family bound by loyalty and a shared vision. Lin Xiao knew the challenges ahead were immense. The Spirit Hall was a formidable force, and other powers lurked in the shadows, waiting to exploit any weakness. But with the dedication and ingenuity of individuals like Yang Wudi, the loyalty of those like Gui Mei, and the promise of talent nurtured at Jixia College, he was confident that Chang'an City would not only survive but thrive. The era of Chang'an had only just begun. The training ground was hushed, save for the rustle of leaves in the wind and the stifled gasps of the onlookers. Feng Xiaotian, his face a mask of controlled fury, activated his martial soul, the twin-headed wolf. Two snarling wolf heads materialized behind him, their eyes glowing with predatory light. His soul rings pulsed with power, a testament to his hard-earned strength. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Li Mo said, his voice devoid of inflection. He stood casually, his blindfold a stark contrast to the intensity emanating from Feng Xiaotian. No soul rings appeared. No visible power surged around him. Only an unsettling calmness. Feng Xiaotian scoffed, launching himself forward. His body blurred as he activated his agility-enhancing soul skills, the twin-headed wolf roaring in anticipation. He intended to end this quickly, to prove that age wasn't everything. But as he neared Li Mo, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere. A chilling sensation crept across the training ground, the air thickening as if burdened by an unseen weight. From Li Mo, a wispy tendril of midnight black mist began to unfurl. It wasn't violent or aggressive, but rather, insidiously consuming. The mist clung to the air, swirling around Li Mo like a living cloak. It pulsed with a strange energy, a silent hum vibrating through the ground. Feng Xiaotian stumbled, his enhanced speed faltering as if he was wading through thick mud. "What is this?" he choked out, his confidence rapidly dissolving. His twin-headed wolf whimpered, its predatory snarl replaced by fearful whimpers. The mist intensified, obscuring Li Emo entirely. It reached out, tendrils wrapping around Feng Xiaoyan's arms and legs, their touch cold and draining. He could feel his soul power being leached away, his movements becoming sluggish, his very strength waning. Panic flared in his eyes. He tried to activate his soul skills, tried to break free from the encroaching darkness, but his efforts were futile. The mist seemed to anticipate his every move, stifling his power before it could fully manifest. Outside the swirling darkness, shock reigned. Hu Wu and Shui Binger watched in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the growing horror of the spectacle. Douluo Bo, however, merely smirked, a glint of predatory satisfaction in his eyes. He knew what Li Mo's devouring mist was capable of. Suddenly, the mist receded, leaving Feng Xiaotian crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath. His soul rings had dimmed, his face pale and clammy. The twin-headed wolf was gone, banished back into his soul by the overwhelming force of the devouring mist. Li Emo stood, the wisp of black mist now little more than a thin veil around him. He seemed unchanged, untouched by the battle. "Is that all?" he asked, his voice still calm, still emotionless. Hu Wu and Shui Binger exchanged a terrified glance. Feng Xiaotian, a soul sect prodigy, had been effortlessly defeated. The reality of Li Mo's power, a blind 11-year-old, smashed their arrogance to pieces. Without a word, Shui Binger turned and fled, unable to face the prospect of confronting such overwhelming power. Hu Wu, pride wounded but fear overriding her bravado, hesitated for a moment before joining her retreat. The onlookers were silent, awestruck. The Jixia Academy, it seemed, was truly a place where genius was redefined. A place where 11-year-old blind boys could humble even the most gifted soul masters with little more than a whisper of mist. Douluo Bo chuckled, breaking the silence. Well, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. It seems like the heavenly list remains unchanged. Li Emo remained impassive. Then let's continue my training, he said, turning his blind eyes towards the practice dummies. I need to get stronger. And as he resumed his sword practice under the setting sun, everyone knew that the legends of Li Emo, the number one on the heavenly list, had just begun. The air in the training ground, though seemingly clear, still held the lingering chill of the devouring mist, a constant reminder of the power that resided within the blind boy. The power that could devour not just soul power, but also pride, arrogance, and the very notion of what it meant to be a genius. The shattered pieces of the longsword rained down around Li Emo, the metallic tang echoing in the sudden silence that had fallen over the soul fighting stage. Feng Xiaotian, wings beating furiously, hung in the air, a triumphant glint in his wolfish eyes. He had finally broken through Li Mo's defenses. But Li Emo didn't falter. He remained standing, calm as a still pond reflecting the stormy sky. A faint smile played on his lips, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on Feng Xiaotian's face. Hu Wu, Shui Binger, do it. Feng Xiaotian's voice was a roar, a command that shattered the tension. From the sidelines, two figures responded instantly. Hu Wu, a fiery beauty with burning red hair, and Shui Binger, an ice-cold vision with hair the color of glacial lakes, launched themselves onto the stage. Hu Wu's fiery aura blazed, while Shui Binger exuded an aura of bone-chilling cold. The crowd gasped. This was a blatant violation of the rules. It was a one-on-one duel, not a three-on-one brawl. Disappointment and anger rippled through the spectators. Douluo Bo's face darkened, his hand tightening on the jade staff he always carried. He was about to intervene when a subtle tremor ran through the air. He paused, his golden eyes widening slightly. Something was different. A bit dishonorable, but efficient, Li Emo said, his voice barely a whisper. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering himself. The air around him seemed to shimmer, a subtle distortion barely perceptible to the naked eye. Then, the world exploded. Not literally, but the sensation was akin to it. A pressure, immense and terrifying, slammed into the soul fighting stage, silencing the crowd's outrage. The heat from Hu Wu's flames flickered and died, the cold from Shui Binger's presence evaporated. Even Feng Xiaotian, the powerful soul sect, felt his wings falter, his carefully constructed strategy crumbling into dust. Slowly, deliberately, Li Emo raised his hands. There was no summoning circle, no burst of radiant light, no roaring spirit. Instead, something far more subtle, far more profound, began to manifest. It started with a feeling, a primal sense of dread that settled in the pit of everyone's stomach. The air crackled with an energy that felt ancient and powerful, an energy that seemed to hum with the very fabric of existence. Then, it appeared. A single, solitary ring appeared beneath Limo's feet. Not yellow, not purple, not even black. It was a color no one had ever seen before, a swirling vortex of iridescent light that seemed to contain all colors and none at the same time. It thrummed with power, a silent symphony of untold potential. The crowd held its breath. What was this? A soul ring of unparalleled quality? Or something else entirely? Liemo opened his eyes, and even though they were still blind, a sliver of comprehension, of terrifying power, shone through. You wanted to see my martial spirit, he said, his voice no longer calm, but resonating with an almost unbearable intensity. Very well. Behold. The single, iridescent ring pulsed, and then, with a silent, earth-shattering roar, something began to form around Liemo. Not a beast, not a weapon, not anything familiar. It was a presence, an aura, a feeling of absolute and utter control. It was the embodiment of perfect balance, of unwavering will. The void. Before anyone could fully comprehend the implications of those words, Liemo moved. He didn't run. He didn't charge. He simply existed. And in that existence, he flowed around Huowu's flames, past Shui Binger's ice, and behind Feng Xiaotian, who was still suspended in midair, completely paralyzed by the sheer weight of Limo's presence. He placed a single hand on Feng Xiaotian's shoulder. Enough, Liemo said, his voice echoing not just in the arena, but in the very minds of those who heard it. And everything stopped. The wind died down, the flames extinguished, the ice melted. The fight was over. Feng Xiaotian hung limp, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Huowu and Shui Binger stood frozen, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Liemo released Feng Xiaotian, and the soul sect gently floated to the ground, his spirit utterly broken. Liemo turned, his empty eyes facing the crowd. The void, his martial spirit, faded into nothingness, leaving behind only the memory of its terrifying power. Dugubo, his face pale, muttered under his breath, "His Highness, what have you created?" The crowd remained silent, stunned into submission by the sheer power of a blind, 11-year-old boy who hadn't even needed his martial spirit to utterly dominate a soul sect and two powerful spirit masters. He had simply wielded the void, and in doing so, had redefined the very meaning of strength. The era of Liemo had begun. The humid air of the arena hung heavy, thick with anticipation. Huowu and Shui Binger stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes burning holes into Liemo, who remained stoic on the opposite side of the soul-fighting platform. Next to him, Feng Xiaotian cracked his knuckles, a nervous energy radiating from him. "Humph, I'm just waiting for your words, otherwise you will get all the limelight by yourself." Huowu hissed, a competitive fire blazing in her eyes. She glanced at Shui Binger, a silent understanding passing between them. This wasn't just about victory, it was about proving themselves. The corners of Huowu's mouth rose slightly. She and Shui Binger leaped onto the platform, their coordinated movements a testament to their years of training. They didn't speak a word, merely exchanged a knowing look before unleashing their soul skills in a synchronized assault on Liemo. Simultaneously, Feng Xiaotian launched his own attack. From three directions, three powerful soul skills rushed towards Liemo, a torrent of fire, ice, and wind. All the places where Liemo could hide were blocked, and his body couldn't move even half a step. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The three soul skills hit Liemo with incomparable accuracy, the impact throwing up a swirling cloud of dust and smoke. Isn't it difficult for even a soul master at the Soul King level to withstand the attacks of the three soul sects? A voice whispered from the crowd, laced with disbelief. Everyone present subconsciously broke into a cold sweat, their eyes glued to the swirling smoke. Had they witnessed a tragedy? Just the next moment, a long black sword passed through the smoke screen like a predator emerging from the shadows. Liemo slowly walked out of the billowing cloud, his face impassive, his movements deliberate. But it wasn't his demeanor that silenced the crowd, it was the four soul rings flickering beneath his feet, purple, 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 and black. Everyone was shocked when they saw Liemo safe and sound, and then saw the four soul rings at Liemo's feet completely boiling. What the hell? What's going on with the soul rings at Liemo's feet? The first and second soul rings are both purple for thousands of years, and the fourth soul ring is for 10,000 years, someone shouted, his voice cracking with astonishment. Not only that, Liemo is only 11 years old this year. For an 11-year-old soul sect, this is too outrageous, another voice chimed in, equally stunned. Sure enough, compared with Liemo, we are not geniuses, a deflated whisper drifted through the crowd. When Huwu, Shui Binger, and Feng Xiaotian saw the soul rings at Liemo's feet, their eyes flashed with shock. They had expected a challenge, but this was beyond comprehension. How is this kind of soul ring configuration achieved? Won't he explode and die? Huwu's tone was laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. Shui Binger looked at the unharmed Liemo with a frown on her face, doubts clouding her usually sharp eyes. No, even if Liemo has the advantage of the soul ring, he is only a soul sect after all. How can he resist the attacks of the three of us and still be unharmed? Shui Binger's words instantly awakened Feng Xiaotian and Huwu, making them realize the sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed. Liemo's voice, calm and measured, cut through the stunned silence. Sorry, I am immune to both ice and fire. The power of your soul skills will be greatly weakened by me. The jelly grass Liemo took was fiery apricot jiaoshu and star anise ice grass. These two jelly grasses could not only greatly enhance the soul master's physical fitness, but also provide the soul master with the effect of being immune to ice and fire. Dual immunity to ice and fire? The corners of Huwu and Shui Binger's eyes twitched slightly. Their most powerful attacks were rendered virtually useless. You are immune to our soul skills, so how can you fight? The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. This battle should end, Liemo declared, his voice carrying an undertone of finality. He slowly raised the long black sword in his hand. This long sword was transformed by Liemo's martial spirit, a chillingly beautiful weapon that seemed to absorb the light around it. Next moment, Liemo jumped up and flipped his wrist suddenly. 3 different jet black sword energies crisscrossed the 4 directions, an intricate web of power that sent a terrifying dark aura descending on the soul fighting platform. Feng Xiaotian and the others hurriedly avoided the sword energy, dodging and weaving with desperate agility. But in that frantic moment, Liemo's figure had disappeared. Seeing Liemo disappear, the 3 of them were instantly panicked. What happened? Why did he disappear? Feng Xiaotian quickly looked around, his head swiveling, desperately scanning for any sign of his opponent. Now, above the heads of the 3 people, a black mist was quietly gathering, coalescing into a swirling vortex of shadows. Liemo's figure suddenly rushed out of the black mist, a silent predator striking from above. Feng Xiaotian felt the fluctuation of soul power above him and hurriedly reminded him. Get out of the way, he's up there. Huwu and Shui Binger subconsciously looked up, but what greeted them was a ruthless sword, descending with terrifying speed and precision. The terrifying sword energy shook the 3 people away, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Liemo suddenly appeared next to Shui Binger, flipping over and kicking Shui Binger in the abdomen. In an instant, Shui Binger's pupils suddenly shrank, her hands covered her lower abdomen in pain, and a look of pain flashed across her face. Elder sister. Team leader. All the girls from Tianshui College were extremely worried when they saw this scene, their cries of alarm echoing in the arena. Seeing Shui Binger in such pain, everyone around him was stunned. The fight had crossed a line. Isn't this Liemo too ruthless? Shui Binger is such a beautiful woman. I don't care whether Shui Binger is good-looking or not, but she is a girl after all. This foot hurts just looking at it. Liemo's face remained extremely calm, the comments and accusations from the people around him failing to penetrate his focused state of mind. Because, this is what Lin Xiao emphasized. A swordsman should never delay his swordsmanship because of women. Today's era emphasizes equality between men and women and treats them equally. There is no woman in my heart, so I draw my sword to the god of nature. Keep these words that Liemo said to Lin Xiao in mind. Seeing that his teammate was beaten, Huwu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Liemo, fueled by a potent mix of anger and concern. Sister Huwu, please stop. Feng Xiaotian stretched out his hand, a desperate attempt to prevent her charge. But Huwu was already heading towards the attack, her fiery spirit burning brightly. Liemo, who had his back turned, felt the fluctuation of Huwu's soul power behind him. His movements were swift and economical. Liemo turned his palm, and the long black sword instantly turned over, its hilt now facing outwards. Liemo's arm suddenly thrust back. The hilt of the sword hit Huwu's chest with incomparable accuracy. Huwu's delicate body trembled suddenly, and her body flew out like a kite with its string cut off. "Sister Hu, don't be afraid, I'll come." Before Feng Xiaotian could finish speaking, Li Mo condensed a ball of black mist into the palm of his left hand and threw it towards Feng Xiaotian. The black mist hit Feng Xiaotian's calf with great precision. Just as Feng Xiaotian was about to reach out to catch Wu, a pain that penetrated into the bone marrow suddenly came from his calf. As soon as Feng Xiaotian was distracted, Wu flew directly and hit him. Feng Xiaotian screamed and flew out of the soul fighting platform with Wu, a tangle of limbs in frustration. Douluo, standing stoically on the sidelines, looked at the crowd and slowly said, "Li Mo will win this battle of spirits." After hearing Douluo's voice, everyone slowly came back to their senses. The 11-year-old blind boy in front of him had actually single-handedly defeated 3 genius soul sects. In the past, they really didn't dare to think about this. However, at Jixia College, they saw it. Li Mo helped Shui Binger, who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, "Sorry, I just hit you a little too hard." Shui Binger still covered her lower abdomen, waved her hand, forced out a smile and said, "It's okay. After all, this is a battle between soul masters, and no one can guarantee that they will not be injured at all." Li Mo nodded and said, "Yes." He offered her a hand, which she gratefully accepted. "Grandpa Douluo, now that the competition is over, I will continue to go back to training," Li Mo announced, his voice devoid of any trace of triumph. After Li Mo finished speaking, he walked down from the soul fighting stage and left here, leaving behind a stunned audience buzzing with disbelief and admiration. Now, the corners of Douluo's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a proud look on his face, "Ha, do you still question the college's ranking on the top list now?" After hearing Douluo's words, everyone present said nothing, but their eyes were full of anticipation and fighting spirit. Li Mo's strength had let them see a broader world. This is exactly the goal they aspire to. Douluo looked at everyone with serious eyes and said, "Don't let yourself become inferior because of Li Mo's strength. Li Mo is a student of our Jixia College and will always have the best training resources in the continent. Of course, you don't have no chance. As long as you get on the heavenly ranking, you can enjoy the same treatment as Li Mo. Become a true genius, a truly powerful soul master." Douluo's words hung in the air, a challenge and an inspiration to every student present. The shadow of Li Mo's brilliance was long, but within that shadow lay the potential for them to forge their own destinies, to push beyond their limits, and to strive for the same unattainable heights. Douluo's words penetrated deeply into the hearts of everyone present. Because he was once a genius, he knew what the children in front of him were thinking and longing for. He saw the flicker of ambition, the gnawing desire to prove themselves, the understanding that the world was bigger and harsher than they had ever imagined. A look of tenacity flashed in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, and he said firmly, "I must rush into the Tianbang to see higher mountains." He wouldn't let his unique talent be wasted. He would climb, conquer, and prove his worth among the best of the best. Oscar, who was previously inconspicuous among the crowd, harbored a secret dream, one that he dared not voice aloud. Now, after witnessing Li Mo's strength, a firm resolve settled on his face, and hope, like a fragile seedling, sprouted in his longing eyes. He had a premonition, a thrilling certainty. As long as he became a student of Jixia College, his previously illusory fantasy might come true. The seemingly impossible was now within reach. The Tianbang, a list of the most promising young cultivators, held a very high status and weight in everyone's heart. It was more than just a ranking, it was a gateway, a validation, a future. In the next 3 months, the Tianbang would be the goal pursued by their common people, and at the same time, it would also be a battlefield that only belonged to them. Friendships would be tested, rivalries would ignite, and only the strongest would rise to the top. Meanwhile, miles away, in a hastily constructed chamber within what remained of Chang'an city after it destroyed the clan's territory, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and desperation. Yu Guan, once the proud chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall, was lying on a bed, his life hanging by a thread. Around him stood a somber gathering: Lin Xiao, the mastermind behind Chang'an's rise; Yang Wudi, the resolute poison Douluo; Gui Mei, the stoic ghost Douluo; Miao Gao, the powerful strength clan patriarch; and Bai He, the agile swift clan leader. Yang Wudi carefully took out a heavy, hardcover treasure box from his arms and opened it slowly. The air crackled with tension. Next moment, a ray of golden light bloomed in the room through the open gap, bathing the faces of those gathered in its radiant glow. It pulsed with raw, untamed energy, a testament to the treasure within. At this moment, the cracked strange velvet babble chrysanthemum clutched in Gui Mei's hand actually floated up on its own initiative, drawn towards the golden light like a moth to a flame. The two strange velvet babble chrysanthemums gathered together, exuding a strange aura, which seemed to be alive and thrumming with blood. One, broken and fading, the other, vibrant and whole. The intact strange velvet babble chrysanthemum, the one that Yang Wudi had brought from the eyes of ice and fire, was currently releasing his own medicinal power to continuously repair the strange velvet babble chrysanthemum within Yu Guan. It was a gamble, a desperate attempt to rekindle the dying embers of a powerful spirit. Suddenly, lying on the bed, Yu Guan's eyelids suddenly trembled. His face, which was originally as pale as a dead person, gradually gained color at this moment, a faint flush returning to his cheeks. When everyone noticed Yu Guan's expression, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They felt a surge of joy. This method really works. Hope surged through them, a beacon in their despair. A flash of excitement flashed in the ghost's eyes. He had made a deal with the devil, essentially selling himself to Chang'an to save his lifelong companion. Now, it seemed his sacrifice might not be in vain. Lin Xiao looked at Yu Guan on the bed, with a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He had a plan, a daring gamble that could potentially reshape the balance of power. When reading the novel Douluo Dalu in his previous life, Lin Xiao had always been very curious. If Yu Guan's martial spirit was Qirongtong Tianju, what kind of strength would he reach if he took Qirongtong Tianju? He was betting that the fairy grass would push him beyond his limits. After all, after taking the fairy grass, each of the Shrek's 7 devils cultivated to level 100 and became gods. And Yu Guan, who already possesses the spirit of the fairy grass, must be 100% compatible with the Qirongtian chrysanthemum, and can completely absorb the essence of the fairy grass. Suddenly, Yu Guan's body floated up from the bed, and the powerful and dazzling golden light enveloped Yu Guan tightly. The two strange velvet giant chrysanthemums floated above Yu Guan's body. Gradually, they slowly sank into Yu Guan's body. In an instant, Yu Guan's white hair turned back to gold at this moment, her pale cheeks turned blood red, and her soul power gradually soared at this moment. The extremely terrifying soul power fluctuations suddenly rushed upward violently in ripples. The ceiling of Yang Wudi's bedroom was directly smashed by this burst of soul power. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. "Fuck! My house!" Yang Wudi exclaimed, aghast. He truly was being a good sport by being patient with the destruction that surrounded Lin Xiao. Everyone quickly stepped back, shielding their faces from the debris. Yu Guan's Wuhuan Qirongtian chrysanthemum slowly bloomed at this moment, a magnificent display of golden light and swirling energy. The crack on the surface of the Kikiantan Xianju disappeared without a trace at this moment, and the soul power that had been bottlenecked for many years at Yu Guan suddenly trembled at this moment. Peak level 95. Level 96. Peak level 96. Yu Guan's soul power level instantly rose to the peak of level 96, which is only one step away from level 97. Moreover, his martial spirit Qirong Tianju seems to have transformed again, and its quality has surpassed that of the top martial soul category. Next moment, Yu Guan slowly opened his eyes, golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and one scene after another flashed through his mind, memories of the battle, the devastation, the faces of his fallen comrades, the unwavering loyalty of the ghost. "Old ghost, no!" Yu Guan shouted and stood up suddenly, looking around quickly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was disoriented, lost in the haze of his near-death experience. He had never seen the surrounding environment before, and the people standing in front of him were familiar yet unfamiliar, until he saw the figure that haunted him, the one face he couldn't bear to lose. "Old ghost." The moment Yu Guan saw the ghost, there was a touch of tenderness in his eyes. "Lao Jiu." The ghostly voice choked, thick with emotion. He had almost lost him. "It's good to see you're okay. By the way, what's going on with me and where's this place?" Yu Guan looked at Yang Wudi and others, with a subconscious flash of hostility on his face. He didn't know who these people were or what their intentions might be. Immediately, the ghost told Yu Guan all about the past few days and the whole story, from the attack on the spirit hall to Lin Xiao's intervention and his subsequent deal to secure Yu Guan's survival. After Yu Guan felt the 96th level soul power in his body and the refreshing feeling he had never experienced before, he quickly got out of bed and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao and everyone around him. A profound sense of gratitude coursed through him. "Thank you very much for saving me and for using such precious herbs as babble. Thank you very much." As a flower lover, Yu Guan naturally knew how precious the velvet chrysanthemum was, and Mr. Li in front of him was actually willing to let him use it. This made Yu Guan feel warmth for the first time from someone other than ghosts. After hearing Yu Guan's words, Lin Xiao looked calmly and said, "You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just thank you for having such a good friend like Gui Mei." His voice was surprisingly gentle, considering the power he wielded. In order to save you, he sold himself to Chang'an City. Now Gui Mei is a member of Chang'an City. Lin Xiao's words once again made Yu Guan feel warm with concern. Then Yu Guan's eyes suddenly became firm, and he knelt down on one knee towards Lin Xiao and said, "Master Li, if you don't mind, I, Yu Guan, am also willing to join Chang'an City and swear by my martial spirit, I will always protect the young master and the city of Chang'an. I hope the young master agrees." His voice rang with conviction, a promise forged in gratitude and friendship. "Lao Jiu." The ghost murmured from the corner of his mouth, his heart swelling with affection. They had stood by each other through thick and thin, and he couldn't imagine carrying on without him. "Old ghost, we agreed that we will always be together." Yu Guan turned to his companion with a reassuring smile. "Besides, Chang'an City may be the place I have been searching for," Yu Guan said, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Perhaps this ravaged place, under the leadership of this enigmatic young man, could offer them a new purpose, a new beginning. Lin Xiao looked calmly and said, "In that case, Yu Guan, ghost, this palace now appoints you two as the commanders of the Chang'an Guard army. You two are elders in the Wuhuan Palace and the leaders of the army." His words were delivered with an unexpected weight, the air around him crackling with barely contained energy. Currently, Chang'an City is still in its early stages of establishment. I hope that the two of you can build an iron-blooded army for Chang'an City within 3 years to protect Chang'an forever. He placed a heavy burden on their shoulders, but he knew they were capable. Also, our palace will hold the Chang'an ceremony in 1 month. Let the name of Chang'an be announced to the world. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's narrow eyes were sharp and piercing, and an emperor's pressure swept towards the surroundings. This wasn't a request, it was an order. After feeling this aura, Yang Wudi and everyone present knelt down on one knee towards Lin Xiao, their faces reflecting awe and unwavering loyalty. The power emanating from him was undeniable, a force that commanded both respect and fear. Yang Wudi was the first to speak. "Your Highness, I sincerely ask you to take this opportunity to ascend the throne and become the emperor." He had witnessed Lin Xiao's strategic genius, his unwavering resolve, and the loyalty he inspired. He was convinced that he was the only one capable of uniting the continent. Yang Wudi's words stunned Yu Guan, who had just joined. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What the hell? Ascend to the throne? This was far more ambitious than he had initially imagined. But he and others all nodded, obviously agreeing with Yang Wudi's words. They had all placed their faith in Lin Xiao, believing he could lead them to a brighter future. After Lin Xiao heard this, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, "It's not the time yet. The current situation on the mainland is chaotic. If a new empire appears, it will be even more complicated." His voice was calm, measured, reflecting a mind that was always several steps ahead. "What we have to do now is to keep a low profile and accumulate strength. Finally, seal your throat with a knife." His tone was laced with deadly intent, a promise of vengeance and domination. The game was just beginning and they were ready to play it. The air in the room crackled with an unspoken tension, thick enough to choke on. Lin Xiao, a regal figure even at his young age, regarded Gui Mei and Yu Guan with eyes that held the weight of untold ambitions. His words hung heavy in the air, a chilling declaration that resonated with the implicit threat, "Seal your throat with a knife?" A look of horror flashed across the faces of Gui Mei and Yu Guan. At this moment, they finally understood. His Highness before them, what he wanted was not just Chang'an City. Instead, the whole world. They had served under Bibi Dong, witnessed her relentless pursuit of power, her willingness to sacrifice anything, even her own elders, to achieve her goals of continent-wide domination. Compared to Bibi Dong's unscrupulous tactics, they preferred Lin Xiao's advances and retreats, his ability to communicate his intentions, even if those intentions were now terrifyingly clear. The silence stretched, taut and unforgiving. Then, a figure strode into the room, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. It was Douluo Bo, his serpentine eyes glinting with amusement. He spotted Yu Guan, still stunned, and a wide, knowing grin spread across his face. "Juhua Guan, wake up. How are we doing in Chang'an City?" The meeting of two old enemies for many years made both of them feel very complicated. In the past, they stood on opposite sides and fought to the death. But now they are standing under the same roof. This extreme gap gave both of them a sense of fantasy. Very good, Yu Guan replied, his voice a low rumble. I like it here very much. Please take good care of me from now on. A faint smile, tinged with a hint of weariness, touched the corner of his mouth. Douluo Bo, ever the provocateur, couldn't resist. He clapped Yu Guan on the back, his laughter booming through the room. Ha ha ha, isn't this really good at talking? When you saw me in the past, you were like a fool seeing a woman. You said that you must take me back to Wuhuan Palace today and let me be captured without mercy. When you said it, you had to match it with some arrogant movements and expressions. But it looks much more pleasing to the eye now. Yu Guan's face darkened instantly. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Old, poisonous thing. He forced the words out, his voice strained. Why are you at level 96? Damn it, Zhuoguan, why are you doing this? His Highness is still here. The tension finally broke, and laughter erupted from everyone in the room, the sound momentarily pushing aside the earlier threat. The absurdity of the situation, the familiar animosity between the two old rivals, served as a temporary reprieve. Far away, across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, two figures raced across the sea, their speed leaving shimmering trails in their wake. The soul beasts of the deep scattered before their approach, sensing the immense power they possessed. Call. We're finally here. It seems like this is the new continent discovered by the advanced troops. The speaker, a man in a strange, red robe, finally touched firm ground. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man in a white robe, his demeanor calm and almost serene. The man in white robe gazed at the land before them. Senior Zhongnan probably came here for this continent. His tone was tinged with regret. The man in red robe's expression grew solemn. When I was in the Soul Emperor realm, I received guidance from Senior Zhongnan. Unfortunately, 100 years have passed. Times have changed, things have changed, and people have changed. We will not let Senior Zhongnan's sacrifice be in vain. The man in white robe nodded. Let's go. First, we need to gather information about this continent. We can't afford to jump into a trap and alert the snake. We must be vigilant before we delve into the unknown. Ah. With that, the two figures vanished into the new continent, their presence a silent question mark hanging over the unexplored land. Back in Wuhuan City, within the opulent walls of the Pope's palace, a kneeling figure reported to the unseen authority. His Majesty the Pope, we have found out clearly that Gui Mei and Yu Guan are now in Chang'an City. The revelation hung in the air, a subtle shift in the balance of power. The game had changed, and the players were being forced to adapt to a new, more dangerous landscape. The ambition of Lin Xiao, the power vacuum left by shifting allegiances, and the unexplored potential of a new continent all were converging on the Douluo Continent, promising a future fraught with conflict and uncertainty. The stage was set for a war unlike any other. The Cardinal's words hung heavy in the air, a damning indictment of Spirit Hall's inadequacy. Although Chang'an City has just been established, their secret spies and level of security far exceed those of the Tiando Empire. Our people cannot penetrate it at all. Bibi Dong, Pope of Spirit Hall and a woman of ruthless ambition, absorbed the blow. It's Chang'an City again. A flicker of irritation, and something more, danced in her violet eyes. Power, absolute power, was her goal, and this city, this nascent thorn in her side, threatened to derail her carefully laid plans. Forget it, those two losers can't even defeat the Titans now and are no longer of use to my Spirit Hall, but the plan needs to be changed. The losers were undoubtedly Yu Guan and Gui Mei, two powerful but ultimately expendable titled Douluos. Their clumsy attempts at soul hunting, now exposed by their likely refuge in Chang'an, endangered everything. The risks were too high. Chang'an's burgeoning reputation as a haven for the oppressed made it a magnet for those fleeing her purges, and Yu Guan and Gui Mei, if captured, would be only too eager to curry favor. After the Cardinal's departure, the air shifted. Ghost Leopard Douluo, a silent, deadly instrument, materialized in the Pope's palace. Go and inform the person in Tiando Palace that I have something to ask her about. Bibi Dong's voice was smooth, deceptive. The person in Tiando Palace was likely a high-ranking informant, perhaps even a member of the royal family, secretly loyal to Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong needed her ear to the ground, to adapt her strategies to this new, unpredictable factor, Chang'an City. After ghost leopard Douluo vanished, Bibi Dong stood at the window, the grand cathedral of Spirit Hall stretching before her, a monument to her will. But her gaze was distant, focused inward. Chang'an City, City of Darkness, are there any connections between you? She murmured, the question barely audible. The image flashed in her mind, the clearing where Tang Hao, the elusive hammer Douluo, had finally fallen. Bailey Xiao, one of her trusted guards, had been efficient in eliminating the threat, but not perfect. A single, almost imperceptible detail had registered, a tiny, perfectly circular hole bored into the earth. A bullet hole, unmistakable to her, because she had seen the same mark before, left by Bailey himself, in the outlaw haven of the City of Darkness when he dared to threaten her. The connection was tenuous, almost ludicrous. The City of Darkness, a chaotic hive of criminals and outcasts, and Chang'an City, a shining beacon of law and order, seemed like polar opposites. Yet, that single, incriminating detail nagged at her. If the two cities were connected, it meant a level of organization and deception far beyond anything she'd anticipated. It meant a power base that rivaled her own, a hidden enemy capable of manipulating events from the shadows. That's all, let's deal with the Tiando Empire first. She would not abandon her primary objective. Overthrowing the Tiando Empire was crucial to consolidating her power. But Chang'an City, that enigmatic puzzle, would remain a priority, a secret war waged alongside the open conflict. Meanwhile, in the God Realm, a cosmic drama was unfolding, oblivious to the earthly machinations of Bibi Dong. Strange, what happened in the Killing City? Shura God, the god of slaughter and justice, stood in his celestial domain, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why can't I still feel the aura of the Killing City? The Killing City, a treacherous realm where mortals battled to the death for a chance at extraordinary power, was a vital component of his divine trials. Its disappearance from his awareness was unsettling. The divine power woven into its very fabric was unyieldingly strong, normally impervious to mortal interference. Since mortals cannot interfere, Shura God reasoned, dread creeping into his voice, that can only mean one thing, a god from the divine world interfered with the Killing City. His eyes widened, his mind racing. God? Rakshasa? The Rakshasa god, the embodiment of darkness and malice, was his nemesis, a constant source of opposition and corruption. He recalled the Rakshasa god's interference in Tang Chen's trials, twisting the destined Azura god candidate into a puppet of darkness. Damn it. No, I have to go see the Killing City. With a surge of divine will, a fragment of his consciousness plunged from the God realm, hurtling towards the mortal plane, towards the void left by the vanished Killing City. Arriving in the mortal world, Shura God's shadow flickered into existence on the fringes of the Dark City, the new, twisted domain that had replaced the Killing City. As he stepped across the threshold, a wave of oppressive, malevolent energy crashed over him. This dark aura? Rage bloomed in his divine heart. Rakshasa, it's really you. The Rakshasa god had not only interfered but had usurped the very essence of the Killing City, twisting it into a reflection of his own corrupt power. Forget about ruining his divine examination before, but now he stole it directly from his family? His voice thundered, though unheard by mortal ears. He could feel the Rakshasa god's energy permeating every corner of the Dark City, stronger, more insidious than ever before. In Shura's mind, there was only one explanation: the Rakshasa was amassing power, preparing for a divine conflict. Rakshasa, I will never let you go this time. With a final surge of fury, the shadow of the Shura god vanished into the depths of the Dark City, setting the stage for a celestial showdown, a battle of light and darkness that would shake the very foundations of the God realm and ripple through the mortal plane. The fate of the Killing City, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. The entrance to the Rakshasa god's mansion was a scene of utter devastation. Craters scarred the once pristine ground, and swirling remnants of divine power crackled in the air like static. God Shura, still radiating a palpable aura of fury, stood over the crumpled form of the Rakshasa god. His crimson gaze burned into her. Rakshasa, get out of here. Shura had roared only moments before, his voice shaking the very fabric of the God realm. Now, the echo of that rage hung heavy in the air. Rakshasa, battered but still defiant, pushed herself up, spitting out a mouthful of divine blood. Shura, are you quite finished with your tantrum? Explain yourself. Accusations without proof are beneath a god king. Proof? The city of slaughter reeks of your dark magic. My Shura inheritance is tainted, possibly irrevocably corrupted. How much more proof do you need? Shura gestured with the Shura divine sword, the blade shimmering with barely contained fury. The god of destruction, watching from a safe distance with the goddess of life, stepped forward. Shura, calm yourself. Rakshasa's denial seems genuine. Accusations of this magnitude require more than mere circumstantial evidence. The goddess of life, her expression serene, added, consider the implications, Shura. If Rakshasa isn't responsible, then another force is at play, one capable of masking itself with similar energy. That is a far more troubling prospect. Shura glared at Rakshasa, but the doubt sparked by the goddess of life's words flickered in his eyes. The city of slaughter is saturated with darkness, a darkness akin to yours, but different. Heavier, perhaps. And you claim innocence? Rakshasa met his gaze, her own dark eyes unwavering. I admit, my successor has recently visited the city of slaughter. I was surprised by the dark energy present, but I assure you, I did not implant it there. My power stems from despair and earthly suffering, not the raw, suffocating void I sensed. She paused, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. The energy felt stagnant. It was as if a primordial darkness had been deliberately contained, festering and growing stronger with time. Shura lowered his sword slightly, a glint of intrigue replacing some of the rage in his eyes. Contained? By whom, and for what purpose? That, Shura, is the question we should be asking, the god of destruction rumbled. If not Rakshasa, then who else in the god realm possesses such power, and would be willing to corrupt a god's inheritance for some unknown agenda? Silence descended upon the ruined entrance to the Rakshasa god's mansion. The implications of their conversation were chilling. If a force within the god realm was capable of manipulating and corrupting divine power, then the delicate balance of power was at risk. Suddenly, a small, ethereal voice pierced the silence. A wisp of light, barely visible, flickered near Shura. It spoke in a language only he could understand, a language of primordial divine energy. Shura, city, ancient, seal. Shura's eyes widened. He understood fragments of the message, enough to send a cold shiver down his spine. The city of slaughter was more than just a proving ground. It was a prison, a seal, holding something ancient and terrible at bay. He looked at Rakshasa, his anger slowly turning into a grudging respect. Rakshasa, you may be telling the truth. But this darkness, it's far older and more dangerous than anything we've faced before. We need to investigate the city of slaughter together. Rakshasa raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden shift in Shura's demeanor. Together? Shura, are you suggesting an alliance? For now, Shura replied, his voice grim. This is not about our personal feud. This is about the safety of the god realm, and perhaps, the entire universe. He sheathed the Shura divine sword, the red light fading, replaced by a sense of urgency. Goddess of life, destruction. We will need your assistance. This is no longer a matter of punishing a perceived transgression. This is a call to arms. He glanced back at Rakshasa, a new intensity in his gaze. Let's go, Rakshasa. We have an ancient darkness to confront. And so, the unlikely alliance of God Shura and God Rakshasa, born amidst ruins and fueled by a shared, terrifying revelation, set off towards the blighted city of slaughter, unaware of the horrors that awaited them. The fate of the god realm, and perhaps more, rested on their fragile cooperation. The Shura god's words echoed in Rakshasa's ears, a burning brand of humiliation. Shura, sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. The words dripped with venom, a promise of future retribution fueled by millennia of simmering resentment. Meanwhile, in the moral world, a subtle shift was occurring. It wasn't a cataclysmic event, no celestial bodies colliding, but a quiet divergence from the divinely orchestrated norm. And at the heart of it, was a classroom in Jixia Academy, Chang'an City. Soul Ring Age Theory? A murmur rippled through the room, a collective intake of breath as Lin Xiao, a prodigy by all accounts, stood before them. This was no ordinary lesson, this was a challenge to the very foundations of their understanding. Every academy and every teacher on the mainland uses a uniform and rigid formula for the Soul Ring life theory, Lin Xiao explained, his calm voice cutting through the initial excitement. This formula comes from the 10 core competencies of Douluo One. That book records the range of soul rings that a soul master can absorb at each stage. Forget it. His words were a gauntlet thrown down. Forget the dogma, forget the rote memorization, forget the boundaries of what they thought was possible. Lin Xiao was effectively saying, the world you believe in is a lie. The students, a mix of talented individuals vying for a place in the prestigious academy, were stunned. But the visual demonstration on the soul guidance projector, the exploding mannequin contrasted with the successful absorption of the higher-aged ring, was undeniably compelling. The absorption period of the soul ring is not fixed, Lin Xiao emphasized, but depends on the body's own physical quality. The implications were profound. The rigid limitations imposed by the 10 Core Competencies book were just that, limitations. Limitations that stifled potential, that prevented the truly gifted from reaching their full capabilities. As the students discussed Lin Xiao's lecture later that evening, the seeds of doubt had been sown. The gears of change, slow and grinding, had begun to turn. But this shift, this subtle alteration in the understanding of soul power, was not merely academic. It was a rip in the fabric of the mortal realm, a crack in the carefully constructed order that the divine beings had established. Back in the celestial realm, the Shura god felt a faint tremor in the threads of fate. It was almost imperceptible, like a distant echo, but it was there. A change. He could not yet pinpoint the source, only sense a disturbance in the carefully calibrated flow of mortal events. Destruction, life, he had said, his voice laced with urgency. There are some things that need to be discussed with you. The potential ramifications of this mortal shift, however slight, were immense. Could it lead to unforeseen opportunities? Or to cataclysmic consequences? Meanwhile, in the shadows, Rakshasa observed the ripple effect cascading from Jixia Academy. A small, knowing smile played on her lips. This was it. This was the chaos she had been waiting for. Her revenge on Shura was not in brute force, but in the subtle manipulation of events, in the unraveling of the very order he held so dear. She had only whispered a suggestion, a single doubt planted in the right ear at the right time. The seed was small, but planted in fertile ground filled with ambition and human ingenuity. The seed had sprouted and bore fruit. Fruit ready to be plucked. Rakshasa knew that the mortal realm was a volatile place, a chaotic playground where the actions of even the smallest individual could have unforeseen consequences. It was a game she understood, a game she excelled at. And now, with Lin Xiao's revolutionary teachings rippling through the world, the game was finally afoot. The price, Shura, will be more than you can bear. The murmurs died down as Lin Xiao spoke, his words resonating with a quiet authority that demanded attention. The weight of what he was saying began to settle over the room, dampening the bubbling excitement from moments before. The students, used to being at the top of their respective academies, were suddenly confronted with the stark reality of a wider world. The Chang'an auction house is not just a place to buy and sell treasures, it is an institution deeply intertwined with Jixia Academy, Lin Xiao explained. It serves as a vital resource for our students, providing access to herbs, elixirs, training grounds, and even special opportunities. He allowed the last words to hang in the air, piquing their curiosity. Shui Binger, ever the quick thinker, raised her hand. Teacher Lin, are you saying that Li Mo was able to absorb such a powerful soul ring because he had access to resources at the Chang'an auction house that enhanced his physical and mental strength? Lin Xiao nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Partly. The Chang'an auction house allows students to access resources that can push their limits beyond what is normally possible. Li Mo, having demonstrated exceptional potential, was granted access to certain, unique cultivation techniques. These techniques, pioneered here at Jixia Academy, focus on unlocking hidden potential within the human body and strengthening the mind, allowing him to withstand the strain of a 1,000-year soul ring. Feng Xiaotian, stung by the revelation of his own limitations, found a flicker of hope. So, if we also become Tianbang students, we can access these resources too. That is the goal, Lin Xiao confirmed. Jixia Academy's purpose is not just to nurture talent, but to forge extraordinary individuals. The competition to reach the Tianbang is fierce, and only those who prove themselves worthy will gain access to the resources that can transform them. However, remember this, Lin Xiao's voice deepened, resources alone are not enough. They are merely tools. It is the strength of your will, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the unwavering dedication to improvement that will truly determine your success. He paused, letting his words sink in. The students, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on their faces, understood the implicit challenge. They had been told they were geniuses, but Jixia Academy was showing them that genius was just the starting point. Now, Lin Xiao said, the warmth returning to his voice, let us delve into the specifics of spiritual power cultivation. This is a field largely unexplored on the mainland, but one that holds immense potential for those willing to embrace it. He began to elaborate on the nature of spiritual energy, its manipulation, and the techniques he had developed to cultivate it. He spoke of ancient texts he had deciphered, experimental methods he had pioneered, and the limitations they still faced. As Lin Xiao continued his lecture, the students found themselves captivated once more. The initial sting of realizing their relative shortcomings began to fade, replaced by a burning desire to learn, to grow, and to prove themselves worthy of the opportunities that Jixia Academy offered. The path ahead was daunting, but for the first time, they saw a glimpse of the extraordinary potential that lay within their reach. They were not just students of soul power, they were pioneers, entering uncharted territory in the pursuit of unlocking the true limits of human potential. The storm of disbelief had passed, leaving behind a landscape fertile with ambition and aspiration. The seeds of greatness had been sown, and only time would tell which would blossom. The goddess of life gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Outside the territory? You mean, another realm trying to invade us? Shura nodded grimly. It's the only explanation for the nature of that power. It's unlike anything we've ever encountered. It twists and corrupts, defying the natural laws of our god realm and the lower planes. But how is that possible? The god of destruction slammed his fist on the table. The god realm is protected by the grand laws. Nothing should be able to penetrate our defenses. Clearly, something has, Shura retorted, his voice sharp. We need to be proactive. I have been sensing this dark energy more frequently on the lower planes, specifically around the continent of Douluo. We must observe this more closely. The goddess of life wrung her hands, her brow furrowed with concern. The Douluo Continent. That's where the inheritors of the sea god and the god of strength reside. What if this dark energy corrupts them? It could throw the entire balance of the lower planes into chaos. Then we must intervene, Shura declared, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. We cannot allow this threat to fester. I will personally monitor Douluo Continent and root out this corruption before it spreads. He paused, his gaze turning towards the god of destruction. Destruction, I need your assistance. I cannot leave the god realm unattended for long. I need you to send a divine avatar to Douluo to act as my eyes and ears. Someone who is capable, discreet, and above all, loyal. The god of destruction stroked his chin, considering the request. And what about you, life? How can you contribute? The goddess of life looked up, her gaze resolute. I will bolster the defenses of the god realm. If this invasion is truly from another realm, we need to be prepared for anything. I will weave a stronger barrier of life energy around our borders, making it harder for this dark force to penetrate. Shura nodded in approval. Good. Then it is decided. We must act swiftly and decisively. The fate of our realms, and perhaps more, may depend on it. As the three powerful gods finalized their plan, unbeknownst to them, on the distant Douluo Continent, a seemingly insignificant city named Chang'an was quietly arming itself, guided by the brilliant mind of Lin Xiao and the ingenuity of Lu Gao. The fate of Chang'an, the Tiando Empire, and perhaps even the god realm itself, was about to be irrevocably intertwined in the looming conflict between light and darkness. The carefully planned Chang'an grand ceremony would be more than just a celebration, it would be the first domino to fall in a chain of events that would shake the very foundations of the world. The dark city pulsed with an unsettling energy, a throbbing undercurrent that even the most seasoned soul masters could feel. Within its heart, Li, master of Chang'an and wielder of dark energies far exceeding the Rakshasa god, smiled. The Chang'an grand ceremony was underway, and representatives from every corner of the continent were flocking to his city. He could practically taste the anxiety emanating from the god realm. Shura's little plan was amusingly transparent. Let him wait, let him observe. Li had centuries, millennia, if necessary. He wasn't bound by their petty squabbles and celestial rules. He had a universe to conquer, starting with this small, insignificant world. The ceremony itself was a carefully orchestrated spectacle. Lavish feasts, dazzling displays of soul power, and veiled promises of prosperity were all designed to lure the powerful and influential into his web. He watched Shuiqinghe, the deceptively charming crown prince of the Tiando Empire, with detached amusement. He knew the truth, of course. The angel in disguise, a pawn of the spirit hall, dancing to a tune she didn't fully understand. Ningfengji, ever the shrewd strategist, observed everything with keen eyes. The sword and bone Douluos flanking him were a testament to the sect leader's cautious nature. Li found himself both respecting and despising the man's calculated moves. But it was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who truly held his attention. Her aura was a tempest of darkness and ambition, mirroring his own in a way that both intrigued and repelled him. They were kindred spirits, driven by a hunger for power that transcended the boundaries of this world. As the ceremony reached its climax, Li ascended a massive platform erected in the city's center. He raised his hands, and the dark city responded, pulsing with a raw, palpable energy. The sky above darkened, swirling with ominous clouds. "People of Douluo," he boomed, his voice amplified by his soul power, "I have gathered you here not for tribute, but for a glimpse into the future. A future where strength reigns supreme, where limitations are shattered, and where the shackles of the past are broken." He unleashed a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the platform and sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The energy surged, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes, images of alien worlds and impossible creatures flashed before their eyes. "This is the power that awaits those who dare to embrace the darkness," he proclaimed. "The power to transcend mortality, to conquer worlds, to become gods." A hush fell over the crowd. Fear and awe warred within their hearts. He had shown them a power beyond their comprehension, a power that challenged the very foundations of their understanding. From the god realm, the god of destruction felt a surge of anxiety. This was far beyond a simple power grab. This was a declaration of war, not just against the god realm, but against the entire natural order. Shura, however, remained calm. "He's revealed himself. He's broken through to god level," he stated grimly. "It's time." Below, Li knew he was about to be targeted. He had forced their hand. But he was ready. He had played his part in this grand performance, and now, the real show was about to begin. As the celestial power of the law enforcement gods began to descend upon the lower realm, Li looked towards the sky and smiled. His dark eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Welcome," he whispered, "to my domain." The winds of change swept across the Douluo Continent, carrying whispers of the burgeoning power of Chang'an City. Bibi Dong, Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, stood in her opulent chambers, the invitation from Chang'an resting heavily in her hand. Ghost Leopard Douluo, lurking in the shadows, his eyes like chips of obsidian, voiced his displeasure. "Your Majesty, to attend such a ceremony would dignify those upstarts. They still owe us retribution for Tang Hao's defiance." Bibi Dong silenced him with a raised hand. "Things are not as simple as they appear, Ghost Leopard. Chang'an's invitation is not a sign of weakness, but a display of strength. They are daring to openly declare themselves on the world stage. That demands respect and careful observation." A flicker of calculation danced in her violet eyes. The Tang Hao incident was indeed unfinished. But Chang'an City was more than just a group of scattered spirit masters. They were a growing threat, one that Spirit Hall couldn't afford to underestimate. Gathering information firsthand was paramount. "Since Chang'an City has invited me," she declared, her voice a silken steel, "I have no reason not to go. Prepare yourselves. We depart for Chang'an in 10 days. Ghost Leopard Douluo bowed, his sinister glee barely contained. He misinterpreted her words, assuming it was a prelude to a display of Spirit Hall's dominance. He was eager to unleash his power upon the insolent upstarts. "Yes, Your Majesty the Pope." The next 10 days were a whirlwind of excitement and apprehension across the continent. Chang'an City, once a mere rumor, was now a tangible reality. The Chang'an ceremony became the epicenter of all conversations, speculation rife about its true intentions. Meanwhile, within Chang'an itself, a flurry of activity transformed the city. The imperial clan, with meticulous attention to detail, prepared for the spectacle. Grand city gates were erected, dwarfing those of even established kingdoms. The walls, though still under construction, impressed with their potential. Bailey Shoyue, ever vigilant, stood sentinel at the gate, commanding a hand-picked contingent of great wall guards. Every member was a sole emperor, a testament to Chang'an's burgeoning spirit power. Jixia Academy, under the watchful eye of Dugu Bo, suspended classes. The students, a force to be reckoned with in their own right, waited eagerly to witness the ceremony. At the heart of it all, in his strategically placed office, Lin Xiao orchestrated the final preparations. He addressed the core members, Yang Wudi, Miao Gao, Zhong Nan, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei. "This Chang'an ceremony isn't just a declaration," Lin Xiao began, his voice resonating with purpose. "It's a demonstration. Some might believe we're playing possum, hiding our strength. But to play possum effectively, you need real claws. We must showcase the strength of Chang'an City to deter potential enemies and inspire awe. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals. I have but one request of you all during this ceremony: fly high. Soar above expectations. Let Chang'an's brilliance illuminate the world. Yang Wudi roared with laughter. Finally. I've been itching to show these snobbish outsiders what we're made of. Niu Gao echoed his sentiment. That's right. And with old Ju and old Gui now on our side, we have 6 titled Douluo. 6. A shared sense of complicated pride filled the room. They had been present at Chang'an's genesis. To see it now, a force to be reckoned with, filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. Don't let your pride become arrogance, Lin Xiao cautioned, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, you will be responsible for greeting the guests. Zhong Nan, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, you will maintain order throughout the ceremony. Any oversight will not be tolerated. Is that understood? The assembled group knelt, their voices ringing with unwavering loyalty. We will definitely live up to your Highness's expectations. Their commitment solidified, ready to unveil Chang'an's might to the world, unaware that the arrival of Bibi Dong would add another layer of complexity to the momentous occasion. The stage was set for a collision of ambition, power, and hidden agendas. The silence in the alley was thick enough to choke on. He Xingma and Lu Xunzhou exchanged a worried glance. They knew Zhong Nan's stubbornness. Once his mind was made up, moving him was like trying to shift a mountain. Senior, Lu Xunzhou spoke softly, His Majesty has been searching for you tirelessly. The Star Soul Continent needs you. We are facing threats we cannot yet comprehend. Zhong Nan chuckled mirthlessly, the sound echoing off the grimy brick walls. Threats? And the Empire couldn't handle them without me? I was under the impression you two were more than capable. He fixed them with a piercing gaze. Or perhaps, the threats are beyond even your abilities? He Xingma shifted uncomfortably. It was true. They had encountered powerful, ancient beings stirring in the unexplored wildernesses of the Star Soul Continent. Beings that dwarfed even their considerable strength. That is, partially true, Senior, He Xingma admitted reluctantly. But with your wisdom and experience. My wisdom? Zhong Nan scoffed. Wisdom that led me to serve an empire that valued power over principle? Wisdom that allowed me to be complicit in injustices so egregious they still haunt my dreams? He turned away, his shoulders slumped slightly. No. I am done with empires. I am done with power. I am seeking something else now. And what might that be, Senior? Lu Xunzhou inquired, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. Zhong Nan turned back, his eyes softening a fraction. Peace. Purpose. Something real. I have found it here, in this city. Chang'an has taken me in. They ask for nothing but loyalty and service. I offer it willingly. I have a chance to build something good, something just, here. Something the Star Soul Empire could never be. He Xingma ran a hand through his meticulously styled hair, dislodging a speck of unseen dust. But Senior, you are wasting your potential. Here, in this, backwater. You could be leading armies, shaping destinies, protecting our people. You owe it to the Star Soul Continent. I owe it to myself to find redemption, Zhong Nan countered, his voice firm. And I will find it here, in Chang'an. I will help this city grow, protect its people, and be a part of something meaningful. Tell your emperor, tell him I am grateful for the past, but my future lies here. Leave me be. He Xingma and Lu Xunzhou stood silently, their faces etched with frustration and disappointment. They knew they couldn't force him. Zhong Nan had always been an immovable force. Finally, Lu Xunzhou sighed. Very well, Senior. We will respect your wishes. But know this, the Star Soul Continent will always need you. If you ever change your mind. He Xingma nodded in agreement. We will be waiting. They bowed their heads once more, a gesture of respect and farewell. Then, like shadows, they vanished from the alley, leaving Zhong Nan alone with his thoughts. He gazed up at the sliver of sky visible between the buildings, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had made his choice. He had found his path. And he would walk it, not as a servant of a fading empire, but as a citizen of a rising city. His past was a weight he could never fully shed, but in Chang'an, he could finally start to build a future free from its crushing burden. He had a city to protect, and a promise to keep. He was Zhongnan, and he was home. The air in Chang'an hummed with anticipation. Zhongnan, his face etched with a newfound purpose, practically vibrated as he hurried toward the towering palace at the city's heart. He moved with a swiftness that belied his age, the internal conflict of the past century dissolving into the sharp clarity demanded by the present danger. He found Lin Xiao in the war room, a vast chamber usually abuzz with strategists and advisors. Today, however, Lin Xiao was alone, studying a holographic map of the Douluo Continent that shimmered above a massive table. "Your Highness," Zhongnan announced, his voice tight with urgency. Lin Xiao looked up, his expression unreadable. "Zhongnan, what is it? You seem agitated." Zhongnan took a breath, forcing himself to speak calmly. "I have just encountered two envoys from the Star Soul Empire." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something akin to lightning in their depths. "Star Soul Empire? I have heard whispers of a unified continent beyond the sea. Tell me everything." Zhongnan recounted his conversation with He Xingma and Lu Xunzhou, relaying the history of the Ziyun Empire's transformation and the chilling ambition of its emperor. As he spoke, Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the holographic map, his fingers tracing the coastlines. When Zhongnan finished, a heavy silence fell. The only sound was the gentle hum of the map emitter. "So," Lin Xiao said finally, his voice low and dangerous. "A unified continent, led by an empire hungry for more. And they believe Douluo Continent is ripe for the taking." "Precisely, Your Highness. With their power, and the advancements made on the unified continent, we are woefully unprepared." Zhongnan's hand clenched into a fist. "We must prepare Chang'an, and the entire continent, for war." Lin Xiao straightened, his eyes gleaming with a steely resolve. "War is a certainty, Zhongnan. But panic is not. We will not be lambs sent to slaughter. We are Chang'an, and we will forge our own destiny." He walked to the map table and, with a gesture, enlarged the image of Douluo Continent. "The Star Soul Empire may possess superior numbers and advanced technologies. But they lack something we have: unity, loyalty, and the spirit of innovation." Lin Zhao's voice gained strength, filling the war room with an electrifying energy. "They may believe us weak and divided, but they are wrong. We will use their arrogance against them. We will show them what it means to face the spirit of Douluo Continent." He turned to Zhongnan, his gaze piercing. "We will gather our allies, strengthen our defenses, and develop new weapons. We will prepare for the inevitable storm. And when they arrive, they will find not an easy victory, but a united front that will break upon the strength of Chang'an." Zhongnan felt a surge of renewed vigor, the old warrior within him awakened. He straightened, chest puffed up with pride and determination. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" Lin Xiao smiled, a chilling smile that promised no mercy. "Rally the forces of Chang'an. Inform the Soul Hall, the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, and even the Heaven Do Empire. Tell them the storm is coming, and only together can we weather it. He Xingma and Lu Xunzhou may believe they are scouting for conquest, but they have unknowingly awakened a sleeping giant. We will make them regret the day they set foot on our shores." As Lin Xiao spoke, the holographic map pulsed with light, highlighting key strategic locations across the continent. The war room, once silent, crackled with the energy of a city preparing for battle. Chang'an, a beacon of hope in a world threatened by darkness, stood ready to face the Star Soul Empire, and to forge its own legend in the fires of war. The former hero of the Ziyun Empire, now loyal only to Lin Xiao and Chang'an, knew he had finally found a cause worth fighting for, a cause that could potentially save an entire world. The past was gone, and the future, however perilous, was bright with the promise of defiance.